Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei became the Dragon of Apocalypse. This will be an English translation, so there may be some dialogues or scenes that are not described as they should be. I apologize in advance. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Well, what was that important thing you were talking about, old man? A man with black hair and blonde bangs would ask with a somewhat bored tone, as if he had no time to be there. The older man rubbed his huge beard as he gave a small smile and looked at his three guests. You'll see right now, Azazel. I don't understand why I was called. If it's a meeting of 3 faction leaders, could you explain it to me, Odin? A young white-haired, light blue-eyed young man would declare as he stood with his arms folded. I consider this to be something that concerns you as well, brat, would say the old man, already identified as Odin. A man who appeared to be about 21 years old appeared behind Odin as he gave a small bow. They're coming, sir. Good work, Roswell, nodded Odin towards the now identified Roswell, directing a satisfied smile at him. Just then, a magic circle would appear between the guests and the locals, 2 men emerging from it. The guests were surprised to see the first man. What is the meaning of this, Odin? Would state the blond man who appeared to be about 28 years old. Take it easy, Michael. I don't come with the same intentions as I did a few months ago. Would state a gravity-defying white-haired man with a smirk. I wasn't referring to my son, but to. Odin would not finish speaking, as everyone watched the young white-haired man with wide eyes, something that made them quite strange, except for Odin, who gave a small smile. Is something wrong, Vali? Azazel would ask, opting for a rather serious look. That energy, I know it very well, Vali would say as he pointed to the man standing behind Loki, wearing a hood that didn't let his face show. At Vali's response, the guests looked at the hooded man strangely. The brown-robed man's eyes glowed a violet color and then proceeded to slowly remove his hood. At this, Azazel, Vali, and Michael would change their expression to one of complete shock at seeing who it was. Looks like you saw a ghost, folks, Issei would say, finishing removing his hood completely. Prologue, False Awakening, the emergence of a demon without demonic corruption. 9 months before, GUAWF, Issei would cough up a large amount of blood as he looked at the huge bleeding hole in his stomach. If you want to blame someone, blame God for creating the sacred gear that resides within you. A woman who would have black-colored wings and a masochistic outfit would declare, then disappear with a purple magic circlet. Wonderful memories, thank you. Sacred what? Issei would wonder as he fell to the ground and continued to expel a large amount of blood from the hole in his stomach. Issei clutched his lacking stomach tightly with one hand as his eyes began to turn opaque as a pool of blood expanded beneath him. Is it really in this little park? In some inexplicable way I'll die, Issei would think, regret in his words. At least, if you were going to kill me, you would have let me touch one of your breasts, Issei would say, then raise her hand and bloodied and put it in front of her face, only to squeeze it tightly as a few drops of blood fell on her face. No, I wouldn't be seeing my blood right now if I hadn't been such an idiot and let myself be cajoled by just a pair of boobs, Issei would think with great anger as his consciousness slowly faded from his body, leaving him with one last thought. If I had a second chance, I would do my best to change that part of me. Finally, Issei's consciousness disappeared completely, dying in an absurd and inexplicable way. Today's your lucky day, brat. What? Issei would shout with a clear, frightened tone in his voice. Quickly, the chestnut would look around to see that everything was on fire. He couldn't exactly process what was going on as a huge red-scaled dragon appeared in front of him, giving a great roar that deafened him for a few seconds. I can finally talk to you, mate, the dragon would say with a more relaxed tone in his voice. Talk to me, Issei would ask with confusion. Partner, he would ask with even more confusion. I know, this will all be new to you, but I will help you as much as I can, the dragon would state with a serious tone, then spread his wings. Nevertheless, I must admit that I am genuinely surprised. It's barely been 6 hours since your resurrection and you were already able to strike up a conversation with me, the dragon would state, with a somewhat intrigued tone in his voice. Issei would widen his eyes in shock. Resurrection? What the hell? The huge crimson dragon turned its head back as it began to glow brightly. Looks like your dream is already ending. We'll talk in a second, partner. Issei would shout loudly, sitting up with a jump on his bed and breathing very shakily as he felt sweat running down his entire body. Stop screaming, or you sleep outside today. A woman would be heard yelling from outside the room. Issei would rub his hair somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mum. This last he would say quietly. Issei would settle into his bed and close his eyes tightly for a few seconds, then open them with a confused expression. What a weird dream I had today, Issei would think, then downplay it. Issei would get up from his bed to start putting on his pants, only to stop in the middle of the process. A dream? That means it's all real, brat. Issei would give a small cry of surprise and fall to the floor with half of his pants on, only to quickly get up and look in all directions frantically. On your left arm, brat. The thick voice would again resound. Issei lowered his gaze and widened his eyes in shock at the sight of a green oval-shaped light emanating from his right hand. First of all, you need to calm down. Shit, I'm going crazy, Issei would exclaim quietly, widening his eyes. Your electronic device is proof that your sanity is stable, the thick voice would exclaim, with a very calm tone. At the mention of the voice coming from his hand, Issei would look towards the nearest piece of furniture, more precisely, his cell phone. Issei left his somewhat frightened expression to one of surprise, giving the benefit of the doubt to everything that was happening right now. The brown-haired man put away his alarm clock and grabbed his cell phone, then turned it on. April 2nd. Issei would say aloud, eyes wide open, then plop down on his bed, an indescribable expression on his face. Today is supposed to be the first day of school, and that's April 1st. Now, will you listen to me without saying stupid things in between? Issei would raise his right hand with a look that gave off some seriousness, as if he was thinking carefully about the proposal. That moment was spoiled when the alarm clock alarm went off around the room. Issei quickly turned it off, not allowing her to utter a word. A few hours later, the red-haired man found himself going to Kuoh Academy in the student outfit, as he carried his small suitcase over his shoulders, and had his cell phone in the other. You're right, there's not a single picture of everything that happened yesterday, Issei would think, only to have a voice echo inside her head. Since they are paranormal situations, that fallen angel took it upon herself to erase, transform all memories around your circle, including the photos taken together. Issei frowned slightly. That means Matsuda and Madohama won't remember Yuma, Issei would think. The chatter in the brown subconscious was abruptly interrupted when he bumped into a small white-haired girl. Issei rubbed his hair in pain, then quickly stood up and gently extended his hand to the girl. Sorry, I was too immersed in my thoughts, Issei would mention, a nervous smile on her face. The petite Alvina girl would accept the protagonist's gesture, then wipe her skirt. No problem, but next time be more careful, the girl would say with a somewhat cold tone, and with an expression that was indecipherable to Issei. The brown widened his eyes and gave her a big smile as he recognized the little albino. You're Koneko Tojo, our academy's mascot. The albino girl would nod with her cool expression. You are Issei Hayato, the boy who entered the academy yesterday, 2nd grade. Issei would pick up his bag, while giving her a somewhat intrigued look. That's right. Why does he know so much? Issei would wonder internally, with genuine confusion. I have to go. Next time, I hope you'll be more attentive to where you're walking, Koneko would say, then turn around and walk away towards the academy. Okay, Issei would state, as she raised her hand slightly in a gesture of greeting, to then continue walking behind her and dive back into her thoughts. By the way, back home you said that the person who revived me is in this academy. Could you tell me who it is? Issei would think. She will show herself in time. For the time being, I plan to talk to you about other things that I consider much more important. I'm all ears, Issei would think with a serious expression on his face. I'll start with the 3 factions. Later that day, Issei would be inside his classroom, fiddling with his eraser while holding the biology book on the first page with a very concentrated expression, as if he was paying full attention to the class. That means that besides the Fallen Angels faction, there are also 2 more factions, which are the Angels faction and the Demons faction. Issei would think carefully. In reality, there are more factions, but those 3 are the most abundant in this region. Young Issei, could you please continue reading? The teacher would ask, while adjusting his glasses with a smile. Issei would look up in confusion. Yes. In this first unit, we will focus on molecular biology. Young Issei, we're going to the top of page number 4. Pay more attention, please, the professor would declare, with a frown. At this, all the women in the room would look at Issei and laugh quietly, while his 2 friends half turned around on their benches to watch him with a raised eyebrow. Sorry, Issei would say with a blush of embarrassment on his face. The professor would just shake his head. It's okay, just don't let it happen again. Matsuda, can you continue? Matsuda would simply nod with a smile and start reading. Issei flipped his pages of the book to dissemble, while still listening to his inner dragon. Now, I'll tell you something. But first you must prepare yourself mentally. I don't think you want to make another fool of yourself like you did a second ago, the thick voice would say, with a slight grace in his words. At this, Issei would frown slightly and nod, giving the dragon the signal to drop the bomb. I'll get straight to the point. To be more precise, you were not revived by that person, but reincarnated as a demon. Therefore, you now belong to the demon faction thanks to that person who reincarnated you with the chess pieces. The dragon was silent for a few seconds, to let its bearer process all the information. Everything around Issei became inaudible, he couldn't even hear his own breathing. On the outside, Issei seemed to be very calm. But if you looked at him more closely, his eyes were slightly widened and a cold sweat was slowly running down his face. After a minute, the brown looked a little calmer, so the dragon decided to speak again. You have something to say. What exactly would the chess pieces come to be? Issei would ask, as cold sweat still ran down his face. A few moments later. So, I'm a servant of a demon? Huh. That sounds creepy, Issei would think, as he began to turn pale, just thinking about what they might do to him. The thick voice would chuckle a bit at Issei's thought, but would quickly decide to act to calm him down a bit. Take it easy, partner. Even though you're a servant of a high-class demon, you're still a demon, so the members of your new family won't harm you unless they see it convenient or necessary. Convenient, Issei would think with a raised eyebrow. That's right, I haven't introduced myself yet, by the way. My name is Ddraig, I am the Welsh Dragon of Domination. His proud tone would be affected in his next words. Unfortunately, my incessant fighting with the other celestial dragon, Albion, caused us both to be sealed inside a sacred gear because of God and other lesser beings. Now, I reside within your sacred gear, which consists of the power of boosted gear. The dragon's tone would again become somewhat imposing and proud. At first, this sacred gear seems to be very ordinary. But with me inside, things change drastically. Boosted gear. The word sacred gear would resonate in Issei's mind, as he remembered how Yuma had mentioned it before. It's a complicated thing to understand. It would be best for you to experience sacred gear for yourself through training, Ddraig would say with a somewhat excited tone, as it had been a while since he had not detached his power. Something that shouldn't be too difficult, considering you have enough power for you to be able to communicate with me. Issei again remembered Yuma and how he had killed him, so he frowned at the memories. All right, I'll try, since for sure, someone else will come back for me if they find out I'm still alive. Ddraig would nod with satisfaction inside the sacred gear. Wise decision, partner. Issei would give a small smile. Thanks for taking the trouble to explain everything to me, Ddraig. Ddraig would widen his green eyes a bit upon hearing Issei's statement, then give a small smile. No problem. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Issei simply nodded internally. But just as he was about to say goodbye to the dragon, something interrupted him. Eyes, hey eyes, calling ground. Issei would look around somewhat exalted to see who was calling him. His exalted look changed to an exhausted one when he saw who it was. What's wrong, Matsuda, Madohama? At the somewhat weary attitude of their stalwart friend, they both moved a little away from their desk and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Is something the matter, eyes? It's been about a minute since the bell rang for the end of class and you're still sitting here like an idiot. Matsuda would ask, somewhat worried about his friend. Plus you haven't gone out for either recess. Madohama would say, adjusting his glasses with one hand. Issei would slump towards the back of the chair as he looked up at the ceiling with a look somewhat lost in thought. I'm sorry guys, but I'm not feeling too well today. At Issei's response, Matsuda and Madohama would look at each other with confusion on their faces, only to give a perverted smile and look at the brown-haired man again. I know of a way you could regain your spirits, Matsuda would say with a big perverted grin as he pulled a cassette of dubious provenance out of his shirt. Issei would look at Matsuda with a bored expression, then widen his eyes at the sight of what he held in his hands. Issei's reaction was not long in coming, and he quickly jumped out of his chair to grab the cassette with a big perverted grin. Momo's new volume. Issei's perverted grin would falter a bit, seeing that the erotic image the cassette presented was having much less of an effect on him than usual. Though considering who he was, it was still having a lot of effect on him. Anyway, there was something that missed him to death. Matsuda would hug Issei and Madohama by the neck with a big smile on his face. So what are we waiting for? Let's go to my house right now. At the bald man's house. That's right, show the monster who's boss, Momo. Matsuda would say, while breathing heavily. I'm seriously thinking that this is the best volume of the whole series so far. Madohama would say, while holding a goofy grin on his face. Issei would be standing next to his two friends, watching the video rather strangely. Is it really that good? I like the previous ones much better, Issei would say, as he began to watch the tape with more and more confusion. At his friend's question, Matsuda and Madohama looked at him like he was crazy. Is something wrong with you? Madohama would ask, with great surprise in his voice. Issei rubbed his hair with great exhaustion as he stood up from the floor of the room. I'm sorry guys, I'm not feeling well. Had too heavy a day. I'm going home to get some rest. Both friends would look at Issei with a raised eyebrow, then simply nod. Okay, Matsuda would say. Feel better, Madohama would say. Issei would simply nod and thanks, then leave the room, while still rubbing his hair tiredly. As Issei left the room, both friends looked at each other with some surprise. What the hell is wrong with him? Matsuda would ask, to which Madohama would simply bow his shoulders, having no idea what could possibly be wrong with his friend. Issei came out of Matsuda's house to see that even daylight was spreading through the streets. The protagonist looked at the street lights to see that they were on. Quickly, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket to see what time it was. Just like Ddraig said, it doesn't matter that it's nighttime, I'll be able to see everything as if it were still daytime. He would say to himself under his breath, then put his hands in his pockets and walk home. In the meantime, he could hear conversations that were at great distances. But he played it down, as it was something that had been happening to him since the early morning, and Ddraig had also explained to him that it was due to his condition as a demon. Seeing that he had a long way to go to get home, Issei decided to strike up a conversation with his new friend extraordinaire. Ddraig, can you hear me? Issei would think. Strong and clear, mate. The voice would echo inside Issei's mind. Does turning me into a demon make my virtues less? Holy virtues disappear by a large percentage, Issei would ask, with clear doubt in his words. At Issei's question, Ddraig laughed loudly inside his head for a few seconds, causing the young man to become slightly annoyed. Indeed, becoming a demon makes the evil in your soul grow to a great extent, Ddraig stated, very seriously. Issei's eyes widened slightly at the dragon's sudden change of attitude. Practically, in 1 second he was dying of laughter for the other to be so serious. If so, why do I feel the opposite is happening to me? Issei would ask with great doubt in his words. Ddraig would frown noticeably. there's something I forgot to tell you. Issei, I have a question to ask you. Do you have any idea why fallen angels are fallen angels, and why demons are demons? The dragon would ask, with a serious tone in his words. Issei would raise his gaze to the night sky, as he opted for a thoughtful face and folded his arms. What, because they are like this? Well, the fallen angels fell from the sky for falling into the temptation of original sin, such as lying, murder, lust, among others. Issei would put a hand to his chin as he further emphasized his thoughts. But demons are different in their own way, since they were always corrupt angels since they were born. For that reason, they never had a chance to be in heaven, because they have always been under sins. Exactly. Angels are the purest and most innocent beings in the world, even more than human children. Whereas fallen angels are the species that most resemble humans, although they are worse. Once a fallen angel falls before the temptation of a sin, it is almost impossible for him to redeem himself, since he feels a great attraction to that sin, making them extremely dangerous. And if he were to somehow manage to untie himself from his sin or sins, he would never be the same again. That happens because a fallen angel will never again be pure and innocent as an angel, the dragon would say with seriousness in his words. And what does it have to do with me? Issei would think, while putting his 2 hands on the back of his neck and raising an eyebrow. That's where I'm going, mate. Demons are beings corrupted to the core, like you said. But that happens for a reason, and that is that when they are born, the corruption of all the original sins darkens their soul, including the reincarnated ones, like you. This has a name, and it is called demon corruption. This makes no demon safe from sins, and unlike the fallen angels, no demon would think of redeeming themselves, as they are like that by nature. This would cause Issei to stop walking and widen his eyes at the new information. Ddraig would quickly clear his throat. Although, there are also strange cases, where demons do not suffer from demonic corruption, though the cases are practically rare. The dragon would puff out his chest proudly as he gave a smile. And as you may be thinking, you are one of those cases. Thanks to me, since I possess an incredible power and that makes that corruption cannot affect you in the least, the dragon would exclaim with clear pride in his words, and then change to a somewhat amused tone. Besides, if you remember, when we first met I told you it was your lucky day. And that was because I also did everything I could to take away your impulsive sexual appetites. What? Issei would shout out loud, causing the people passing around him to move a little away from him in fear. This made Ddraig chuckle a little under his breath. You said it yourself, if I get a second chance, I promise not to be a moron again. I didn't exactly say that. Issei would shout out loud again, causing people to turn away even more. Seeing the reaction of the people, Issei quickly calmed down and a small blush of embarrassment came out on his face. Besides, I didn't want my sexual desire to disappear, I just wish I could control it. The brown-haired man would think with a much calmer tone. That's exactly why I said I reduced your impulsive sexual appetite. That doesn't make you stop seeing women as something beautiful, I guess. Now you won't act like an idiot in front of a woman who is well endowed, though that depends a lot on your conviction for that uncontrolled desire to disappear completely. The dragon's calm tone would change to one genuinely surprised. Fuck. Even with my great power, I couldn't make your impulsive sexual appetite disappear completely. It was a disgustingly dense and giant mass. Ddraig would say, as he imagined a gigantic mass of white and slimy color. Issei would lower his head rather apologetically as he rubbed his cheek with a finger. Sorry. The brown-haired man would look to his side to see a small path that led to the fountain in the park. This caused Issei to remember Yuum again and lower his head sadly, only to raise his gaze with great determination and move towards the fountain. Issei perched near the fountain as he recalled all the events that had happened with great regret in his heart. Their date, the betrayal, his death, his promise. Issei clenched his fists tightly as he watched the fountain with great determination. I said that if I got a second chance, I would change my ways, and that I will. I'm sorry to interrupt your moment, but there is something important I must tell you, Ddraig's voice would say very seriously because of the harsh thoughts its bearer had been having. Issei raised his right hand to look at the green orb somewhat quizzically, giving Ddraig the signal to continue. In this last millennium, the demons and fallen angels have behaved very differently from their nature. They may have evolved for the better, and that would be a very good thing considering your status as a servant. Although, obviously, there are still demons and fallen angels that are evil, a clear example being that fallen angel and boss I mentioned. Ddraig's words would make Issei's body visibly relax. Apparently, he was thinking about that matter as well. Nevertheless, take precautions. Ddraig would warn, with the most serious tone that had come out of his mouth so far. Why are you still alive? A voice would cause Issei to abandon his conversation and look skyward, to widen his eyes as wide as they could go. Again, those wings. Issei would think with great fear as he watched the guy with the hat and black wings flying in place. Quickly, the brown-haired man looked around as he realized that the whole atmosphere of the environment had changed drastically, as if they were in another place. The subject would shake his head while looking at Issei seriously. I can't trust Raynare to do his job, but I never thought he couldn't with a mere human. Raynare, Issei would say as his expression denoted great fear, then take a step back. This is not the time to think about that. I have to get out of here or they'll kill me again. Well, I'll finish the job poorly done. the fallen angel would say as he made a spear of purple light appear in one of his hands. At this, Issei would widen his eyes even more in terror and take an incredible leap backwards. At this, the subject would raise an eyebrow. A normal human wouldn't be able to make such a leap. The man would think carefully, then bow his shoulders and throw the spear just the same. Issei would quickly cover himself with both of his arms, while closing his eyes tightly. Will the same thing really happen again? Will I die here again, barely knowing why I'm being chased? Will I die not knowing who revived me? Issei would widen his eyes wide with great determination. If that damn artifact, the sacred gear, is so powerful, save me now. Issei would scream at the top of his lungs, causing a red light to cover his entire body for a few seconds, just as the spear impacted his arms. What? The guy would say, as he gritted his teeth and watched the big red flash. The man had no choice but to cover his face from that blinding light. Ddraig would find himself with a big impressed and proud smile as he witnessed what had happened. Awesome, the dragon would declare to himself as the light around Issei dissipated, revealing the brown man breathing heavily, wearing some sort of red gauntlet with a green gem in his right hand, which was slightly damaged by the light spear. I'll manage to activate his sacred gear without doing any training. But how is that possible? Ddraig would turn around to see something flashing a purple color. At this, the dragon would widen his eyes. I knew there was something off about this boy. His soul has a great affinity with dragons, and for that reason he was able to release it, as it gave off a small hint of my energy. Ddraig would quickly look straight ahead with a frown. However, his body is not prepared to consume that much energy, so Issei was still breathing heavily, and after a few seconds his eyes rolled back into his head and he collapsed to the ground. His sacred gear disappeared along with it, causing the fallen angel to look at him even more shocked than he already was. His body will sedate quickly, Ddraig would say, with great concern in his words. The fallen angel would frown, then create another spear of light. That took me by surprise, but it won't work a second time, he would say with a bit of anger in his words, to then throw the attack towards the unconscious Issei. The attack was about to come, but the spear was destroyed by an onslaught of crimson flames that appeared out of nowhere. The subject would raise his gaze with a raised eyebrow, seeing that a red-colored magic circle had appeared on the spot. That symbol, the stranger would say, looking at the magic circle symbol just before it disappeared. I'm sorry, but I can't let you kill my servant. The stranger would chuckle under his breath, then give a small bow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be against the Gremory family, but you'd better take better care of your servant. People might mistake him for a wandering demon, as happened to me. The fallen angel would quickly abandon his bow when a bolt of lightning passed close to his face, but he never abandoned his smile. Calm down, Akino. I'm sure this fallen angel will leave the area without creating conflict, a redhead would say as she watched Akino with a smile. Akino would run a hand over his face with a somewhat sadistic smile. Whatever you say, chairwoman. The stranger would again give a small bow, not abandoning his smile. Thank you for your consideration, heiress of the Gremory clan, Rias Gremory. The fellow would quickly fly away, as a wicked laugh could be heard in the background and black feathers fell from the sky. My name is Donasik. Make sure you don't forget that name if our paths cross again. Rias would change his smile to a serious and somewhat displeased expression once the man disappeared. What do we do with him, Rias? Akino would ask, as she watched Issei with a small smile. Rias would look seriously at Issei, then give a small sigh of exhaustion. Looks like we got there just in time and he was unharmed. So we'll just take him to his room. Akino simply nodded with a smile, then carefully carried the boy. There was no one else around the area, Koneko would say as she walked out through the trees. Good job, Koneko, Rias would say with a small smile, to then disperse the effect that had been created in the environment, making everything return to normal. If you don't wake up, I will kill you. If you don't wake up, I will cut you in pieces. The clock was slammed hard against the wall suddenly, courtesy of Issei. The protagonist would turn around in his bed even while sitting with a karate stance, as he looked all around with an icy expression on his face. I'd say good morning, but you don't seem to be in a good mood. The voice in Issei's hand made the young man visibly calm down. Issei looked around with a bored look on his face, feeling that he had experienced this before. I think waking up alive is quite comforting. Luckily you were being followed by your allies, otherwise you wouldn't be here right now. Issei rubbed his hair and sighed with great exhaustion. Great, 2 days, 2 attempts to make me disappear. Issei would stare at his school bag intently for several seconds, then frown. I think I'll do something about that, the brown-haired man thought. Chapter 1, The Nun. See you later, Issei exclaimed, as he adjusted his shoes and propped the suitcase behind his shoulder. Whatever you say, bye. Issei's father's voice echoed, causing him to shake his head in disgust. Issei would walk out of his house, only to look towards the window of his home to make sure his parents weren't watching him. Suddenly, Issei ran off in the complete opposite direction of Kuoh Academy. Are you sure about this, partner? Ddraig's voice would echo inside Issei. Issei just gave a small smile, then spoke telepathically to his partner. My parents won't notice, since they don't care much about my academic results and other matters around me. If I miss a day or 2 at the academy, they won't notice. I'm really glad you decided to train so soon, Ddraig would mention with a somewhat excited tone. The way Issei was, the dragon never expected him to take the whole thing so seriously. But if he thought about it, there was something very important at stake, and Issei knew it very well. Issei would continue running at full speed towards a nearby park as his face grew serene at Ddraig's words. They already tried to make me disappear twice, and they say the third time's the charm. But they won't take my life, just a defeat. I like the way you think, partner. A little later that day, in the park. Are you sure this will do? Issei would think, as he gritted his teeth hard from doing some push-ups with a railing found in the park. If you increase your stamina, strength, speed and other attributes, you'll be able to awaken Sacred Garret Will in no time. But it will require much more effort for you to master it completely. Ddraig would reply with a wise tone in his words. Issei would fall to the ground exhausted, while breathing heavily. It's enough for me to wake her up. I don't want to get killed just for having this thing inside me. No offense. Ddraig would chuckle internally, making Issei a little confused. What's so funny? Nothing important. It's just that all my bearers feel special when they get to awaken my power, and you're the first bearer who doesn't seem to like the idea of being the dragon of domination. Issei shook his head, then wiped away his sweat and opened his suitcase. Inside was a large amount of sandwiches and 2 bottles of water, but no book. I'm not the dragon of domination, you are. Issei took a bottle of water. You've been working out for 2 hours already. You should take a little break, as your body isn't used to training like this. Ddraig would say with a somewhat concerned tone, causing Issei to give a small smirk. Are you telling me that a demon's body is quite weak? Not if you train it properly, although it doesn't compare in the slightest to a dragon's body. The dragon would reply, with a clear tone of pride in his last words. Issei would get up from the ground and close his suitcase, then start running in the park. That sounds great, but unfortunately I'm a demon, and I have no choice but to overexert my body for quick results. Ddraig would smile to himself as he saw how his carrier was overtaxing himself too much. Maybe it was a good thing the brat is a scrawny nobody, because now that he awakened his power he has no choice but to train to control it, otherwise his life will hang in the balance. Ddraig would think to himself with a pleased smile, then turn serious. Speaking of that thread, it looks like that demon already wanted to reveal her true identity to Issei. Finally, he would bow his shoulders with an apathetic expression. I guess she'll have to wait another day or two. Meanwhile, at Kuoh Academy, she didn't come to school, and she didn't even pass by on the way to school. Rias, Akino and Kiba would look seriously at Koneko for the resentful information. The 4 demons were at the occult club in the old school building. Shall we think the worst? Kiba would ask, as he rubbed his shoulder with a serious look on his face. Akino would lean back even more on the couch as he watched Kiba, who was on the other one. I don't think so. The demoness would reply with her typical smile. Rias would nod at Akino's words, at the same time looking at some papers he had on top of his counter. Akino is right. Issei's house is located near Kuoh Academy. I don't think the fallen angels would have wanted to go that far into my territory. So, what do you propose? Kiba would say with a smile, not paying too much attention to the subject. He didn't even know the boy, so he didn't care much about that matter. Rias would look at Koneko with a smile. Koneko, I need you to keep an eye on Hayao Issei's house first thing tomorrow morning. If you see that he doesn't leave for school, try to infiltrate the house and find out if he's there. If he's not, he's simply dead. Rias would say as he bowed his shoulders at his last words, returning to his papers. Akino would simply chuckle somewhat strangely, looking at Rias. It's a pity. Just when you had the chance to add someone else into your peerage. Rias would rest his hand on the counter, his expression somewhat downcast. That's quite an addition to my peerage, considering he took my 8 pawn pieces. Speaking of which, it's very strange that his soul never bonded 100% with the demonic pieces. Now we'll have to find his grave to extract the pieces from his body if he really died. Koneko would say with her typical empty tone, while eating a chocolate. Rias would leave the papers on the table, giving a tired sigh. It's a bummer that the bonding didn't turn out as I expected. Because of that, I can't track him with my pieces. It's certainly a very curious specimen. Akino would say as he licked his lips. A few moments later, in the park, Issei would continue running through the huge park. About an hour had passed and he was still running without stopping, although he was going at a fairly moderate speed. A large amount of sweat was pouring down his face, but even so his facial expression looked very calm. That was thanks to the fact that he was speaking to his fellow intern. Hey, now that I'm in doubt, earlier you said that cases of a demon without demonic corruption were rare. Do you have any idea if there are any others alive that are like me? I mean, after all, you told me you were locked up a millennium ago and maybe you know someone. Vanishing Dragon. Issei would stop in his tracks as he noticed how Ddraig's voice had a much more serious tone than usual. I don't know if he's awakened yet, but there's a small chance he's either a demon or a fallen angel. So you two would be special cases among respective species. However, that doesn't mean that you two will become friends. Noticing the tense atmosphere that had been generated by the last question between the two, Issei was forced to change the subject, as he resumed his jog absent-mindedly. Speaking of Albion, you told me that their fight was a millennium ago. So how many years can supernatural beings live? I don't know exactly how old I am, but dragons were the first supernatural species to populate this world. First came Big Red, and after a while Albion and I were born. Calculating the times, I think I am about 200,000 years old. As he had forewarned, the conversation had again shifted to a calm atmosphere. But Issei did not expect such a response. 200,000 wait, what? Issei would shout in his mind, slowing down in his tracks as he had an expression of complete shock on his face. If I follow your logic, how the hell is it that my mistress is still at the same school? Supernatural beings have a period where their aging slows down almost completely. It's from 21 until death. Probably, when she turns 21 she'll have to go back to hell, that or start erasing memories like crazy. Issei would put both hands on his knees, breathing shakily. The young man sat down on a nearby bench to rest, as he rummaged through his briefcase for food and water. So, considering that all supernatural beings have the same life expectancy, how old can you see a supernatural being physically speaking? I might be a good example of that. Considering I had an appearance of 40 years when I died, I can say that every 5,000 years of mine is a human year. Although, obviously that 5,000 years is a lot of time, regardless of whether you're a supernatural being or not. Now, do you understand that? Issei set his bottle aside as he rubbed his cheek quizzically. I think so. Most likely they'll all still meet at that academy in the future, because it's no coincidence that out of all the schools, just your mistress is at that one. Issei rubbed his hair in confusion as he didn't understand exactly what Ddraig meant by the latter, but quickly widened his eyes when a realization hit him very hard. Wait a second. ... If I'm a demon now, does that mean? Shit, how the fuck am I going to explain to my parents? I was wondering at what point you'd realize, Ddraig would say with an amused tone in his voice. On the next day, I'm leaving. Koneko would watch from afar as Issei walked out of her house with her typical stoic expression, though she changed her face a bit as she saw Issei look towards her house with a mysterious aura and left in the opposite direction of Kuoh Academy. At least he's alive. I'd better get him to the president before his luck runs out, Koneko thought as she began to follow him from close behind. But first, I'd like to know what exactly he's doing. Issei would keep running with a smile on his face, oblivious to his spy. I thought I'd be sore all over today, but I feel fantastic, Issei exclaimed with a somewhat goofy grin on his face. Good thing I pointed you to the proper stretches, or else you'd be lying in your bed like a dead man right now. Also, you should thank your demon body. I wonder at what point your excessive improvement will slow down, the dragon would exclaim in a deductive voice. Issei would simply increase his smile as he began to run with increased speed. The longer the growth spurt lasts, the better. Being a demon has its advantages. What the hell is he doing? Koneko would think as she quickly followed him. 3 hours later. Shit, I'm completely exhausted already, Issei thought as he wiped the sweat from his face and tried to regulate his breathing. Issei was in the same park, sitting on one of the benches facing the street. It's normal for you to be tired. You've been jogging for 3 hours with almost no breaks. Issei simply smiled nervously and would subsequently set about eating a sandwich. Doing all this leaves me completely hungry, Issei would think, then take a big bite of the sandwich with a goofy grin on his face. Ouch. Issei would set his food aside, seeing as a girl who was dressed as a nun stumbled as she walked up on the sidewalk. Issei would drop her sandwich in the suitcase to offer her help. Are you okay? Issei would ask with a slightly concerned tone as he held out one of his hands. The young woman would look at Issei with a smile as she accepted the gesture of help. Yes, I'm fine. I'm just clumsy. Issei just increased her smile. No problem. The brown would quickly kneel down to gather the things the young girl had dropped, causing her to be a bit surprised by the boy's very gentle gesture. Issei rose from the floor with all of the nun's belongings with a friendly smile. This is yours. Thank you very much, the nun would say with a slight blush as she made a small bow. Issei waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing. She was about to return to her pew, but noticed that the nun seemed to have a confused look on her face as she looked in various directions. Is something wrong? Issei asked as he closed his suitcase, without first removing one of his sandwiches. The young woman would lower her head in embarrassment at the protagonist's question. Well, it's just, I'm new around here and I don't know where I am, she would say with a blush of embarrassment on her face. Issei would give her a chuckle, extending the sandwich towards her. If you want I can help you. It wouldn't be a bother since I have the whole day off. Are you serious? Thank you so much, the nun would exclaim as she accepted Issei's sandwich with a big smile. Hi to Issei, why were you absent for 2 days at the academy? Shit, was all Issei could think as he began to sweat excessively. Issei would turn his face like a robot to see that his academy's mascot was looking at him with his typical expressionlessness on his face. Issei's frozen expression would change to a very confused one at the sight of Koneko. Koneko, why isn't she at the academy? Koneko quickly grabbed Issei's hand and started dragging him towards the academy. Let's go now, before the principal expels you for vandalism. For vandalism? Issei would think with a roll of his eyes. He would quickly glance at the nun with a slight expression of guilt. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to help you. Ask someone here for directions. They'll surely help you. The nun would just smile and nod, then look at Issei's sandwich and take a small bite. It's really good, the nun would think with a blush on her cheeks. On the way to the academy. Koneko, can you explain to me what's going on? Issei would ask, as he tried to free himself from his powerful grip. Koneko would let go and stare into his eyes, causing Issei to become a bit serious. What I did was stop you from killing that nun. What? Issei would roll his eyes at the answer. Koneko would narrow her eyes. Maybe that nun belongs to the angel faction, and you'd get the president in trouble if you killed her without warning. At Koneko's reply, Issei would widen her eyes in surprise. You know about the factions. Wait a minute, you're at Kuoh Academy and the woman who reincarnated me is there. Issei would point at Koneko with wide eyes. You're a demon. At Issei's shout, everyone around would look at the boy with confusion, then go about their business. Koneko would quickly cover his mouth while looking to the side. I don't know how you found out about the factions, but you're coming with me right now, she would whisper under her breath. Issei would just nod, seeing that the little girl didn't seem to be dangerous. Besides, she would most likely take him to this president and he would have the chance to meet the woman who reincarnated him. Although he was no longer human, Issei was very grateful to her for giving him another chance to live. A few moments later, we're here, President. Koneko passed into the living room, giving a slight bow to Rias as she sat in an armchair quietly. I was already beginning to think we were unlucky. Rias think aloud. I never imagined that the president of the occult club was a demon. Issei said, as he walked into the living room and looked in several directions, being amazed by the cleanliness of the place. Akino, Kiba and Rias look at Koneko with a raised eyebrow. I don't know how, but he already knows everything. He made it clear to me when we were heading to the academy. The small girl replied with her typical expression, as she would grab a box that was on the small wooden table, starting to pull out different sweets. Well, I guess that saves us the more complicated introductions, Kiba mentioned, as he gestured with his hand at his side. Issei would immediately pick up on Kiba's intention and would sit down next to the red-haired man. Issei moved his legs excitedly as he looked around at everyone present. Koneko already mentioned your piece to me, can you tell me what yours are? Again, everyone but Koneko would look at Issei in surprise at his knowledge. How does he know so much? Rias think, frowning slightly. My name is Kiba Yuto, I am the knight. Kiba introduced himself with a small friendly smile as he bowed his hand. I don't know why, but I don't really like this guy's face. Issei would think with a slight grimace as he shook the knight's hand. My name is Akino Haimjima and I am the queen. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hayaru. Akino would introduce himself with his typical sassy look, causing Issei to blush slightly and make an idiotic face, but he would quickly shake his face and put on a serious expression. Remember what you promised. It will be hard, but I will keep it. After that thought, Issei gave a friendly smile and gently greeted the queen. Finally, Rias stood up from his desk and placed one of his hands on his chest, making Issei look like an idiot for a second, but he would quickly correct it. My name is Rias Gremory, and I am the king. Therefore, you are my servant. The red-haired woman replied, as everyone spread their bat wings, Issei included. Welcome to my family, Rias said, as she would widen his smile a bit more, only to have his eyes take on a slightly dangerous gleam. Before Rias could say another word, Koneko quickly stood up from her seat. I found Hayaru talking to a nun without him feeling like killing her. That means somehow he didn't suffer from demonic corruption. Koneko exclaimed quickly, interrupting Rias. Everyone looked at Issei with wide eyes at the statement. That's fine. Thanks for letting me know, Koneko, Rias said, making Koneko sit back down on the couch. Rias would sit at his desk as she put a hand to his chin. Demonic corruption is supposed to happen 100%. Well, you know a lot about factions, and on top of that you don't have demonic corruption. That just leads me to think that, effectively, Miss Gremory. The thick voice that came from Issei's hand made everyone look at the young man a little surprised, except for Rias, who had a somewhat triumphant smile on his face, as if he had hit the jackpot. I never thought I'd have the Securiute under my servitude, but it's a pleasant surprise to know. Ddraig's maniacal laughter be heard throughout the room, and this time everyone had to be confused and surprised by it, including Issei. Service. I will never serve a demon, nor an angel, or fallen angel. Have you forgotten how they left our kind after the Holy War? The only one I will listen to is my partner. Hey Ddraig, you never told me about this. Issei thinks someone uncomfortable with the situation. Rias simply bowed his shoulders with a smile. As you say, just the same, it was the dragon's fault that their own kind ended up that way. Though I should also thank them, because if it hadn't been for the constant dragon fights that were going on in all the regions, the Holy War wouldn't have ended on good terms regarding the three factions. Battles. They only came together when the battle between the Dragon of the Apocalypse, Big Red and Ophis nearly destroyed all existence. Otherwise, they would have continued with their stupid ideas of world domination. Moreover, if the demonic revolution had not happened in those times, I am sure the demons would have continued to fight for power, but the countless and massive casualties they inflicted on themselves made them ridiculous as a species. And look how they ended up now, being tamer and smaller than mere cockroaches. The dragon said with a defiant and amused tone in his voice. Rias would lower her gaze and clench her teeth tightly at what the dragon mentioned. Apparently, he had totally crushed us through the verbal argument. Hey Ddraig, let's calm down. Please. Issei would scold with a frown. Was it so necessary to resort to something that happened over 1,000 years ago? It's fine that as supernatural beings they can live much longer. But 1,000 years is 1,000 years, and even if it's an ephemeral part of their long life, it's still an absurdly gigantic amount of time. Do I need to tell you how many is 1,000 years in days? It's okay, partner. It's just that it gave me a bit of courage, Ddraig mentioned, somewhat regretful for getting carried away in the heat of the moment. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll understand. Issei said with an understanding smile. Rias gave a tired sigh, causing Issei to look at her a bit embarrassed. Relax, there's no need for you to apologize. You're not the one who said all those words after all, Rias would state with a kind smile, causing Issei to give her a smile. Thank you, President. Rias shook his head, then looked at him seriously. Listen to me well, as you are now part of my entourage, you will have to join the occult club. You will also have to do some errands as a demon that humans ask for and other things that will raise our reputation as demons. Issei would just nod in understanding. Ddraig had already told me about these things, so I already have some idea what it's about. Rias would just nod in satisfaction at Issei's answer. That's very good, because it saves a lot of explaining. Now, I'd like to ask you a question. Issei would look at she somewhat intrigued. Anyone you like, President. Rias would frown slightly. Why did you miss 2 days at the academy? Do you not realize how your parents will get if they find out? Issei would simply laugh dryly, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. My parents, they're better off the farther I stay away from home. They can't stand me much because they always wanted a daughter, and somehow that frustration was getting on me over the years. They tolerate me anyway, though. Well, this might be a problem. Rias said with a hand on his chin, while seriously observing how Issei couldn't create a magic circle. Issei have a depressive aura as he leaned against a wall. Ddraig had already told me. The amount of magic reserves in my body are almost nil. Rias simply shook his head somewhat amused, as she thought of a way to complete the errands without the need for Issei to use a magic circle. I know. Rias snapped her fingers with a smile. At this, Issei snapped out of his depression and looked at her intently. We can use a more conventional method, like going house to house. Issei quickly shook his head with great disapproval. No. What will happen to my training? Oh, you're right. Rias looked up at the ceiling as he searched for a possible solution. Can't you lend him the bike outside? That way I'd get the errands done quickly, and I'd get a good warm-up in as well while I was at it. We'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ddraig's voice echoed in the room, and both young men had to agree with that idea. All right, but be careful. The bike is a Kinos, Rias warned as she handed some pamphlets to Issei. Don't worry, Issei exclaimed with a big grin between his teeth, then quickly leave the place. Rias would change his smile to a serious look. She put one of his fingers to his ear and a small magic circle would come out of it. I need you to keep an eye on Issei. He doesn't have enough magic to use magic circles and something might happen to her along the way. The customers are the usual. A familiar voice would echo through the magic circle. As you command, President. On the streets of the city, Issei go at a great speed on the bike, but he didn't seem to be tired at all. Apparently, the effects of the training were starting to show much faster than normal. Though, of course, he wasn't someone very normal to say the least. Partner, why do you follow his orders without reproach? At Ddraig's question, Issei put on a thoughtful face. It's true that I want to awaken my sacred gear now so I can defend myself. But I also owe the President a lot for reincarnating me, and I think this is a good way to repay her. I guess fulfilling my services will make her happy, and that way I'll feel happy too. Issei smiled. Besides, she doesn't seem to be a bad person, despite being a demon. Just like everyone else, they seem like people I can trust. Ddraig lowered his head as he thought carefully about his bearer's words. I have to agree with you. Their attitudes completely surprised me. Issei increased his smile as he saw that his partner thought the same thing. Ddraig would frown at not understanding certain things. Still, in all this time, just after the Holy War they master their instincts. And that they did it together with the fallen angels seems even stranger to me. There's something that doesn't quite add up in this story. By the way, Ddraig, there's something that's been haunting me ever since you told me about the life expectancy of supernatural beings. At Issei's hesitation, Ddraig would step out of his little world and turn his attention to Issei. How did you manage to have so many carriers? If you were only sealed for 1,000 years? Issei asked with genuine interest. Ddraig would chuckle a little under his breath due to his bearer's curiosity. That's simple. All of my bearers are always human and have never become demons. That, and other factors, make my number of bearers somewhat level to speak of only 1 millennium. Obviously, you are the first bearer to become a demon. And while we're on the subject, I'll also tell you that supernatural women are extremely infertile because they can only have between 1 to 3 children in their entire long life. There is also the possibility of a supernatural man impregnating a human, but that is highly frowned upon and happens once in a very, very long time. And yes, before you ask, if someone is half human and half something, they will still have a normal lifespan, unless they get involved with some faction. Issei would squeal in surprise. Wow, Ddraig, you have all the knowledge in the world, but I guess that's normal if you live this many years. I wonder how smart those who live that many years would be. Having absolute knowledge doesn't make you smarter. It just makes no one in the world can call you ignorant. Ddraig exclaimed with a clear, wise tone in his words. The conversation with Ddraig would be suddenly interrupted when the whole atmosphere changed drastically. Issei did a big braking with the bike, while looking in several directions, gritting his teeth. Shit, it's this atmosphere again, and I know it can't mean anything good, he would think, quickly getting off the bike. It took me a while to find you, but I was finally able to. Issei quickly turned around. Who's there? Issei see the black wings again, causing him to frown, and automatically, his arm glowed red. Boost. Issei would look at his arm with wide eyes as he saw that he had activated his sacred gear just by thinking about it in a split second. Besides that strange sound that made him feel that much stronger. A black-winged woman would be slowly descending from the sky until she touched the ground. A boosted gear. I see you haven't been wasting your time these past 4 days, but a little toy like that won't be enough to beat me. The woman would widen her eyes as she felt how something cold and metallic was brushing the surface of her neck. Sorry to interrupt your grand entrance, but you won't hurt Hayadu. The woman sidelong glanced back with a small smile. I guess you're another slave of that Gremory, or am I wrong? My name is Kiba Yudo, it's a pleasure to meet you. Kiba would say, flashing a condescending smile. Oh, Prince Charming has arrived. Issei would say, showing complete reluctance to accept help from Kiba. Prince Charming, Kiba thought with a roll of his eyes. My name is Calwarner, and you do me the favor of putting down your sword. I didn't come with the intention of fighting, just to warn you. Kiba's sword would further squeeze Calwarner's neck, causing the woman to lose her smile as a small trickle of blood ran down her neck. I think you can still talk without letting my guard down. Kiba would reply, still holding his condescending smile. Calwarner smiled once more. We're with a group of fallen angels in the abandoned church of Kuoh, just outside their territory. So what of that? Thought Issei with a raised eyebrow. One of our new companions arrived today, and she had traces of demon on her belongings. We quickly asked her if she had run into anyone and if they had tried to harm her, and she mentioned the brown-haired boy. Calwarner stated, pointing at Issei. Kiba shook his head. And how can you know it was him? At that question, Calwarner gave Issei a sly smile. Because the nun explained his physique to us very well, and coincidentally we have another girl who also knows him very well. Issei would lower his head and clench his fists tightly. Yuma, the woman folded her arms, looking sideways at Kiba. I'm just telling them to stay out of our business, and that way we'll avoid unwanted circumstances. Kiba withdrew the sword with a gentle smile. Surely it was a misunderstanding. Calwarner would give a sideways smile. Yes, a misunderstanding. After those words, he soared through the skies and disappeared with a magic circle, causing the whole atmosphere to return to normal. Kiba disappeared his sword and changed his smile to a somewhat worried look when he saw Issei's expression. Issei stopped clenching his fists. He would pick up his bike and start pedaling. I'll go run errands, Issei mentioned, half of his face shadowed. Thank you so much, Issei shouted as he carefully closed the door and got on the bike. As soon as he started pedaling, he put a stupid grin on his face. After a week, I finally get to finalize an order. I'm sure the president will be very happy, Issei thought with great joy as he rode at a high speed on his bicycle through the streets. You were lucky that person only called you to read and discuss those strange comics. Otherwise, your account would still be 0. A voice in Issei's mind would declare, with a bit of grace in its last words. At this, Issei frowns. Hey, don't be like that. It was just a joke. Issei lowered his gaze as he thought carefully. It's not that. Are you thinking about those 2 girls again? Ddraig's voice sounded much more serious. Issei became serious as he pedaled even faster. That's right, it's been a week and I didn't get any information from the blonde girl. It makes me quite angry because she seemed like a nice person, and it's more than obvious that Yuma must not have anything good planned for her. I just hope she's alright. He finally lowered his head regretfully, causing Ddraig to be a bit surprised. It's rather curious to see how a demon cares for a nun, being that they are natural enemies. Probably, if you ask that Gremory to go rescue her, she'll want to shove a stick up your ass to make you come to your senses. Issei trembled with fear at Ddraig's last words. That's exactly why I didn't say anything to him. I also know that going to the church alone would be suicide. It's true that I can already control my boosted gear a bit, but I still have a long way to go to defeat 3 fallen angels. Besides, we're not sure if there are only 3 of them. Issei rubbed his hair in great frustration. No way, he thought internally, then gave a weary sigh and looked seriously ahead. I guess I'll let it go, because there's nothing I can do. Line jump. Good job. Rias congratulated with a big smile on his face as she saw that Issei had successfully completed his first assignment as a demon. It was nothing. Issei rubbed his hair with a nervous smile on his face. Rias sat on top of his desk, while holding a slightly mischievous smile on his face. Well, I had told you earlier that I would give you a reward when you successfully completed your first assignment. What do you want? Rias had studied Issei in this week, and knew very well that his 2 best friends were total perverts. When she saw her friends behaving that way, she assumed Issei wasn't much different, but the protagonist surprised her by seeing that he hardly even flinched at obscene thoughts. Obviously, she had noticed that for every meeting at the club, Issei made somewhat idiotic looks for a small second when looking at Akino's body or her own. Perhaps, unlike his 2 friends, he was only affected by bodies that were very well endowed. Obviously, she didn't know that if it wasn't for Ddraig, Issei might be even worse than her 2 best friends. Basically, Rias had no idea that Ddraig could suppress a large part of Issei's inordinate sexual urges, in addition to demonic corruption. And that every day, thanks to the willpower the protagonist had, those extreme sexual appetites were disappearing more and more. Issei looked seriously at Rias, causing him to be surprised by his face. I want you to give me the day off tomorrow. It's Sunday, and since I'm not going to the academy, it's a perfect opportunity to train all day and increase my power. Is that okay? Replied Rias with clear confusion in his words. For the short time she had to get to know him, she thought he was one of those closet perverts and was going to ask to touch her breast, but she was quite surprised by his response. Issei clenched his fist tightly with a smile. Well, did you hear that, Ddraig? Strong and clear, partner. It's a great opportunity to awaken your boosted gear to the second level. That sounds great. See you Monday, President. Issei would shout loudly, waving goodbye to his boss and rocketing out of the place. Yeah, see you at the academy. Rias would say to nothing as he raised his hand slightly with a frozen expression on his face. I guess sexually decimating him won't be an option. Oh, at least, not for now. I should wait to see how he performs in the future. Line jump. Phew, I need to take a break. Issei would wipe the sweat off his forehead while breathing heavily. The young man found himself working out in the same park as usual. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and he had already been training for a lot of hours, so it was time for a break. Issei opened his bag and took out a sandwich and a bottle of water while he sat down on a bench in the park to take a break. He looked around with a small smile as he watched the children having fun at the different games as people enjoyed a hamburger at the local restaurant. Honestly, it was quite a relaxing atmosphere. It was something that helped distract him a bit from what the world was really like. Read your fate. Find out your good or bad destiny through the numbers. Find out your lucky number. Issei would look with some interest at the bald old man who was passing right in front of him with some sort of cart that was made of wood. One side had a corrugation that carried a large amount of coins and bills, while in the middle it had 2 small boxes that said good luck and bad luck, respectively. Issei would get up from his seat with a smile and raise his hand to the old man, who would stop his cart with a smile at the sight of a new customer. Are you seriously going to buy one of those stupid things? Asked Ddraig with a tone of disapproval. This will help me clear my head a little. Honestly, I can't stop thinking that I've helped almost nothing in the capture of the 2 wandering demons that happened a few days ago. Issei thought, making Ddraig understand the frustration his bearer was going through right now. He would probably be seeing himself as useless right now. Hello young man, would you like to see your good luck number, your bad luck number, or both? It costs 500 yen each. The bald old man asked with a friendly smile on his face. Issei grimaced a little internally at the price. He wanted to buy both, but it wouldn't be good for his allowance. I'd like to know my good luck number, the protagonist stated with a friendly smile. The old man would gladly nod as he received the money from Issei and placed it in the cart, then put his hand in one of the boxes and closed his eyes tightly. Thought Ddraig to himself as he noticed something strange coming from the old man. Here it is, the old man would say, pulling a small piece of paper out of the box, then handing it to Issei. Issei received the paper with a slight grateful nod, then turning it over to check the number. 25, Issei said as he rubbed his hair with some confusion. Noticing the boy's confusion, the old man smiled and proceeded to explain to him what that number meant. 25 is your lucky number. No doubt that number will mean something very important to you in the future. It could be a date, a count, a raffle number, or anything else that has to do with numbers. Oh, I understand, thank you very much. Issei dismissed the old man with a small bow. The old man did the same with a mysterious smile on his face, then went on his way. Issei sat back down on the bench as he took his food again and continued to eat it gladly. He pocketed the small piece of paper without taking much notice of what the old fortune teller mentioned. Hello. Issei opened his eyes somewhat confused by the familiar voice, only to widen them and start coughing in an exaggerated manner due to his choking. Oh, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. Issei took a large drink of water and would set his bottle aside to look at the young woman standing in front of him, with a huge smile between her teeth. Hi, glad to hear you're well, Issei would say to the blonde girl, while giving her a big hug making the young girl blush slightly. But she reciprocated the hug anyway. It's good to be able to see you again, Issei would break away from the hug with a smile. Issei hi how do? It's a pleasure. Issei would bow her hand, causing the nun to shake it with a smile. Asia Argento. It is also a pleasure, the nun would say with a beautiful smile, making Issei a little nervous about her naive beauty. Issei would quickly put his hands in his pockets, after remembering a very important piece of information. Asia just watched him somewhat confused by his quick change of attitude. Is something wrong? Asked the blonde somewhat worried by Issei's expression. Nothing, it's just that you know. The fallen angels already told you that I'm a demon and I really don't care that you are a demon. I can see that you are a very good person, and for that reason I came to this park once again in hopes of finding you. Asia lowered her head somewhat apologetically. Since you had to leave so quickly last time, we didn't have time to get to know each other. Issei smiled to see that Asia did not possess any prejudice towards him. This really made him happy. Issei would grab Asia's arm, causing the blonde to be surprised by the sudden action. Do you want to have some fun for a while? I'm sure it must not be fun to be in an abandoned church for so long. Like friends? Asia asked with a glint of happiness in her eyes. Issei looked at her somewhat quizzically at her attitude. That's right, like friends. Issei's words caused Asia to give him a big hug, surprising and blushing the brown-haired man for the sudden action. Issei quickly replied to the hug somewhat flustered by the excessive approach towards a woman. Oh, at least, this was excessive for him, since he had never been in contact with a woman for so long, except for his mother. But obviously, he doesn't even remember that anymore because he was a baby, after all. As something's wrong, Issei would ask with a definite nervous tone. I'm very happy. At that statement, Issei was confused. I'm really happy. I've never had a friend before. At Asia's answer, Issei gave a small empathetic smile and hugged her even tighter. He was definitely going to ask her how her story went during their meeting. Line jump. Issei and Asia had a really good time for a few hours. First they went to eat at the restaurant in the park, then they took a little walk around the place. The brown-haired Issei bought her some gifts and got different trophies in the machines, making Asia very happy in those moments. They both had a great time for 3 hours, but it was time for the party to end. Asia and Issei were sitting on a bench in the middle of the park, admiring a beautiful fountain. Issei was eating an ice cream very happily as well as Asia, until the blonde got a little alarmed and looked at her watch. Sorry, I have to go. Asia quickly got up from the bench and would give Issei a small bow, showing her appreciation. Oh, no problem, Issei said somewhat curiously. That was too sudden. He thought to himself with a rather doubtful tone, but he would let it go. Asia gave him a sweet smile as a farewell. Thank you so much for today. I really had a great time. Asia lowered her head a little, making Issei a little confused. It was really nice to have had the chance to hang out with a friend. I'm really grateful. Asia gave another bow, making Issei a little nervous about her patronizing attitude. You don't need to do that. After all, I had a pretty good time myself. Thanks to you, I was able to distract myself a bit from my problems. Asia raised her gaze with a smile and would raise her hand in a gesture of farewell. Issei did the same as he watched her leave. Issei's smile decayed into a serious look as Asia was lost from his sight. Are you worried about her, partner? Ddraig's voice echoed inside Issei's mind, causing the protagonist to grimace slightly in disgust. Something smells fishy to me. That goodbye sounded like I'd never see her again, Issei thought, as he stood up from his seat and looked off into nothingness. I don't think they're going to harm her. I mean, I don't get to see anything coming from her. That means she's really nothing special, or at the moment she's too weak to get any good potential out of her. I doubt the fallen angels want her for other than a reincarnation as a fallen angel. And if everything turns out as I have planned, there won't be a noticeable difference in his personality, since the reincarnation of a fallen angel can't corrupt you like a demonic reincarnation would. Ddraig would give his point of view on the situation. Issei softened her gaze upon hearing Ddraig. If you say so, I suppose it will be so, she thought to herself with a bit of pity, before beginning to jog towards her home. Well, if I think about it, it's better for her to become a fallen angel than to die. Maybe I should stop thinking about it. Ddraig cut the connection and frowned. However, it wouldn't be the first time I've made a mistake. I just hope the brat forgets all this and starts to focus 100% on training him, otherwise he won't last even 5 seconds against Hakuryuku. He thought the great Welsh dragon, then sighed. I only hope that our fated meeting is a long time away, because my bearer has a long way to go. Perhaps he can turn out to be the weakest of all the existing Sekiryude so far. I will have to pray that the case of Albion is exactly the same, otherwise we won't have a chance. Finally, Ddraig said with a disgusted expression. Honestly, he would have told Issei that he had the reputation of being the worst bearer yet, but he had liked the boy too much to tell him. Line jump. Issei left the Kuoh Academy with a blank look in his eyes, while he watched as Kiba was once again surrounded by women asking for his attention. I don't know why, but with each passing day, I feel more like kicking your ass, the protagonist thought as he watched the scene with great jealousy. Issei woke up from his vengeful little world when he looked to the sides of him and realized that Matsuda and Madohama were not with him. Issei rubbed his cheek with his index finger, clearly confused. Now that I think about it, they weren't with me at recess either. Where the hell have they been? Issei put thoughts of him aside as he heard a large amount of threatening female screams coming from his right. Issei rolled his eyes as he saw Matsuda and Madohama running at great speed in great fear, while an angry mob of women with wooden swords were chasing them. Hey look, there's eyes, Matsuda yelled with all her energy. Human shield in sight, Madohama declared, causing Issei to visibly twitch at what he heard. Before he could do anything, both Matsuda and Madohama got behind Issei and pushed him towards the enraged women. The girls from the kendo club had the decency to catch him before he fell to the ground. Hey, the problem isn't with you, so get out of the way now or... Issei raised both hands in a defensive gesture, making the women look at him carefully. Well, can you tell me what the hell is going on, Murayama, Catace? The two women in front of the mob looked at his classmate with an air of annoyance, making Issei feel a little intimidated. These two perverted assholes were peeking in our locker room, both women declared with great fury in their words. Issei looked at his friends with a blank eye, before looking at the angry mob again. Okay, I understand. But I don't think that's the way to settle such a superficial conflict. Superficial, all the women shouted with great anger. At this, Issei felt that he was greatly diminished in front of the enraged women. Me and Murayama already know that you are friends with the pervert duo, are you also like them? Catace asked with great indignation at her words. Issei again waved his hands in defense. No, I'm just saying that it's a bad idea to resort to violence for once they've spied on them. Obviously, I don't agree with them and it seems right to me that if they are caught spying once more they can punish them without problem. Issei made the point of him with a big nervous smile on his face. All the women looked at each other for a few seconds, then nodded. Okay, but if we find them spying on us again, we'll kill them, Murayama would declare with great hatred in her words. This made Issei and her friends sweat nervously. Finally, the group of women dispersed and Issei's best friends went to thank him for his help. I knew we could count on your support, Madohama said as he placed a hand on her friend's shoulder. You're amazing, Issei, Matsuda exclaimed very seriously as he placed a hand on Issei's remaining shoulder. Well, they wanted to use me as a human shield, said Issei with a small twitch in his eyebrow. Matsuda would give Issei a slight push, making him look somewhat confused by his action. Let's just say it was our little payback for you joining a club full of beauties without letting us know. Matsuda defended himself with a faint pained expression. Same here. That was very wrong of you, Madohama commented as he adjusted his glasses with a very serious look on his face. Oh, speaking of which, I have to go now. I have some chores to do at the club. See you later, Issei would say while he ran off to the occult club. Madohama shook her head disapprovingly. Anyway, I wouldn't join a beauty club if I had to be at your feet with so many odd jobs. At what point would I get to see the breasts? Matsuda nodded vigorously, indicating that he agreed with his friend. Line jump. Issei entered the occult club only to see that Akino and Rias were playing a game of chess. The chestnut-haired man introduced himself quickly, being answered by the two women. Rias got up from his seat and handed a pamphlet to Issei. Only one, the boy asked, a bit curious. Akino, Kiba and Koneko have already taken care of everyone else. This was the only one left. I hope that with your previous experience you can complete this task successfully. Issei just nodded with a smile and grabbed the pamphlet gladly. See you in a bit, President Akino. Issei gave them a thumbs up, causing both women to smile their typical smiles at him. When he finally left, Rias sat back down and studied his next move. Do you think he will be able to complete it? Akino asked with a calm smile. I don't know. I hope he does, because at the moment he's not contributing much. It's amazing to think that Hayato is the Sekiryude and he's so weak. Rias made a move that would kill the queen with a pawn. Even so, he has incredible potential. We are talking about the Sekiryude, after all. Rias clarified with a pleased smile at having such a potentially strong minion. Akino could only say ara ara from her when she saw in surprise how Rias had killed her queen. Line jump. This is the place, Issei wondered as she looked between the house and the pamphlet. Issei got off the bike and knocked on the door. He stood there for several seconds without receiving an answer, so he knocked on the door harder, causing it to open a little. It's open, Issei wondered, quite confused, before taking off his shoes and going into the house. Hello? Issei went a little into the house and closed the door while he looked at different places, everything being a bit dark. I'm not a thief, the door was open so ... yuck. Issei held his nose in great disgust. Where the fuck is that smell coming from? He thought the brown head with great disgust as he advanced into the living room. Poof. Issei looked down a bit confused when he felt that he had stepped on something wet. He quickly regretted it and his face began to turn purple while he covered his mouth in shock. What the hell? This is blood, and in liters. He thought in alarm as he looked at the entire floor covered in blood. OHHH. Issei was quickly alarmed by the scream and ran at full speed in his direction. He finally walked through a door and saw a familiar person covering his mouth in shock at what he was seeing. Asia, he wondered with great surprise. Why are you yelling, you idiot brat? Don't you realize that this jerk asked for the help of a demon? Issei could see how a man appeared from the shadows and menacingly approached Asia. But killing him is not the solution. Asia screamed in great terror as she looked at the mutilated body of the man. The guy grabbed Asia's neck and pushed her hard against a wall, doing a bit of damage to her in the process. I don't give a shit what you say. I'm the great Fried Selzen and you'll have to respect my methods. Or better yet, I'll make sure it sticks right on your body, you nun-fucking bitch. After those last words, Fried looked at Asia in a completely lunatic way and ripped off a large part of her dress, making her blonde scream in fright. Stop, Issei yelled, appearing from the shadows, accompanied by anger. Fried gave Issei a psycho look, then let go of Asia and get a little closer. Oh, look what we have here, a fucking demon. Do not hurt him, Asia yelled, clinging tightly to Fried. The white-haired man looked at her with hatred and gave her a strong elbow in the stomach that sent her to the ground. Do not say stupid things. Issei gritted his teeth at the sight and would activate his boosted gear. The green sphere began to blink for seconds while the word boost. Fried looked at Issei somewhat confused, then returned to his psycho smile at the same time that he materialized a sword, along with a gun. If you want to fight, I'll be happy to give it to you, you fucking demon. Fried exclaimed, bowing slightly. Boost. Partner. Issei clenched his fist tightly as he watched Fried very seriously. I know Ddraig. I can't get past 12 boost or I'm screwed. Issei would think, thanking his partner for his concern. Ddraig smiled internally. You'll still be fine with 12 mags. If he's solo, it'll be an easy win. Issei just smiled, causing Fried to look at him with some intrigue while he still held his psycho smile. Are you smiling because you're going to die? Let me exercise you so you won't have the shame of being a filthy demon any longer. Fried lunged at Issei, but the brown-haired man easily dodged it, making the white-haired man slightly surprised. Fried again tried to give him another thrust. Seeing that the movement was much faster, Issei blocked the cut with his gauntlet, to then hit him hard in the stomach with his other hand that sent him flying and crashing into a closet, breaking it on the spot. Fried got up quickly while wiping a small trickle of blood that came out of his mouth. My, the skinny fucking demon is stronger than he looks. Fried widened his eyes mischievously and pointed his gun at Issei. Then, Fried's pistol would fire a white shot, making Issei a bit surprised, but he still managed to block it with his gauntlet without much difficulty. Issei was surprised when he lowered his gauntlet and Fried had his sword inches from his neck. The protagonist moved his head just in time and the sword grazed his neck. Issei's eyes widened at the opportunity and he wasted no time, kneeing Fried hard that nearly made him vomit blood, then punching him right on the cheek and pulling out his pistol with the other. Finally, he gave him a hard kick to the face that sent him crashing into the wall, rendering him half-conscious. "All right," Issei thought with a defiant smile, while he tightly clenched his gauntlet. "Good job, partner. For your first one-on-one battle, it's been pretty good." Before he could answer Ddraig, Issei quickly turned defensively after hearing someone. "Hayao, is everything under control?" Kiba asked with a smile, as he was followed by Koneko. The little girl looked at the sight devastated with a totally stoic expression. "Great, more fucking demons," Fried grumbled under his breath, while he tried to get up in vain, since he fell to the ground again while his face was quite bloody. "I can't believe that idiot left me like that with only 4 hits. The madman thought with great disgust. His disgusted face would change into a psycho smile as the sky was dyed with a purple aura. "Apparently, my friends have arrived, the fallen angels," he yelled in a chanting tone only to cough up blood at the end. He looked at Asia with great contempt. "None, what the fuck are you waiting for? Come here and heal me now. I want to make sure I tear even one fucking demon apart." Asia would quickly listen to him and come over to heal him. The blonde looked at Issei with a sad smile. "Thank you for worrying, Issei, but you don't need to help me anymore. My suffering will end tonight and I will serve God, as I always wanted to." Asia began to heal Fried with a sacred gear that gave off a green color. Kiba and Koneko focused on the blonde's sacred gear and looked at each other. They were thinking the same thing, apparently. Kiba stepped forward and grabbed Issei's shoulder tightly. "I'm sorry, Hayao, but we have to go. I guess there will be a large number of fallen angels and there is no way we can defeat them without the president's help." "But Asia," Issei would say, clenching his fist tightly. Koneko approached Issei and squeezed his waist tightly so that he couldn't move, causing the brown-haired man to be surprised. A Gremory family magic circle appeared at the feet of the 3 of them. "She can't come with us. She's only human," Koneko commented with his typical emotionless expression, causing Issei to start struggling very hard to try to go with Asia. Koneko's eyes widened slightly at him as he found himself using more force than he thought to stop Issei's advance. Asia gave him a smile as tears began to fall from her face. Issei could only helplessly extend his arm towards the blonde to see how he disappeared from the place with a red flash and returned to the occult club. Finally, the magic circle disappeared and Koneko released it. Issei fell to his knees as he had a completely cold look on his face. Kiba and Koneko looked at each other, worried about the stupidity that was going through Issei's mind right now. Issei remained on the floor with an overwhelming silence in the room. The only thing that could be heard was the bathtub being turned on, along with the voices of Akino and Rias in the background. Just as the bathtub stopped being heard, Issei hit the floor hard and stood up, starting to walk towards the exit with shadowed eyes. Kiba took a step forward, worried about how his partner was doing. "Hayao, it's not good what you think. The president will punish you if you try to go there." Issei stopped in his tracks before closing the door to give Kiba a sidelong glance. Even Koneko was surprised to see the hideous expression that Issei gave off. "I'm fed up. If I don't help her, who else will? I'd rather die with a clear conscience than continue living knowing that I abandoned a friend." Issei slowly closed the door, making Kiba and Koneko look at each other seriously. "Hey guys, did something happen to make you here at this hour?" Rias asked, coming out of the bathroom with only a towel, just like Akino. "President, it's Hayao. He plans to save that nun he came across a week ago. Apparently, he's not willing to listen to us." At Kiba's seriousness and words, Rias and Akino frowned in great disagreement. Finally, Rias would give a smile. "In that case, I'll have to give him a good lesson so he understands not to meddle in matters that don't concern him." Kiba and Koneko looked at each other seriously, then nodded. The nun had a very rare sacred gear. She could heal superficial wounds and medium damage at a good speed. Koneko declared with an unusually serious expression. Rias looked at her somewhat surprised by the information. "She's a nun, so you could reincarnate her as a devil and that way you'd get a powerful bishop, along with a very rare sacred gear. You'll just have to wait for the right moment," Kiba explained with a smile. Rias looked at Kiba as he crossed his arms with a pleased smile on his face. "Apparently, it didn't take her long to choose, did it, President?" Akino asked with a slightly weird laugh at the end. Issei was walking in the middle of a wooded area to reach his destination, the church. The protagonist had his gaze shadowed, while the gem on his gauntlet glowed every certain amount of time. "Partner, try to control your emotions. It's dangerous to use so many boosts. It's useless to increase your strength so much if you reach over boost." Ddraig had a worried tone in his words. Issei looked up with a completely serene expression on his face. He loosened his grip on his gauntlet and stopped to see that he was relatively close to the church. "Calm down, Ddraig. I'm fine. I just want to go in with all my power and try to blow them all up without them noticing I'm there. Sorry to disappoint you, boy, but we're not such idiots not to patrol the area when we're about to do something very important." Issei's skin twitched a bit when he saw 3 fallen angels appear among the trees. 2 of them were already known to him. I would appreciate it if you would turn around and leave the place. We don't want to get in trouble with the Gremory family, but for that reason we won't allow you to upset Raynare's plans. He cleared up the fallen angel known as Ddraig. Issei raised his gauntlet as he gave them a piercing look. Why are you doing this to Asia? All she wanted was to serve God and have friends. The three fallen angels looked at each other and smirked. I can see that you have become much stronger than in our first meeting. But you still have a long way to go before you can beat one of us. So what makes you think you can take the three of us together? Calwarner questioned, an air of superiority clear to his words. Issei just gritted his teeth as a boost could be heard. He might have been a fool, but not even a mental moron would dare to say that he can handle all three without problems. The only thing that pushed him to battle was Asia. After all, he said so himself. He could never forgive himself if he didn't do something about it. Are you still here? Apparently you want to die, don't you? The blonde fallen angel spoke with a slightly macabre smile on her features, although she didn't look very good with how small her body was. He never mentioned that he would be a 3 versus 1. A muffled and apathetic voice was heard from behind the fallen angels, causing them to turn around with a raised eyebrow. Issei recognized that voice immediately, to which he was slightly surprised. What's more, he never mentioned that he was going to fight you. A clearly masculine voice sounded in the environment, so that later 4 figures very familiar to Issei appeared. President, Issei exclaimed with great surprise upon seeing the entire Gremory entourage. Rias gave his pawn a gentle smile. Issei, you can continue on your way with Kiba and Koneko. Aquino and I will take care of this problem. At the president's statement, Aquino licked one of his fingers with a sadistic and seductive expression, making Issei blush a little. But thanks to his recent hormone check, he brushed it off almost instantly. Okay, President. Thank you very much. Rias just nodded with a confident smile as Issei ran past him and his 2 companions followed shortly after, first giving a satisfying nod to his mistress. Well, this will be quite an easy job, the blonde girl exclaimed, totally confident in her victory. Don't get too confident, Middlet. Remember that we are talking about the Gremory family, and their power of destruction can be devastating. Calwarner warned with a slight frown. Ddraig laughed out loud. I don't care if that brat is from the Gremory family or from some high-ranking family. He said this last with a clearly sarcastic and mocking tone, before adjusting her hat with a smirk. We are 3 and they are 2, besides that she is just a brat. She must not even have awakened the power of destruction yet. We'll see about that, Rias said with a confident smile, before looking at Aquino. The woman just laughed in a somewhat strange way and leered at her opponents as she raised her hand. A large bolt of lightning began to form across her palm. At the sight, the 3 fallen angels widened their eyes slightly in shock. Line jump. Issei stormed into the doors of the church, giving it a big kick and sending them flying. Behind him followed Kiba and Koneko, who were alert to any dangerous situation that might arise. Issei ran along with his companions while they looked in various directions, not understanding why the place was completely empty. Asia and Raynare were supposed to be here. The 2 of them, and also, hey, look who we have here. The 3 companions stopped short when they saw how Fried appeared behind a wall while he gave them his distinguished psychopathic smile. I still have to pay you back for what you did to me last time, you fucking demon, Fried commented, while he licked the tip of his sword in a gloomy way. Whereas Asia, Fried was a bit surprised by Issei's question, because he wasn't paying him the slightest bit of attention. The white-haired man looked back and pointed to a doorway that he led down. The ritual is taking place down there. There are also a lot of priests, but I don't like crowds. You know, he declared with his typical psychotic tone. Issei started briskly walking towards the entrance, not caring that Fried was in front of the entrance. Kiba and Koneko watched this seriously as they prepared to battle Fried in the worst case. Fried raised an amused eyebrow. Are you ignoring me? Remember that I owe you one for last time. This time I'll make sure to cut you into 1,000 pieces, and you'll be reduced to little pieces of shit, as it should be. Fried threatened with a chanting tone at the end. While moving his tongue wildly, Fried quickly got in the middle of the path, causing Issei to clench his teeth and clenched his fists. I do not have time for this, Issei yelled, lunging at a speed that Fried couldn't keep up with. The strong red light emanated from the gauntlet as Issei's fist sank into Fried's cheek, causing the subject to cry out in pain and fly away with a spray of blood on his nose and face. His flight ended when he crashed heavily against the benches that were in the place, becoming unconscious. Issei wasted no time and went down with his 2 companions, only to be shocked by the sight. Or at least, Issei if he was shocked. There were about 40 priests in the place who seemed to be praying to Raynare, while the woman was a few stairs up, next to a cross. Worst of all, was what was hanging on that cross. Asia, Issei yelled loudly, watching helplessly as the blonde was hanging on the cross. Seeing him, Raynare gave a somewhat macabre smile while he played with the gift that Issei had given him. Oh, so you came to witness the death of the nun. In a slightly more normal moment, Issei would have asked Raynare why he was still wearing the bracelet that he had given her on his date. But it was not a very normal situation to say. Why are you doing this to him? Issei stepped forward in great anger, causing the priests to stand in front of him. Raynare looked at him gracefully. Why do I do it? You know that she possesses a very strong sacred gear, right? My boss ordered me to take it for myself, since dark but fun times will begin to arise before long. and he wants to make sure that we are in the highest position when it happens. Boss, what the fuck is he talking about? You know what, it doesn't matter, Issei thought as he looked at Asia with great concern. Before Issei could act, a great scream was heard from the place. Asia, Issei yelled loudly as he watched as the nun screamed in pain loudly, her being surrounded by a green aura. Raynare would watch all of this in fascination. Issei tried to run again, but the priests barred his way once more. Before any of them could attack him, Kiba and Koneko charged at the priests, swinging their swords and punching them respectively. Seeing this, the corrupted priest took several steps back, shocked at the strength Kiba and Koneko had. That action created a path for Issei. Go, Hayato. We'll take care of it, Kiba declared with a smile. We've got your back, Hayato, Koneko commented with his typical apathetic tone. Issei looked at both of them while his eyes shone from being on the verge of tears. Okay, but when we get out of here, I want you both to call me by my name, Issei yelled loudly as he wiped his eyes and ran to where Raynare was. Koneko and Kiba just assented to Issei's proposal and continued to battle the corrupted priests. Issei stopped dead and watched in horror as the green light began to disappear, and with it, Asia's screams. It's already too late, Raynare said, reaching out her hands to take a ring that glowed bright green. The sacred gear, Twilight Healing, is mine. With it, I'll be invincible, Raynare would exclaim, spreading her wings and starting to laugh like crazy. Issei didn't care what the woman who deceived him said and quickly approached to release Asia and carried her in her arms. The blonde looked at him and smiled weakly. Issei's eyes began to get teary again, but not a single tear fell. Asia, I'm so sorry. If she had arrived earlier, Issei lowered his head a bit and closed his eyes tightly, causing a small tear to escape from his right eye. Issei was surprised when Asia wiped away the tear and then placed her hand on his cheek affectionately. I'm glad I had a friend, Issei. Issei watched in shock as a tear began to trickle down the side of his eyes. Thank you so much for making me feel so happy in just one day. Asia's tear fell and closed her eyes, causing Issei to hug her tightly in great pain. In the end, she had been unable to do anything, but he could still avenge her. A small violet spark stood out inside Issei's soul, causing Ddraig to be alarmed by what he saw. Issei looked back with great hatred to see if Raynare was still there, but he didn't see anyone. He could only see a large number of black feathers leading to the upper floor. Sorry, Issei, we couldn't stop her at first, but she must still be on top, confident of her victory thanks to her newfound power, Kiba declared, a little worried by the great hatred he was emanating from his new friend. It was so weird, even Koneko was surprised. She's not supposed to have demonic corruption, so it's not normal for a human to have so much hate. Take care of Asia. Koneko and Kiba looked at him in surprise. But, I'll take care of it myself. Koneko was interrupted by Issei, causing both of them to look at him even more surprised. Issei, she is a fallen angel and she now possesses a sacred gear. She is much stronger than the priest you faced. Kiba tried to reason with Issei to no avail. I know. It was the only thing he answered as he left Asia in Kiba's hands and began to move forward with great hatred with every step he took. Raynare would be quietly waiting for Rias Gremory's arrival, since she was very confident of his new power. In fact, too trusting. It's beautiful, Raynare said quietly as he eyed the ring on her finger in admiration. His close study of the ring was interrupted when Issei appeared through the door, causing Raynare to look down on him. Oh, do you still feel like fighting? I'd rather take the Gremory with me as proof of my victory. I'm giving you a chance to save yourself from the demons, and you still want to die. Issei slightly lowered his head, not really paying attention to Raynare's words. Although he had only known her for a day, Raynare had been her girlfriend. Even if she had been for a day, he had had a really good time, and he had even considered stopping seeing other women having Yuuma with him. After all, would he really need to see many women if he can see the beautiful eyes of his lover every day? That's what he had thought. He just wanted to give her love and receive that love in return. Issei really appreciated her, and now it turns out that she not only deceived him, hurt, betrayed, and killed, but she also killed someone she could call a friend of hers, even though he didn't have much time to get to know her. You were my first girlfriend. Raynare looked at her bracelet with mock tenderness. Yeah, from what I could tell, you were incredibly new to it. A guy who hasn't met a woman yet, I'll admit it was all a lot of fun. Issei clenched his fists tightly at the same time that his gaze darkened. She was going to treat you like a queen. Yes, that was very clear to me. For that very reason it was so entertaining to see your panicked face when that dream was broken. Raynare replied with a clear mocking tone, imitating Yuuma's voice. Issei clenched his fists even more, causing blood to start coming out of his left hand. I thought ours would be something special. Raynare laughed a sick sound. That's right, it was something very special. I saved your gift to remember the day you died. Raynare played with the bracelet that Issei had given her, emphasizing his words. Really, it was something special, don't you think? Raynare. Issei looked up from him in great anger. Don't scream my real name because you ruined the moment. Raynare yelled with a psychotic grin on his face as he created a spear of light. Issei would dodge the spear of light with great difficulty, making Raynare laugh out loud. Looks like you'll make this a bit interesting. I like that. I won't be bored until your master arrives, Raynare would say as he created another spear of light. She just wanted to have a peaceful life. Raynare gave him a slightly disgusted look. It was funny when they talked about them, but not when he brought in that blonde girl. Do you really think she would have lived a happy life? Ending up dead is the best option. You still don't understand how the supernatural world really works, and you'll never have time to understand it. Raynare threw her spear hoping to hit Issei. The man used the gauntlet on him when he saw that he had no chance to dodge it. He managed to block the attack, but it seemed that the gauntlet wouldn't hold another attack. I will avenge her, Issei yelled loudly, making Raynare laugh even more energetically. She was having a lot of fun with the current situation. Making fun of and making her victims suffer was something she loved. Those were her sins. That was the nature of her. Avenge her. If you could do it, what use would she be to you? Raynare created another spear as she reveled in the broken expression Issei had. Taking revenge won't bring her back to life, you idiot. Those were Raynare's last words before he threw the spear at him. Everything slowed down for Issei as she looked in complete shock at Raynare's last words. True, what use would it be to her to get back at her if it doesn't bring her back? That didn't mean she would stop hating her or forgive her for what she did. Alone, she didn't want to stoop to Raynare's level. Asia didn't want it to be like this, and he knew that she was more than that. Ddraig watched as the small violet spark merged with Issei's soul, causing her to stand in complete shock. He would kill her anyway, but not for revenge. She would do it to make sure no one else fell for the fangs of such a viper. If you can't give it back to me, he thought to her. Ddraig felt like a lot of emotions were going through the bearer of him. But at first, it was just hate. Now, he wasn't sure how many emotions were being dealt with right now. But the vast majority were not nice. If you can't give it back to me. Issei would widen his eyes as a large red glow completely surrounded him. Raynare watched in shock as the spear of light shattered into 1,000 pieces upon contact with the blinding light. Dragon Booster. The stamina had undergone a small transformation, becoming larger. If you can't give it back to me, I'll make sure no one else has to go through the same thing. Raynare took a step back in complete shock upon hearing the voice of the boosted gear. GGHH. Boost, boost, boost. Issei yelled loudly and rushed at Raynare at incredible speed, hitting him hard in the stomach that made him spit out a large amount of blood. Issei spat out a small amount of blood due to a spear of light having gone through his leg. The protagonist staggered back, causing Raynare to fall to his knees as he coughed up blood. Raynare looked up with a weak psycho smile as he began to heal. I never imagined that you had one of the 13 Longinus. But that does not save you from the great pain that runs through your entire body when you come into contact with a spear of light. What are you talking about? Raynare was shocked to see how Issei took off his spear as if nothing had happened and a large stream of blood came out of his hole. The only thing that hurts is the huge hole in my leg. It's exactly the same pain as when you pierced my stomach. Well, it's even a little more painful, Issei would say with a slightly gloomy smile, making Raynare terrified. But how is that possible? You're a low-class devil. You shouldn't be able to move. Raynare's eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute. Just a little more painful. Your body is supposed to be that of a devil now. How come you only feel a little more pain than last time? That's impossible. Not that it's a negligible pain, but the desire to stop you is even greater than all the pain I'm feeling right now. Burst. Issei's gauntlet would grow even larger again, now covering her fingers and forearm completely, causing a second green gem to appear on her gauntlet. Issei took a step forward, not really caring what Raynare was babbling, making the woman look at him terrified and barely get up from the ground. Raynare could only watch in shock. I released the second form and the final form of the boosted Girton just in seconds. What kind of devil is he? She thought in great alarm as she created a spear and threw it at him with all her might. Issei just continued advancing and deflected the spear of light with her gauntlet as if it were a simple fly, making Raynare look at him in complete terror. Kiba and Koneko were about to leave with Asia's body, but they saw Issei fighting. Just as they were going to join, both of them could see Rias and Aquino in one of the windows while the redhead shook her head. The two understood the message and went back to hide in the shadows. Raynare turned around and began to fly in terror, trying to escape. Don't think you'll escape. Raynare looked back in horror as Issei had grabbed her foot. The problem wasn't that he had reached her, but how quickly she had. I don't get it. I should be superior to you with my sacred gear. You are an angel, so he flies. Issei declared with contained rage at her words, directing a strong punch at her that made her spit out a large amount of blood. Raynare was thrown towards one of the windows and broke it in the process, being left outside the church. Issei wasted no time and jumped out the same window, only to find Raynare lying on the floor with a very pained face while her ring was a couple of meters away from her. Issei grabbed the ring and began to slowly move forward until he was in front of Raynare. The woman's eyes widened in terror. Raynare decided to use the last escape card from her. It was very low even for her, but it was the only possible escape route. Issei's eyes widened as she saw how Raynare had transformed into a different person. Issei, please forgive me. I swear I didn't mean to. Please give me another chance, Yuma declared as tears began to stream down her face. Raynare suddenly reverted to her original form, courtesy of Issei, for she grabbed her neck tightly with one hand and slammed her head to the ground, causing Raynare to gasp in pain. Issei sat on top of her legs with a dismayed look. Raynare, I really liked you. I really liked you. I would have done everything possible to make you the happiest woman in the world, not because you are my girlfriend, but because you were charming, shy, attractive, cheerful. You were an amazing woman. Issei tightened his grip on Raynare's neck even more, causing her to spit out some saliva. Issei raised her arm that had the gauntlet slowly with a clenched fist pointing at the woman's face. But that wasn't you. Boost. A treacherous tear escaped Issei as she watched as Raynare tried her best to break free from Issei's grasp as the pain from her was killing her. She couldn't even think rationally to create a spear. Issei's right arm reached the highest possible altitude. The protagonist looked up at the night sky with a broken smile on his face for a sweet memory. Please come out with me. I guess I'll always be a loser with women. At the very least, I know Matsuda and Madohama will always be with me on it. Boost. The sound of the boosted gear was the only thing heard for a second. After that, a terrifying female scream was heard followed by multiple crashes that resounded in a disgusting manner. Line jump. So, this is the girl. Rias looked at Asia's corpse with a smile. That's right, President. But it won't do any good to reincarnate her if she doesn't possess her sacred gear. Kiba replied seriously, making the redhead nod with a smile. Don't you think it wasn't necessary to let her die? Considering that we could have created the magic circle in the church, we would have made it in time. Koneko said as she looked at the blonde's corpse with her typical listless expression. It's something that was necessary. I knew that Issei could release a new power through his feelings thanks to it. Rias clarified, before giving a satisfied smile. Though I never expected him to awaken so much power. He gave the fallen angel a complete beating. Besides that, remember that she might not have wanted to reincarnate as a demon if we rescued her. This was the most viable option. Kiba added with her typical gentle smile. Koneko nodded in understanding. Now, we just need to bring the sacred gear to revive it. I do not think that it's necessary, Akino replied as he watched Issei walk through the shattered doors of the church. The queen licked her lips as she saw how Issei had his gauntlet covered in blood, along with part of her upper garment. Having heard the last words, Issei clenched the ring tightly in shock as she watched her friends. Issei quickly looked at Rias with a big hopeful smile. President, does that mean that you can reincarnate Asia if you have her sacred gear? Rias nodded with a smile as he crossed his arms. That's right, or have you already forgotten how we reincarnated you? Issei clenched his fists tightly and gave a huge leap of joy. His joy quickly diminished as his vision blurred, along with a great dizziness that suddenly hit him. Partner, deactivate the boosted gear. Congratulations on reaching the ultimate release, but you still have a long way to go before you can control it without passing out from exhaustion. Issei just nodded and immediately complied, deactivating his gauntlet. Issei, you did an amazing job. I must say, I was very impressed by your performance. Rias congratulated. Issei would fall on his butt to the ground from exhaustion as she gave a thumbs up to Rias, making everyone smile at how the brunette acted. Everyone thought that he would be much more down for killing his ex-girlfriend, but he seemed to be more concerned with Asia's recovery right now. In fact, it wasn't quite like that. Simply, Issei had sentenced his point of view between him and the women when the fight against Raynare ended. But he was much more wrong than he thought, and he was going to find out in the future. Line jump. Issei watched in astonishment as Rias's bishop entered Asia's body. As your new master, I will grant you a new life. Rias finished his spell, making the magic circle under Asia disappear. Issei watched impatiently, waiting for Asia to wake up. Hey, Asia widened her eyes in confusion as a red glow flashed across her eyes for a second. Issei quickly rushed to Asia and hugged her tightly as she started to cry. Asia, thank goodness. Issei suddenly separated a bit. Do you recognize me? He asked, quite worried. Issei, asked the now confused demon. Issei hugged her tightly again, making Asia smile at her and hug her back. The hug lasted a few seconds, since the young woman quickly separated from Issei, something that surprised the young man. Who are they? Asia inquired as she looked at the others. Rias pointed to herself with a smile. I am Rias Gremory. They are all my demon servants. I was the one who reincarnated you so that you would have a second life. You should know that I am your master from now on, and you are a devil. At that statement, Asia shook her head in confusion, but her confused expression quickly changed to disgusted. Issei felt a little bad knowing that Asia was devoted to God, even though she was considered a heretic of hers for curing a demon. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. President, is there a way for Asia to still be able to pray to God? At Issei's question, everyone present twitched a bit, although the protagonist didn't notice it. Well, I don't notice it for a reason. Issei, are you crazy? I will never pray to that idiot again, never. Issei looked at Asia in a state of complete disbelief at the out-of-character response she had given to her. Asia looked around her in clear disgust. Besides, why did they have to revive me in a church? This place is disgusting. Before Asia could say or do anything else, Rias quickly went over to her and touched her on the shoulder. Okay, I'd like to give you some control classes before you continue living in the mortal world. Rias looked back seriously. We'll be at the club. I probably won't be at the academy for a couple of days. Before Issei could protest for an answer, Rias and Asia disappeared through a magic circle. Issei looked at her companions, waiting for an answer. A rather uncomfortable silence was present in the place for several seconds. It's the demonic corruption, Kiba replied, breaking the silence. Line jump. The week progressed quickly. Issei resumed his morning training without much trouble, although things got really complicated for him when it came to practicing with his boosted gear. According to Ddraig's explanation, the boosted gear had evolved too fast, so now he didn't have a certain mastery over it, and that made his body exhausted very quickly. The only way to improve that situation was with personalized training by someone who knew about sacred gear, or who understood how the power of dragons worked, since technically Issei's boosted gear is pure dragon power. He tried to seek help from his companions, but Rias said that he could help him in magical aspects, but not in improving his control with the sacred gear. He also tried to ask Kiba for help, but the blonde told him that when he awakened his sacred gear he had never had any problem using it. In the end, Ddraig and Issei concluded to continue improving his physical condition, since that was what was stopping the improvement process at the moment. With the help of Rias, Issei followed a training plan throughout the entire week. Regarding Asia, Issei had hardly been able to visit her at the club these days. Although he was glad that she was okay, his change in attitude made the brown-haired man cool down on his relationship with the blonde. Now, Asia had a much more direct and fiery personality. There were even times when her attitude seemed somewhat sinister. The only sure thing for Issei was that she would never be hers again before, and that was something that bothered him a little. Finally, I come to the conclusion that she tried to convince and warn all the people who want to become devils for what they were exposing themselves to, unless there was no other alternative. If Asia had changed so drastically from such a kind and timid person, she couldn't imagine what would happen to a person with a stronger attitude. In these few days that had passed, normal things also happened. Like Kiba's fan club, the ones marked as the pervert duo, along with the friend of perverts, which played negatively on Issei's reputation, but that was nothing compared to how all the women viewed Matsuda and Madohama. The only really important thing this week was that Issei found out that there was more than one heir to a great family at the school. This heir was a woman and her name was Sona Citri. She also found out that her pawn was Saji and he had recently joined her ranks just before the start of school. She hadn't liked the boy very much because of his cocky and stupid attitude. But he quickly assumed that the demonic corruption had corrupted his soul, so in the end he ended up pitying him. He just hoped that he would eventually learn to control her, so to speak. Line jump. Issei was leaning against his desk with a completely bored look on his face. Right next to him, there was a backpack much larger than what would be considered normal. Matsuda and Madohama left me again to spy on the locker room. I'd like to go too, Issei thought, not really paying attention to his thoughts, since they were watching how the girls were gathered at a table and they spoke of the prince. All the women turned and screamed out of nowhere, causing Issei to cover his ears in annoyance. He decided to look away from him to see what it was about. Speaking of Rome, Issei thought as he watched as Kiba walked in, giving him a completely emotionless look. The women started whispering among themselves when they saw that Kiba sat down right in front of Issei's bench. "What's wrong, Prince Charming?" Issei inquired, looking up at him a little, with a clear mocking tone in his voice. Kiba gave him a nervous smile at his friend's attitude. "The president wants to see you." At this, Issei straightened up and looked at him very carefully. Kiba looked around and began to whisper very softly. "Once a month, a recognized family from hell has a chance to visit the family realm. Luckily, the president and Sona made an agreement that the Citri family entered last month, and we entered this month. The president will give you more details." Issei simply nodded in a somewhat absent-minded way as he glanced at the girls behind to make sure they couldn't hear his conversation. "What time?" he would whisper. "In 25 minutes. 25. Is there a problem?" "No, it's just that number rings a bell." Kiba just shook his head at his friend's ramblings and left the place. "Did the familiar kingdom say?" Issei raised an eyebrow internally upon hearing Ddraig's hesitant tone. "Yeah, is there something wrong with that?" he would ask very curiously. "Anything strange?" "No, not at all. I was just asking. I've never been to that place, but I've always heard some things." The fact that Ddraig tried to correct her voice made Issei realize that he was hiding something from her. But eventually she brushed it off. Lately, her trust with Ddraig had increased to astronomical levels, and she knew that if the dragon didn't tell her something, it was for a reason. And many times, those reasons were personal. A clear example is when he wanted to know why Ddraig and Albion started their eternal rivalry. The dragon simply replied that some things were better without being dug up, although he promised that he would tell her when he is much stronger. Line jump. "I see. So that woman was your familiar," said Issei while he listened attentively to the explanation of his mistress. The familiar left her female form and turned into a strange little animal with bat wings, then landed on Rias's shoulder. They were all gathered in the occult room, where Rias had finished her explanation that he was a familiar. "My idea is to take the two of you to get a familiar. Besides that, this will be a good experience for you to start relating to atypical worlds." "It will be a good experience," Asia commented with a smirk. Rias raised her index finger at him with a small smile. "By the way, Asia, tomorrow you will enroll in Kuoh Academy. I think you are ready to enter, but be careful with your actions. I would hate to have to erase everyone's memory because you attacked a follower of God in the middle of one class." Asia would just nod with an enthusiastic smile. She was already looking forward to entering the academy ever since she had come to this place. Rias looked at his two most recent acquisitions with a smile. "Okay, do you have any last questions?" Issei raised his hand, and Rias quickly gave him the floor. "How different will this kingdom be?" Rias gave him a sly smile. "It's not something I can explain with my words. You'd better find out with your own point of view." Issei just nodded in understanding. Rias called everyone to stand inside the magic circle and then disappeared. Line jump. Issei and Asia looked around in slight surprise. The sky was a green color, they were surrounded by trees and more trees. You could also hear the noise of flowing water, hinting that there were a large number of streams in the area. To top it off, an extremely humid climate reigned in the place. It's like a forest, Issei thought, looking in all directions, omitting the fact that the trees were an ash-white color, along with leaves that seemed to be made of green tea. GUAW. The only thing that its inhabitants are not the usual animals, Issei thought with his eyes rolling. This place is quite nice, Asia commented as she looked around her with a bright smile. Oh, so we meet again, Gremory girl. They all looked up to see some kind of version of Ash Ketchum, but much more adult. President, Issei asked with a confused tone. He is the one in charge of maintaining order in this kingdom. He makes sure that the demons do not harm the small ecosystem of this place, along with maintaining order among the species that inhabit here, since some are very territorial. Rias explained wisely. That's right, Brett. This place seems endlessly sprawling, but it's much smaller than you can imagine. I need to make sure everything stays in order, especially since there's nowhere else in hell these friends can move to if your home will be damaged, explained the man who was in the tree. Hell? Asia asked in disbelief. Rias nodded with a proud smile on her face. That's right. The familiar kingdom is located in an extremely hidden place in hell. For that very reason, only high-renowned families know the location of this forest. Before they could continue their talk, a small dragon descended from the air and stared at Asia, causing everyone to be surprised. But the one who was most surprised was undoubtedly the family caregiver. Asia just stared at him for a few seconds with a slightly surprised expression. The little dragon finally stopped studying her closely and leaned his head forward, indicating that he wanted to be petted. Asia didn't hesitate and stroked the little blue and white dragon's back, making the little one happy and start circling around her. Finally, the little dragon landed in Asia's arms with great tranquility, and a small glow covered it for a few seconds, causing a small seal to appear on her abdomen. I can't believe what I'm seeing. As soon as we get here and the lady tames a sprite dragon instantly, being a breed quite well known for being considered a rather surly, territorial, and highly indomitable species. I see that she has a truly extraordinary touch, young lady, the caretaker declared, great astonishment in his tone of voice. Everyone approached Asia and began to congratulate her on her achievement, except for Issei, who was going crazy over the place. Ddraig, what the hell is going on? I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I feel a lot of presences in this place. Issei widened his eyes and looked quickly behind him, after feeling a disturbing energy strong but asleep. Partner, calm down. This is completely normal. Since you are a small part dragon, you can sense the presence and power of other dragons for miles. It is an ability that only our species possesses, as others cannot sense the presence, they can only sense the expulsion of magic and power. Furthermore, it not only lets you know their presence, but also allows you to study their state of mind. Although that is already a very advanced level that you may not be able to reach since you are not a dragon 100%. Ddraig explained very seriously. A great cold sweat broke out on Issei's face. I understand, Ddraig, but Issei kept staring behind him as a great aura of icy color rose from behind him. Is it normal for a dragon to possess such a stifling aura and power? Ddraig, I'll call him Issei. Issei abandoned worrying about him to focus on Asia. He still hadn't congratulated her as she should. Besides, he didn't have to worry. After all, she hadn't done anything to that dragon to make him mad at him. True. Issei ... It's a nice name, Issei said as he walked over with a friendly smile. Issei opened one of his eyes and then a large electric discharge left his body and hit Issei hard, making the brown-haired man dance in a funny way. Hey Issei, that's not done, she declared, Asia holding back a laugh. What the hell? Issei asked, already released from the electric dance. The caretaker gave him a mocking smile. Remember what I said. Those dragons are extremely territorial, and it just so happens that you are a dragon. Fine jump. Calwarner. Get it off me. Wait, let's not use magic or all our clothes will fall apart. These things are disgusting. How naughty. Issei would be turned around staring at a tree while he listened to all the party that was going on behind him. I don't have to see. Resist the temptation. Kiba swung his sword hard at one of the many slimes in the room, ridding Koneko of the hideous creatures. Issei, could you help me? Doing all this alone is a bit complicated. Issei turned his head for a second and could see how Rias and Akino's breasts were almost exposed. Both women jerked, making their breasts bulge in a sensual way, and if we add the fact that they were covered in slime drool, it gave the scene quite an erotic touch. Can't. Issei quickly turned around and placed his hands on his face to cover his big blush. Come on, Kiba said with a nervous smile. He's a pervert, Koneko replied with a frown. Kiba continued to eliminate slimes along with Koneko, but when the situation seemed under control, a small number of them appeared among the trees, falling on top of the women and stripping them completely naked. Calwarner. I thought we'd wipe them all out, Kiba mused as he rubbed his cheek with a nervous smile. Issei was about to give in to his sexual instincts and look away, but the caretaker just appeared in front of him. Hey These creatures feed on clothes, especially women's clothes, so it's normal that they're attacking them like that. The man looked at Issei with a smirk. though in general, the number of slimes reflects a man's sexual appetite, and it's more than obvious who it is. Issei removed his hands from his face in complete disbelief. Are you saying it's my fault? The caretaker placed one of his hands on top of Issei's shoulder. It's not that I'm blaming you, brat. You're just unlucky to have a libido 15 times higher than normal. I hope in the future you'll be able to control it without any problem. The man gracefully looked at the women, drooling. Because so far, you haven't done a good job of hiding it if the naughty little ones noticed your presence. The man moved away from Issei, making the brown-haired man think a little about the man's words. He finally nodded to himself decisively. He had to learn to control his voracious sexual appetite, more than anything else, so he wouldn't end up with the same reputation as his two best friends. He knew he couldn't have any luck with any woman because of her past scars, but that didn't mean women couldn't get a good impression of him outside of the realm of love. Although at this point it is already known what Issei's greatest motivation is to stop being a perverted beast. Eyes. Issei changed his determined expression to a little scared after hearing Ria's repressive tone. Assuming the girls were already dressed, Issei turned his head slowly and broke out in a profuse sweat when he saw the suffocating aura surrounding Rias. Yes, President. I understand that you can't control your sexual appetite and have attracted all those slimes accordingly. But it was too bad that you stood around doing nothing, just to see us naked. Rias declared with a frown. That was very wrong, Issei. Akino supported Rias with a seductive smile. Now my whole body feels sticky, silly. Asia added as she rubbed her uniform awkwardly. Perverted, was Koneko's simple answer. Akiba would just drop a sweat from what was happening. As your mistress, this is something I cannot forgive. If you see us in danger, any kind of danger, you should always help us. Now that was stupid, but what makes sure you don't run away when there's a really tough fight? President. Rias waved her hand dismissively. Yes, I know you would never do it, but you have to keep in mind that I need to show you my authority so that something like this doesn't happen again. Rias narrowed her eyes on the last few words, making Issei swallow hard. Kiba, you're a man too, help me, Issei said, giving him a pleading look. Kiba rubbed his hair with a nervous smile. I'm sorry, Issei, but I can't disobey the president. Issei just looked down, completely downcast by his friend's response. Rias crossed her arms with great seriousness. From what I've learned from you, I know that a physical training-based punishment would only make you happier. And the action you took today isn't serious enough to get your ass whipped. President. Issei looked up with a hopeful glint in his eyes. Rias smiled lightly. So your punishment will be to stay here for 3 days. What? Issei yelled loudly at what he heard. A magic circle was formed under Rias's feet. The other servants of hers gathered around her, a somewhat confused look on her face. Apparently, they were not very sure of this punishment. See you on Thursday, Issei. Try not to move around too much in this place, or you might have a problem with the dragons. It's the only territory they have left after the war, and they're overly territorial for that reason. Wait a second. Issei tried to jump into the magic circle, but they all disappeared in her face. I think I prefer the whipping, she finally said as she looked around her with some fear. Line jump. Hey ha. So, only here for 3 days huh. That's how it is. Issei and the caretaker were eating a large amount of berries and other fruits. It was obvious to say that those kinds of fruits were not common on Earth, but their taste was still similar. Thank you for giving me some food. Issei gave the man a smile to indicate her appreciation. The caretaker would give him a smirk. No problem, boy. I know you're not someone who has bad intentions, just looking at you I can tell. Issei opened her briefcase and would throw all her books and notebooks on the ground to start putting the fruits. By the way, do you know any place where it's not dangerous to sleep? The man looked up from her with a thoughtful face. Not really. There are no places here that aren't dangerous, although there are places that are less dangerous than others. The man looked down from him with a serious expression. I recommend that you stay in these areas, since they are the least dangerous. The man watched curiously as Issei closed his suitcase and adjusted the position of the backpack they carried on their backs. By the way, what do you have in your backpack? Issei put the briefcase on his shoulder as he gave him a smile. I never go back home after the academy, so I always take a backpack with me so I have plenty of water and food. Luckily, they'll help me out a lot today. The man gave him a worried look. Don't your parents worry that you're away so long? Issei would give a mocking snort, making the man look at him strangely. Issei would turn around and start walking, raising his hand in greeting. I'm sure they'll be happy not to see a hair from me in 3 days. The man gave him a somewhat confused look, but he decided not to press the subject any further because it seemed delicate. The man snapped his fingers with a smile. I almost forgot to tell you something. To the north of here is a cave that is quite safe. No one dares to go in there because of the freezing temperatures. Issei would slightly change his direction to head north as he pointed at his giant backpack. Luckily, this morning I bought a large number of blankets. The man continued to look at Issei until he finally disappeared into the trees. Anyway, I wonder what it is that place has to generate such a low temperature. The man thought, holding his chin. Line jump. Issei kept moving through the trees. He could hear the sound of a lot of water and animals to the right of him, so surely there was some kind of lake in that direction. Issei put a goofy expression on his face. I'm lucky to have a lake nearby along with such vegetation. This will come in handy to sustain me for 3 days. Issei put his serious face on again. I just hope my dragon sensor doesn't make an appearance again in these 3 days. I wouldn't want to have to worry about ores in the woods at nap time. Buddy, I don't think the cave is as safe as that bum told us. Issei raised an eyebrow at Ddraig's hesitant and scared tone. Ddraig, do you have a thing with this place? Ever since we got here, you've been acting like you're afraid of something or someone. Me, scared? Huh, you have no idea what you're talking about, brat. Ddraig replied with a clear tone of superiority. Issei gave a small smile as he looked at his right hand. So what is bothering you? It's nothing, mate. It's something insignificant. Don't worry, Ddraig answered with a clear, confident tone. Issei looked ahead with a smile and continued moving forward. In that case, then there's nothing to worry about. Wait, anywhere but there, Ddraig yelled with a clearly scared tone. Issei stopped short and a small tick in his eye showed the annoyance he was having at the moment. You know, if you're not going to tell me why I shouldn't move towards the cave, stop picking me up and shut up. Issei frowned and continued advancing faster. Okay, if you don't want to tell me, that's your problem. Issei kept advancing for a few more minutes, until he finally went through a tree and watched with great astonishment as the cave loomed about 40 meters from him, showing that the surrounding vegetation was completely crushed by the climate of the place. The cave had a large hole and everything around it was adorned with ice. Before Issei could step onto the ice, Ddraig finally spoke. It's something from my past, for that very reason I don't want you to go there. Please listen to me, partner. My carriers usually die from the battle against Albion for the most part, but they also die from 2 other factors. One is because of the Dragon Slayer, and the other one is in this cave. This misfortune is something that has haunted me since the beginning of my battle against Albion. I don't like to remember and talk about my past, but I wouldn't want you to die, being the best bearer that has treated me in this millennium. Everyone has treated me as a source of power, but you are the first to treat me as their partner. So please, I promise I will tell you everything, but I beg you a little more time, since they are hard memories for me, because they are things that will never return. Ddraig's genuinely sincere and concerned tone made Issei give a very pleased smile at his response. Okay, partner, I understand that your memories of when you were still alive are harsh, but I just want there to be true trust between us. After all, we could live many millennia together. You're right. Thanks for not pushing me, partner. He would thank Ddraig with a clear, grateful tone in his words. Now let's get out of here. Issei lowered his raised foot, stepping on the edge of the ice. The brunette watched slightly surprised as the ice moved away from his foot by magic. Inside the cave, giant eyes of a deep blue color snapped open. At that moment, there was only time for a small whisper from Ddraig to be heard. Shit. Issei was abruptly dragged into the ice sector by a huge icy dome that surrounded the entire surrounding area, getting trapped inside the site. But what kind of sorcery is this? Issei yelled in shock, seeing the huge dome that was surrounding him. Issei quickly materialized his gauntlet and delivered a strong blow to the column of ice, without scratching it. What is this shit? Issei questioned himself with narrowed eyes as he began to shiver from the cold. We're lost. We went too far, and she noticed us. Ddraig answered with a very serious tone. Issei blinked twice in surprise. She, a last factor dooming my wielders, is a dragon named Tiamat. She is completely insane. She is no use staying here. If you don't go, she will come for us. Wait, what did you do to make her hate you so much? Issei put on a bored look. More personal stuff. I guess I'll ask her. You'll be very lucky if she lets you say more than 2 words that aren't part of your introduction. It was an honor to have been your partner for over 2 weeks. Hey, don't give me up for dead yet, said Issei with a twitch in his eye. He didn't understand why he had to deal with Ddraig's personal problems, but if he died because of this stupidity, his soul would enter the sacred gear just to kick his ass. Line jump. Issei entered the cave, where he could only see darkness. He continued advancing a little recklessly through the cave, until he ran into a current of air that seemed to be a breath. Issei took a huge leap back as huge beautiful eyes of a deep light blue color opened before him. I never thought you would willingly come to your death, Ddraig, the figure said as he stood up and spread his wings, having such a gigantic size that it encompassed the entire cave. Issei might be a lot more scared right now if it wasn't for the melodious and beautiful voice that came from a huge dragon. After a few seconds, Issei watched in amazement as the entire cave lit up thanks to the ice that adorned it. He was further astonished when he saw the huge 9-meter dragon in front of him. His scales were completely white, except for his abdomen and wings that were light blue, almost as strong and deep as his eyes. Then I hope you're prepared for your death, Ddraig. And if you're not, it's not my problem. The dragon's clearly annoyed tone made Issei snap out of his astonishment. Issei waved his hands in defense with some fear. Wait. I'm not Ddraig, I'm the bearer of it. Tiamat narrowed her eyes at him, making Issei even more nervous. That's right. Now that idiot is a mere sacred gear, but they are the same scum. After all, you are the Secryude, said the dragon with a clear mocking tone at the end. Scum, what am I missing? Thought the protagonist. Don't call me that, my name is Issei, not Secryude. That's just a silly honorary title they give me for having Ddraig. Tiamat's eyes flashed with intrigue for a second. How funny. All the previous wielders I've killed rejoiced at his title like morons. Seeing that the dragon had some interest in a chat, Issei didn't miss the opportunity and pointed a finger at her. Besides, I don't know what Ddraig did to you for you to call him scum, but I have nothing to do with his problems. Tiamat glared at him, hinting that he had touched a very sensitive point. So that idiot only rejoices in stories where he achieved great achievements? In fact, he didn't even tell me anything about his life. But I won't answer so as not to miss the chance to get out alive. Issei thought as sweat began to break out from his face, indicating that his superficial calm was slowly beginning to give way. Tiamat brought her face threateningly closer to Issei's, making the brunette a little scared. Not because of her closeness, but because of the pain and hatred in his eyes. I was completely in love with a dragon, along with 2 other females. In our species, it's normal to see males practice polygamy, so I didn't mind sharing it. But soon after, I found out that he only wanted the other 2. And I only saw myself as a trophy for my position. That caused me to fall into Dragon's Fall, a lethal disease that consumes you in a single week, and the only thing it needs to sprout in your body is that you enter into a disastrous state of mind. It's an almost incurable disease, but if you get over it, you'll never have to go through it again. Obviously, I wasn't emotionally strong enough to get over it myself, but this is where Ddraig comes in. He took care of me for days on end to make sure he was okay. As I was healing, I just couldn't help but fall in love with him, and I felt like our connection was very special. But when I finally healed, he abandoned me. I was tracking him for a whole week, until I finally found it. Tiamat's eyes grew a little teary. In the arms of another. And again, I was rejected. In these moments, Issei's fear had dissipated to become empathy. In fact, she felt great pity for Tiamat, because he had experienced something similar firsthand, referring to the first part of the story. Tiamat turned her face away from Issei and her tears crystallized and broke, so that he later gave off an aura of death around her. For that very reason, I swore to take revenge. I took revenge on my former lover, and took over this cave in the last millennium to only go out when I felt Ddraig's presence, only to go and kill him. Tiamat just waited for Issei's response to kill him. He just waited for him to answer like everyone else, "You're crazy. You are crazy. Because you are that way, no one will ever love or want you. Don't you feel alone?" In those moments, the anger and hatred of the woman passed to a quite secondary plane. "What?" Issei rubbed her cheek with a nervous smile. "I'm just saying, if you wait here for this long to kill Ddraig, that means you haven't talked to almost anyone in a millennium." Tiamat looked at Issei in great surprise. "Well, I guess so. But I never really thought about it. I only had one goal in mind." Issei stopped rubbing his cheek and looked down with a slightly downcast expression. "I know what you've been through can be very hard, but it's always good to try to get over it. And talking to people can help you. Don't make me laugh. Don't try to feel sorry for me when you have no idea what it feels like." Tiamat roared with great rage at her words. "Why do you think I'm a devil? Don't make hasty statements." Tiamat was surprised again when Issei looked up at her with great seriousness, besides that she had yelled at him. How long had it been since someone had yelled at him? In fact, has anyone ever yelled at her? That wasn't really what was on her mind right now. The only thing she was thinking about was Issei's penetrating gaze. Without a doubt, the boy had gone through an experience similar to hers. That means he understands her pain. Don't compare one thing to the other, mate. Your experience was far worse than this dragon's. Tiamat's scales bristled, indicating that she did not want to hear that voice at all. "How dare you? How dare you?" The dragon roared loudly, causing Issei to be dragged a few meters. Issei collided her hand with her face internally. Right now, he was very angry with Ddraig. Just when he had a chance to live, he was ruined by his own partner. A large amount of power that materialized as ice began to surround her, giving her a very imposing and threatening image. But Issei had his head elsewhere at the moment. "Why are you angry? You don't know what my..." Issei was so angry that he didn't even think of his words. They just came out of it. They came from his soul. "Shut the fucking mouth, you damn underdeveloped lizard." The stifling atmosphere that Tiamat produced disappeared instantly, making everything go completely silent while the dragon's eyes were as wide as they could be. "Hey, I'm defending you. Watch your approach, Brett," Ddraig whispered under his breath with a very offended tone. Obviously, his whisper was of little use since everything was completely silent. Issei just stood there looking at Tiamat. A small icy stream was the only thing heard in the agonizing silent seconds. After that, Tiamat's expression of complete surprise began to slowly soften. In fact, it looked like he was beginning to smile. HM, ha ha ha. Ha. Tiamat flipped over on the ground as he laughed non-stop and grabbed his stomach with his forepaws. Tiamat began to hit the ground heavily, causing the entire place to rumble. Undlvd lizard. Ha. Issei couldn't remain surprised by Tiamat's reaction for long, because his voice and laughter were so beautiful when he wasn't threatening you with death that it was simply very easy to get carried away by it. For that reason, he also began to laugh along with her. "I don't like where this is going to lead," Ddraig said, very offended by what was happening. Issei was sitting on the floor and leaning on Tiamat's neck while they were both still laughing, but at a much more normal pace than at first. The dragoness was still turned over on the floor, although she had already stopped hitting the floor hard with her hands. Apparently, the euphoria of the moment was gone. "By dragons, my stomach hurts so much, I haven't laughed like that in a millennium." Tiamat exclaimed as she rubbed her abdomen with one of her paws. Issei looked up with a smile and leaned further into the dragoness neck. Phew, I don't think I've ever laughed like this in my whole life. Issei looked into one of the dragoness eyes that was looking at him piercingly, as if she wanted to study his soul. I think it was because of your laughter. It's too contagious, Issei said with a huge smile between his teeth, causing the dragoness eye to widen a little at his words. Issei was a bit confused when Tiamat looked up and her smile changed to a serious expression. At least it wasn't an angry expression, like the one she had at first. You still didn't tell me your story. This statement made Issei look at her in surprise. The dragoness shot him a glare. You know, I already told you mine. It's only fair that now you tell me yours. Anything is better than you continuing to laugh at me, Ddraig interrupted with an annoyed tone. Silence, underdeveloped lizard. Tiamat's serious expression curved into a smile after saying those words. Ddraig grumbled under his breath with nothing in particular to be heard. He only seemed to lament that Tiamat had found his weak spot, and that weak spot was his pride. Issei's deep, melancholy sigh caused Tiamat and Ddraig to leave their discussion for later and pay special attention to the chestnut. Before we begin, I would like to know, what is life and love to you? At Issei's question, Tiamat looked up, unable to find an answer. I don't know. It's not something you can describe physically. You just feel really good, and then you want to die. The very out-of-context answer Tiamat gave made Issei shake his head. Issei leaned further against the dragoness neck and positioned both hands behind her neck with a serious look. I guess you're right. It's not something that can be easily explained, but they are concepts that are related to each other. To me, life is like a drink. It makes you feel great, but if you try to taste more than you can swallow, it will just kick your ass hard. Regarding love, it's like a drug. It feels amazing, but it becomes incredibly destructive if you don't take the right one or if you become blinded by it. Tiamat looked up with some confusion. I understand what you mean, but how does life and love relate? Issei clenched his fists tightly behind his head, something Tiamat noticed. Because the drug can fuck up your life. Issei gave a heavy sigh and jumped up, turning his back to Tiamat. That's what happened to me. I tasted love and became completely addicted. I became totally blinded and couldn't see the true intentions behind my girlfriend. She turned out to be a fallen angel, and she completely wrecked my life, killing me. Issei folded his arms, then turned around with a smile. But someone helped me, and thanks to that person I got a new life. Obviously, it's impossible for my scars to go away completely. Issei put a hand to his heart. In fact, they still hurt. But I won't accomplish anything by regretting it for the rest of my life. If I was given a new life, all that's left for me is to try a new drink and keep moving forward. When I feel like throwing up from getting drunk, I'll just have to endure it. No one has a life without ups and downs, after all. Wow, that's all Tiamat could say upon hearing Issei's story. He had definitely had a much worse time than she had, as not only did the woman betray him, but she also killed him. She was more impressed by something else, though. How can you still be smiling, after going through something like that? The dragoness asked, finally rising from her previous position. Before Issei could answer, Ddraig interrupted. Remember, he was a human, Tiamat. He doesn't feel with the same intensity that dragons feel. Tiamat looked at the talking gauntlet with a frown. You're right, I had forgotten the detail. Issei was surprised at the response, for he thought Tiamat would be mocking Ddraig again. What are they talking about? Issei asked with great curiosity. Since I see that the underdeveloped lizard is still useless, I'll take it upon myself to explain it to you personally. Tiamat commented seriously, causing Ddraig to grumble under his breath again. Issei pointed at himself with a nervous smile. Does that mean you don't want to kill me anymore? I pity you. Huh. Tiamat's reply made Issei blink. Tiamat stared at him with her typical serious expression. As you heard, even though you're not a dragon, I find it amazing that you've been through something similar, even worse than me, and you can still be so happy. Tiamat's eyes glowed in a singular way, something Issei picked up on. That made me rethink some things. If a mere human can get over it, why can't I? Tiamat lowered her gaze with a hint of sadness, something that did not go unnoticed by Issei. Besides, I've also realized that this is making me very ill. I will never stop hating Ddraig. But like you said, the hatred has so permeated me that I've been alone for a millennium. I guess when you told me that, it really hit me. Am I really going to spend the rest of my eternity hunting that jerk? I thought. Ddraig rolled his eyes at the last statement. But he opted not to say anything, as Tiamat was having a very strong reflection right now. Issei folded his arms, directing a chuckle at her. It's great that you think so. Tiamat directed a small smile at Issei, only to have a large glow surround her. Something that impressed the protagonist greatly. Before we begin, I'd like us both to make ourselves comfortable. The icy glow surrounding Tiamat disappeared, causing Issei's jaw to drop in complete shock. Now, the large, powerless dragoness had changed her figure to that of a mature woman with a slightly taller stature than Issei. She was wearing an all-white shirt, along with jeans of the same color that tightly squeezed her legs. The shirt was missing a button at the top, revealing a small cleavage that revealed her large breasts. Worst of all, her breasts looked incredibly firm and soft. They were even bigger than Rias, and that was very easily noticeable. Even so, her legs and butt were not far behind at all. In fact, you could even say they were sexier, as she had a large, but moderate butt that clung tightly to her jean, giving the image that it was very moldable, just like her thighs that seemed to be completely fleshy and soft, just like her butt and breasts. But the really amazing thing about all of this was that her body fell short of the beauty that her face gave off. She had creamy skin that was beautiful, along with a softness even higher than wool. Her face looked like it had been carved by the gods themselves, along with her deep blue eyes and beautiful expression, which gave off a breathtaking seriousness, making everything around her give her a mysterious touch. Her hair was of a lighter light blue color than her eyes. Her hair moved freely and with great grace until it reached below her waist. It looked incredibly silky and shiny, giving off another great aura of loveliness to her entire body. Wow! Issei just stared at her with wide eyes. The most beautiful woman he had ever met by his standards was Rias, and this woman made the redhead look like the ugliest woman in the world. Tiamat crossed her arms under her breasts and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face?" Issei took a step back as he continued to admire her beauty. "It's not that. It's just, I didn't know dragons could shapeshift." Tiamat raised both eyebrows at the response. "You don't know that dragons have human form?" Tiamat put her hands on her hips and gave a big sigh, then looked up with great seriousness. "Will be quite a while." Issei snapped out of his trance and directed a chuckle at her. "In that case," Issei tossed the large backpack forward, causing Tiamat to raise an eyebrow. Line jumped. "Delicious," Tiamat thought after taking a bite of the sandwich prepared by Issei. A small pleasant smile came across her face, showing her small canine teeth on the outside, giving her a rather tender appearance in Issei's eyes. They were both sitting across from each other on a blanket, simulating a picnic of sorts. They were at the exit of the cave. The ice had already disappeared, courtesy of Tiamat, because Issei was shivering with cold a few moments ago. Tiamat set her sandwich aside and returned to her serious expression. "Well, what do you want to talk about first?" Issei looked down at her sandwich with a thoughtful look. "I'd like to know first why dragons have a human form. Did you pay attention to my body when I was a dragon?" Issei simply nodded. "So, I guess you'll remember that I didn't have any reproductive organs, right?" Issei looked down with a small blush on his face. "I hadn't noticed in such detail." Issei looked up in surprise. "Wait a minute, you're telling me that?" Tiamat nodded seriously. "That's right. We dragons always resort to this form when it comes to reproducing. It carries a danger though, as our powers are reduced by 30%. Issei turned a sheepish smile on him. "So, how do you guys take care of your babies?" Tiamat bowed her shoulders. "My mother never explained it to me, and I've never had a child either. In fact, I've never even had sex." A small awkward silence rose between the two, even making Tiamat nervous. "The other thing you wanted to know, was it about dragon emotions?" The dragoness question broke the awkward silence, causing Issei to nod quickly. "Basically, we dragons are the most sensitive species there is regarding feelings. Just so you understand, if we feel joy, we feel it 10 times more. If we feel passion, we feel it 10 times more. If we feel sadness, we feel it 10 times more. If we feel hate, we feel it 10 times more. In fact, it is for this very reason that the fall of the dragon originated, because we enter into a state of depression so great that we end up dying because of it. The good thing about this is that it can only happen to you if your body is subjected to a great deal of emotional stress. It also has one factor in its favor, and that is that if you suffered it once, you become immune to the disease, because your body has already adapted to the conditions it suffered before. But that doesn't mean you won't feel devastated if you go through something similar again." Issei rubbed his hair in surprise. "Okay, that sounds very complicated." Tiamat looked at him seriously, causing Issei to become a bit elated. "You don't have to worry about it. Only dragons have these characteristics. You have underdeveloped lizard, but you're still a demon. You may acquire some dragon abilities, and even have dragon aura, but you won't be a dragon. Unless you want to try, but I don't recommend it." Issei watched Tiamat with great curiosity at the last mentioned, but said nothing about it. "In fact, you'd have to worry more about yourself. After all, being a demon doesn't guarantee you eternal life. You still have to face the other celestial dragon, and that's not the only thing you have to worry about." Tiamat frowned, causing Issei to pay special attention. "There's also the Dragon Slayer." Issei blinked in surprise at hearing that name. "From your reaction, I can see that you've already been told something about it." Tiamat grabbed the sandwich and took a bite, then lifted her gaze to remember. "He's a very dangerous subject. He was created by the 3 factions a millennium ago to wipe out all dragons. It is true that to us, demons, angels, and fallen angels are nothing more than cockroaches, with exceptions." As she said that last word, a shadow of a woman appeared in Tiamat's mind that had about 10 black wings with piercing red eyes. The problem is that even if they are cockroaches, if you put the power of the 3 factions together in one subject, it makes it somewhat problematic. That's how Brand Kangelman came about, an experiment that served to eradicate all the dragons below the Dragon Kings. Very few survived. Even 2 of the 4 great Dragon Kings died at the hands of those scum. Bran was the main dragon slayer, and if it hadn't been for him, they would never have been able to kill 2 of the strongest dragons that ever lived. "Dragon Kings?" Issei asked with great intrigue. Tiamat gave him a somewhat proud look. "That's right. We dragons are a species that has a great deal of level difference between us. For that very reason there are scales. In the 5th scale, there are the weakest and least intelligent dragons, known as draggliers. Thanks to them is that the species still has a chance to survive, but being so weak they became the relatives of the demons, in exchange for living in this place. In the 4th scale are the dragons. Here you could find weak to very strong dragons. In fact, Bran was the one in charge of killing the strongest of that scale, since not even the demon kings could take care of them. Unfortunately, each and every one of them was killed. In the 3rd scale, there are the Dragon Kings. Unlike the previous scale, these dragons have an enormous power, a rarity even within the dragons, and for that reason only 4 dragons managed to reach such a level. Something curious to note was that although they were classified with the same title, there was a great difference in power among the 4. Because of this, the 3 factions joined together with Bran to defeat Vitra and Fafnir, the 4th and 3rd Dragon King respectively. But as they saw that they could not defeat the 2nd Dragon King, Tannin, they all agreed to make a pact with the dragon, giving him lands of hell in exchange for peace. But not everything was rosy for them, as Bran defected from the 3 factions upon seeing this, and is currently wandering around to find and kill the bearers of Ddraig and Albion, although he now also poses a danger to the 3 factions. Basically, killing dragons is his only ambition in life. Wait a second. You're telling me that the Dragon Kings were so strong that the 3 factions had to ally to defeat them, and even then, they couldn't handle the 2nd strongest. Tiamat smiled proudly at her genuine surprise. That's right. In fact, they might have been able to take Tannin if God helped, but apparently he didn't take part in the fight. Supposedly he had been greatly weakened after sealing Trihexa and the 2 heavenly dragons. Which, by the way, Albion and Ddraig belonged to the 2nd scale, which would be the heavenly dragons. They were so strong that it would be cheeky of us to classify them as Dragon Kings. Issei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wait, if the 2 heavenly dragons are stronger than the Dragon Kings, how come they lost? We didn't lose. Ddraig interrupted. We simply got overconfident, since we didn't know that God had some items called sacred gear, and that he could seal a part of our soul in it. Tiamat looked at the gauntlet with a smirk. You didn't defeat them, but you did lose. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking through a gauntlet. Face reality, underdeveloped lizard. Tiamat widened her smirk even further as she listened to Ddraig grumble under his breath. Tiamat turned her serious gaze to Issei. And before you ask, Trihexa was sealed thankfully. But it also took the dragon god by surprise, and it took the help of all the faction leaders to get it sealed. And I'm not just talking about the 3 factions, I'm talking about all of them. Trihexa was a global threat, so everyone had to participate. Still, the only option they had was to seal him in a dimensional prison. Issei blinked in surprise. How did you know I was aware of the dragon gods? Tiamat flashed him a tiny smile. I figured. The underdeveloped lizard is not such an idiot that he would forget to tell you something so important. The dragon gods are power at its finest. There are only 3, though there is a rumor among the dragons that a 4th exists. At this, Issei looked at her with great interest. Big Red, the dragon god of sleep. Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity. Trihexa, the dragon god of hate. And finally, there was said to be a dragon god of rage. But it has been a long time, and he has never appeared. It's bullshit, as far as I'm concerned. Tiamat took a last bite of her sandwich, rising from her comfortable seat. That's it. Yeah, Issei replied, absorbing all the information he had gained. Tiamat changed her typical serious expression to a small smile, revealing the tips of her fangs. It's been entertaining getting to know you. I hope you have a safe journey. Tiamat raised her hand. Issei directed a chuckle at her, shaking her hand. Likewise, it's been a bit of a scary experience at first, but then it's been fun. Tiamat covered her mouth with her free hand and began to laugh, leaving Issei delighted by her beautiful melody. Sorry about that. And thank you, she said with a very grateful tone at the end. Issei was touched by her sincerity at the end, but didn't comment on it. Fare thee well, Issei said, letting go of Tiamat's hand and quickly turning around to carry his backpack, not noticing that the dragoness had been staring at his hand longingly. Issei finally left the spot as she raised her hand as a gesture of greeting, without looking back. Issei's contented expression changed to one of complete shock. Friend, he thought internally, I know what you're thinking, mate. And I must tell you that Tiamat is the most beautiful dragon that ever lived. How could that jerk hurt her? Didn't he have eyes to see the incredible beauty he had in front of him? She was even willing to accept other women, as long as he kept loving her, but no. Thought Issei, clenching his fist tightly. I get it, if at those times I hadn't fallen in love with Delia, Ddraig, Issei asked worriedly, seeing that his friend had stopped out of nowhere. Nothing. It's just that I remembered something very funny. Issei simply nodded in compression. Partner, won't you stay with her? Ddraig's worried tone quite impressed Issei. I don't think it's necessary. Besides, why are you worried about her? She's killed some of your bearers. True, but she's my kind, and I can't help but feel sorry for her. Ddraig, thought the brown-haired man, rather surprised by his companion's attitude, then gave a huge chuckle. You don't have to worry. She seemed really strong, so I don't think she needs my... Issei turned around to give him one last look. Company. He felt stupid. Tiamat was still at the exit of the cave. The wind made his hair blow freely down his body. She had a serious and calm expression. but the look of her gaze showed only a feeling. Loneliness. Hatred has so permeated me that I have been alone for more than a millennium. The memory of Tiamat's words made Issei clench her teeth tightly. How had he been so callous and stupid? Tiamat's eyes widened in surprise to see how Issei was returning with her hand raised in greeting, a nervous smile on her face. Did you forget something? Tiamat asked with a raised eyebrow. Issei looked away and rubbed his hair in embarrassment. Not really. In fact, I had come to this place to stay here in the beginning and, asked the dragon, raising her eyebrow even more. Issei finally met her eyes with Tiamat's. Well, I was wondering if I could. Yes, if you can stay. Tiamat interrupted Issei with great enthusiasm as she clasped both her hands under her breasts tenderly from her. Issei blinked in surprise. Really? Thank you very much. He responded with a big smile at the end. For 3 days, huh? Tiamat asked as she sat down across from Issei. The young man rubbed his hair in disgust. That's right, and it was all just because of stupidity. Issei would give a big tired sigh. Anyway, now it's something that doesn't matter. He opened his backpack and took out a couple of sandwiches, along with the fruits he had received earlier from the caretaker. It was already evening. Issei had told him a bit of his story of what he had done once turned into a demon. He omitted to talk about his companions, though, as Tiamat seemed rather reluctant on the subject. Apparently, she still held a grudge as did Ddraig for what happened in the past, although her partner hid it very well. Tiamat grabbed one of the sandwiches and looked at it seriously. Tomorrow we'll have no choice but to forage for food. Is there something wrong with that? Issei asked with some amusement as he watched Tiamat sketched a small smile as she tasted the food. Apparently, she had a weakness to food, or at least, her food. Tiamat flashed a small smile at her, showing the tips of her fangs. You may not have noticed because you're not a dragon, but the area is home to a fair amount of dragons. I can sense them by their aura. Tiamat took a bite of the sandwich, making her smile a little more visible. They are very weak, but keep in mind that I couldn't even sense your presence, so you're even weaker than they are. Thanks for the compliment. Issei replied completely dejected as he watched Tiamat happily eat her dinner. Issei rested his cheek on his hand as he watched with a small smile as Tiamat thoroughly enjoyed her meal. After a few seconds, Tiamat finally noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow at him in response. Something wrong? Issei just shook his head in amusement. Nothing, just that when I get back to my place, I'll treat you to a real dinner. Tiamat widened her eyes at the aforementioned, making Issei nervous. Though you don't have to if you don't want to, clarified the protagonist, rubbing his hair. Are you seriously going to invite me to your house? Issei was taken aback by the great enthusiasm Tiamat showed with her words. The woman was looking at him very seriously, but her eyes and tone of voice showed great restrained excitement. Issei just smiled at her, of course. I don't see anything wrong with it, unless you want to go somewhere else more ostentatious. Ostentatious? Tiamat asked with great curiosity in her words. For humans, what's a swanky place? Issei picked up a stick nearby and began to draw a restaurant on the outside of the sheets that made a picnic. This is a more ostentatious place. It's kind of expensive, but you'll eat a delicious dinner made by a person who specializes in it. Boring, Tiamat said with a rather funny expression. Issei watched Tiamat with a raised eyebrow, then gave her a smile and erased the drawing she made recently. She began to carve a new drawing. Then, we could go to a place where we can make our own food, he stated as he drew a park. Tiamat would rest her face on her knees as she looked at Issei with great interest. At this, Issei chuckled a little. You like that idea a lot better, don't you? Tiamat dropped her apathetic expression to the side to give him a small smile as she nodded. Without realizing it, they had both set a date for a date. Friendly date or not, it was still a date. Issei winked at her with a proud look. You'll see I'll cook you something much better than this. Sounds very tempting, Tiamat said with a slight smile. They both finally finished dinner after a friendly chat. Now, the night started to get extremely cold, and they both decided to create a fire inside the cave so they wouldn't freeze to death. Issei put on the 2 blankets he carried in his backpack, breathing a big sigh of relief as he sat down and made himself comfortable near the fire. Tiamat just sat near the fire, right at the other end where Issei was sitting. Minutes passed. Issei was about to fall asleep, but he could catch something a little sad out of the corner of his eye. Tiamat was hugging herself while shivering with cold. Issei was immensely surprised by what he was seeing. Tiamat. Tiamat raised her gaze in intrigue after hearing her name. How can you be cold? Issei asked somewhat worriedly as he pulled back the blankets from his body a little to fully reveal his face. Tiamat directed a smirk at him. I'm sorry, but I'm not immune to cold. My power may be ice and ice may be what shelters me, but I can't use my power because I might freeze you. You know, it's like someone with fire or lava powers. Even if your body is surrounded by its own flames, it won't do anything to you. But external heat can still affect you, unless his power works differently than mine. Issei lowered his gaze in grief. That means you're getting cold because of me. Tiamat would look at him very seriously. I've been through much worse, so you shouldn't worry about me. Tiamat lowered his gaze again as she started rubbing herself again to get rid of the cold. Issei watched all of this rather pitifully. Finally he shook his head and smiled. Tiamat still had her eyes closed as she rubbed her body in an attempt to warm up and fall asleep. Suddenly, she felt a wave of awesome warmth invading her all over her body. She opened her eyes in surprise, only to see that Issei was pressed against her as he used the 2 sheets to cover them both from the cold. Issei hugged the woman around her waist, pulling her even closer to his body, causing the dragoness to rest her face on his shoulder. She clung a little to the blankets as she closed her eyes to feel the physical warmth embrace her completely. It felt amazing. Much better, isn't it? Issei inquired with a smile as she closed her eyes to sleep. Tiamat pulled her body a little closer to Issei's as an imperceptible blush appeared on her face. Thank you. Line jump. Tiamat stretched her body as she absorbed the icy blizzards coming from outside. Are you sure about going out? Dragons are quite territorial, they could hurt you. Tiamat warned, looking sideways at Issei with her typical apathetic expression. Issei directed a smile at her. Don't worry, I really want to get out and explore this place a bit, and I don't like the idea of you alone doing all the work. Tiamat looked straight ahead as she bent down for a stretch. As you wish. Issei looked away with a small blush due to Tiamat's butt pressed tightly against her white jean. Besides, this might help me get stronger. Stronger, thought Tiamat seriously. Tiamat placed her hands on her hips and turned around to look at Issei seriously. Meet me back here in an hour. Issei just nodded seriously, only to be taken aback as Tiamat suddenly disappeared. Issei squeaked in surprise. She's really fast, partner. Ddraig chuckled a little under his breath, getting Issei to look down at his gauntlet with a raised eyebrow. What's so funny? Nothing. It's just, you still don't know a lot of things about her, Ddraig replied with an innocent tone. Whatever you say, Issei replied with disdain. The only thing that bothered her about Ddraig was that he kept things from her, but he wasn't going to force himself on her either. All in all, he knew that sooner or later he would find out everything. Line jump. I think this one will do, Issei said to himself as he took a fruit that resembled a banana from the top of a tree. Since those trees were gigantic, I don't think it's necessary to state that Issei was a few feet off the ground. Issei's smile changed to a surprised look when a shadow passed over his head. Partner, I understand, Issei stated seriously. I'd better get the hell out of here before Issei took a big leap and screamed as he was attacked by a blue-colored dragon that was about his height. The young man landed face first on the ground and quickly got up while rubbing his face in irritation. He didn't have time to insult the dragon as he activated his gauntlet, and the sound of boost echoed through the place while he dodged another dragon very similar to the previous one by the skin of his teeth. The two dragons stood in front of Issei, giving him a huge roar. Issei put his gauntlet in front of his face and the word boost resounded again. They seem to be very angry, he said as he looked at the two dragons very seriously. I don't know what happened, but they came straight for you. It's obvious that something has them very upset, Ddraig stated seriously. What should we do? Issei asked as she took a step back as she watched the dragons begin to slowly approach menacingly. Negotiating in this situation is ridiculous. We're not in their territory either, so they're angry about something else. They will not only come to harm you, but to kill you as well. So, there's only one option, run. Issei turned around and started running at full speed. Issei rolled on the ground to dodge two magical attacks that passed over his head and impacted against two trees, causing both trees to start falling. Both dragons reached Issei very easily and both tried to attack him while he was still not recovering from the previous attack. Luckily, he was just in time to defend himself with his gauntlet, plus both attacks hit in the same place. But the dragon's strength was much greater, so his gauntlet was severely damaged and he hit himself in the stomach from the pressure they exerted on him, causing him to spit out some saliva. Fortunately for him, the two dragons had to leap backwards as the two trees came crashing down on him, trapping Issei underneath. Both dragons widened their eyes as the dust disappeared from the scene, the fallen trees generating an X when they looked around for Issei. The brown was no longer under the two trees. The dragons roared loudly with great anger and looked everywhere, then began to fly away. Issei was hiding behind a tree as he clenched his teeth tightly with some fear. He could only watch as his hand where his gauntlet previously was had about 3 claw marks that were making him bleed a little more than could be expected from a wound that had been mostly blocked. Damn, that was close, thought the chestnut as he looked at the two trees that were about to fall on top of him. Let's get the hell out of here before they find us. And make sure you don't use the sacred gear or it might alert them to our presence, Ddraig warned wisely. Issei just nodded seriously and started walking in the opposite direction the dragons had gone. Line jumping. Issei watched with a small smile as many exotic animals were playing in the forest with each other. There were all kinds of species. This is a good sign. If there are so many familiars in one place, it means this place shouldn't be dangerous. That's good to know, Issei replied as he rubbed the wound on his hand with a small grimace of pain. Wub. Issei raised his gaze in confusion after hearing a cry come from the peak of a tree. The chestnut rolled his eyes as he saw how a small dragon was upside down because of some vines that had trapped it. It had small scratches all over its body. The clues indicated that it had ended up in that condition because it didn't know how to fly properly yet. Should we help him? Issei wondered, rubbing his cheek with a finger. He's not a baby dragon, but he's still very small. He probably won't want to accept your help at first because he's another dragon, but he's still very weak anyway. Issei became serious. How weak? I think they're close relatives of the dragon sprite, to give you an idea. Issei rolled his eyes. Like that little demon that's now Asia's familiar. Do you know how bad I had a hard time with his blue lightning? Issei angrily grumbled. Would you let a dragon child bully you? Ddraig asked with grace in his words. With other carriers, he would take this reaction as worrisome due to the fact that it could affect his image. But Issei was Issei. He couldn't take his fearful attitude seriously, being that he faced Tiamat herself. Although, come to think of it, maybe he would have been afraid if he had told her who Tiamat was in the first place. In fact, he still found it odd that she hadn't told him herself. Ddraig snapped out of his thoughts when he saw that Issei had his hand a few inches away from the dragon as he tried to untangle the vines. Got it. Issei tore off one of the vines that was holding the dragon's mouth almost completely shut. Seeing this, the little dragon's eyes gained a dangerous gleam and it looked very piercingly at Issei, causing him to become confused. From one moment to the next, the blue-colored dragon opened its mouth and spewed out one great flame after another. Issei began to scream and dodge all the attacks with better maneuvers than those demonstrated in circuses. Finally, a strange sound was heard from the dragon's mouth and some smoke came out of its snout, indicating that it had run out of magic. The dragon fainted from that very thing. Seeing this, Issei smiled triumphantly. How'd you like that, you little bastard? Issei changed his expression to a confused one, seeing that the angle at which he viewed the dragon had changed quite a bit. His face turned blue and he started sweating profusely as he realized that the tree he used to climb was in front of him. Issei tried to fly by waving his arms in vain, falling face first to the ground. Issei dug his face off the ground with a bit of difficulty, raising his face while drawing a completely bored expression on his face. That's twice now that this has happened to me this day, and I've barely started the morning. Issei snapped out of his internal argument when he saw that the flames of the little dragon had somehow reached out to touch the vines, and as a product of that, the little dragon might face a painful fall. Issei quickly got up from the ground and took a big leap forward, grabbing the little dragon with both of his hands. The dragon opened one of its eyes with great exhaustion, seeing that Issei had saved it. The chestnut was surprised when his new friend gave him a weak smile. Issei settled down to sit on the grass as a few family members surrounded him and looked at him with great attention for what he had demonstrated earlier. Ddraig, should we do something to get him healed? Issei asked, somewhat concerned about the little dragon's apparent condition. No, partner. He just had a lot of magical wear and tear, that's all. The other wounds are very superficial. You can leave him here no problem. I'm sure when he wakes up he'll go looking for his parents. Issei rubbed his hair with a worried look. It's okay. After saying those words, Issei gently supported the dragon on the ground, then set down one of the fruits he had gotten so far. Issei turned around to leave, but was surprised when he felt how the little dragon had clung to his back as he ate the fruit he had given him. Wasn't it going to be a while before he woke up? Issei asked with great surprise. Ddraig chuckled to himself as he understood what was going on. Apparently he hadn't run out of magical power. He had simply gone too long without eating. Issei shook his head in amusement, then handed him another fruit he was carrying in his backpack, causing the dragon to smile amicably. It's all right, friend. I hope you're feeling much better by now. Issei commented with a smile as he watched the little dragon eat the fruit, gladly. Let's go now or we'll be late, Ddraig declared seriously. Issei widened his eyes slightly in alarm. That's right, Tiamat said to meet him at the cave in an hour. Issei turned around and started running, without first giving his new friend a smile. I hope you have luck finding your parents. The little dragon could only watch as Issei began to disappear into the trees. He didn't hesitate for a second and started to follow him as he flew. Line jump. Won't you stop following me? I thought dragons were totally reluctant to hang out with others of the same gender. Issei would ask with a roll of his eyes. That's right, but this dragon isn't male. Issei began to sweat nervously as he would glance back sidelong to see the now identified dragoness. That means, Ddraig was shocked at the thoughts that raced through Issei's mind. What? Of course not. They may be of different gender, but they take a great amount of years of evolution with them. Issei put a hand to his chin at that answer. It's like it's between monkeys and humans. Exactly. I think the only dragon you could fixate on as your look-alike is Tiamat. But I'm sure that would be a bad idea. Issei widened his eyes slightly at the statement. That's right, I have to hurry. Shit, they detected us somehow. Immediately after saying those words, Issei stopped in his tracks as he saw the two dragons that had caused him trouble earlier appear from the sky and fall in front of him with a very angry expression. Issei gritted his teeth hard at the sight of the two dragons and immediately stepped in front of the little dragoness to make sure she was not harmed. Both dragons looked at each other confused by what they saw, then looked at Issei again. Issei blinked in confusion. What's wrong now? The little dragoness would poke her head over Issei's back and give a happy snort, then fly happily towards the two dragons. The two older dragons greeted the little girl with a few small tears at the edge of their eyes, hugging her tightly with their wings. What did I miss? Wondered Issei, really surprised to see how everything took such a drastic turn. I never would have thought that those two were her parents. Issei could only watch as the little dragoness was pointing at him and talking very cheerfully in a language he didn't understand. But he was sure that his little friend was telling her parents how they met and how she was saved by him. When the little dragon finished telling her story, the two older dragons looked at Issei with wide eyes and a blush of embarrassment on their cheeks. The two dragons quickly moved closer, causing Issei to activate his gauntlet just in case. But he was surprised when one of the dragons gave him a deep bow, while the other hugged him tightly. Issei blinked in confusion, and all he could do was reciprocate the hug. What the hell is going on? he wondered internally. In short, the little girl told them how you saved her. As a token of gratitude, the male dragon knelt before you, implying that you have their respect to socialize with them whenever you want, despite being a male dragon. While the female is just thanking you, Ddraig explained in a rather calm tone as he saw that the situation did not get out of hand. I see, Issei thought as he rubbed his hair with one hand and continued to pamper the dragoness with the other. In the end, the whole slightly absurd situation had only made Issei fall behind with her work. Line jump. I'm 15 minutes late. Issei thought very nervously. Maybe it wasn't that long, but Tiamat had proven to have a very strong temper in the short time they had known each other. As he walked along, the 3 dragons followed behind him as they watched through the air as the cave that was always frozen was now not. Although there was still a threat with an impressive aura in that place. They had only one question in their minds: how on earth could Issei go there without being annihilated? Although, it was also true that it was impossible that a dragon of his own rank could have such a powerful aura. That could mean that this dragon is more civilized than them. Issei crossed the last tree that blocked his view to see the empty path that led to the cave. A few meters away from him, Tiamat was waiting impatiently. As soon as she saw him, the dragoness quickly turned to him with her typical apathetic expression. Issei looked down nervously as he tried to explain himself. I'm sorry, but a lot of things came up. And, somehow, you're fine. Issei widened his eyes as he felt Tiamat wrap her arms around him in a hug, resting her face on the chestnut's shoulder with a bit of regret. Issei simply said nothing and reciprocated her embrace, still with surprise still in effect on his face. Tiamat turned her face away slightly to look at Issei, revealing a genuinely worried expression. Since you took so long, I thought something had happened to you, she clarified as she cupped Issei's cheeks with her hands. Issei directed a goofy grin at him. Thanks for worrying, but I'm great. He held up his thumb for emphasis on his words. In these moments, that's when Issei realized that Tiamat didn't just possess a serious, strict, and bloodthirsty personality. In fact, having been so long with great hatred in her heart may have caused her other emotions to be buried within her being, but that didn't mean they wouldn't come out again. Tiamat turned her face even further away from Issei and grabbed the brown man's hand with both of her hands, giving him a piercing look. Who did this to you? Issei winced slightly as Tiamat began to stroke his wound with one of her hands. Tiamat looked up with eyes that indicated suffering, causing the 3 dragons flying a few feet away to tremble in fear. The dragoness stopped caressing Issei's wound, making the chestnut brown impressed when the pain disappeared and a small column of ice covered his wound. He quickly began to feel the cold burning, but it was a pleasant rather than painful feeling. Tiamat narrowed her eyes at the 3 dragons. I'll be right back. After saying those words, Tiamat disappeared from Issei's sight, making the chestnut blink in shock at the sheer speed the dragoness had. When he turned around, he could see how she came flying with the 3 dragons clinging to her snout. It would be comical if Tiamat wasn't suffocating them with her suffocating grip. Tiamat landed in front of Issei and threw the 3 dragons to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The dragons quickly got up, fearful of what might happen. Who was it that did this to you? Tiamat asked in a calm tone, making the atmosphere even more tense. Issei looked down at his wound, then back up at Tiamat. It was the 2 biggest dragons, but I think it was some kind of misunderstanding. Tiamat gave the 2 larger dragons a piercing look with a glint in her eyes that indicated pain. Well, the dragons quickly began to explain themselves with strange sounds and moans, something Issei didn't understand at all. Though Tiamat's case was completely different, as she had a hand on her chin as she nodded from time to time, indicating that she understood their language. Tiamat crossed her arms under her breast seriously. I see. So they thought Issei had somehow kidnapped their son to make them both leave this territory and leave it to him. The 2 dragons nodded several times frantically as Issei watched all this with great amazement. Tiamat watched the little dragon as she began to speak cheerfully, then began to circle around Issei with the same glee. Tiamat put a hand to her chin and her apathetic expression changed to a small smile as she turned her gaze to Issei. I see. So you saved her and thanks to that they were able to clear up the misunderstanding. That's great, because that means now you won't have to worry about getting through this place without other dragons attacking you again, since dragon territories cover a lot of miles. Issei blinked in confusion at this statement. Wait, then how come you can live here if it's not your territory? Tiamat looked at the 2 older dragons, causing them to start sweating a little. Because they know very well that it is not in their best interest to take me on, Tiamat stated with a mischievous grin on her face. Tiamat returned to her typical apathetic expression as she watched the 3 dragons. Well, considering it was all a misunderstanding, I guess I won't do anything to them. Tiamat turned away and placed a hand on her waist. What's more, I'll even let them come this way, because I see that your daughter became good friends with Issei. Issei watched with a big smile at the little dragon as she continued to circle around him. That means I found a familiar. At these words, the little dragon stopped dead in her tracks and looked at him carefully. Issei clenched his fist tightly with a defiant smile. With our strength, I'm sure Issei received a strong attack of fire, causing his entire face to go black. He opened his eyes with a dazed expression on his face as he spat smoke from his mouth. The little dragon was just watching him in triumph. Ddraig began to guffaw at this, while Tiamat lowered her head and shook her head in disappointment. You have the aura of a dragon. You can't ask another dragon to be your familiar. It's like you're insulting it, Tiamat stated, then looked at Issei's face, causing her worried look to return to her face. Are you okay? Issei directed a smile at Tiamat for her great concern towards him, causing the dragoness to reciprocate with a slight smile. Line jump. It was already a little late. The dragons had left the place, leaving only Tiamat and Issei in the cave. They were both sitting near the campfire while the chestnut was telling her a story about his two best friends. The funny thing about this is that Matsuda and Motohama had to turn to me in order to save themselves from the wrath of the Kendo women. Issei shook his head at the end at the attitude of his friends as he shared the blankets with Tiamat. The dragoness would only increase her smile and force a little, leaning a little more on Issei's shoulder. Why are you like this? Issei looked at Tiamat in confusion. Like what? Tiamat opened her eyes and raised her gaze to look him in the face. You're cool. Issei blinked in confusion at her statement. Cool. He was sure no one had ever paid him that kind of compliment before. Tiamat lowered her gaze again and rested her face on Issei's chest, causing the brown-haired man to be a little surprised. I don't understand it very well either. I just think you're great, because you make me feel great. In just these 2 days, I've felt so much better than I have in hundreds of years. That wasn't really a hard thing to accomplish, considering she'd lived alone for a millennium, but it was a subject Issei didn't want to remind her of. Issei rubbed her hair with a small blush of embarrassment. Well, you just needed someone to understand you a little, don't you think? Issei lowered his gaze somewhat in disgust to see Tiamat frown at his words. I think you were unlucky. Tiamat raised her gaze with a frown, bumping her nose against Issei's. Bad luck. If I just needed someone to understand me, why did it take me so long to show up? Tiamat flashed a beautiful smile at Issei, managing to make the protagonist look surprised. To my mind, cool people are unique. Considering it took you so long to show up, you're someone unique. Tiamat lowered her face again to lay on Issei's chest, hugging him deeply. You're great. Issei reciprocated the hug with great surprise at Tiamat's words. Simply put, I did what anyone would have done. If it were as you say, you wouldn't be unique to me. Therefore, you would not be great. Nor would you make me feel great. Thanks, I guess. A small blush appeared on Issei's face, feeling Tiamat cling a little tighter to her body. You must be really cold. Line jumped. Issei and Tiamat were drinking a juice they had made last night, using the water bottles that the brown man had brought as a container. They were both sitting on the already somewhat dirty blanket. We should stick to a bath today, Tiamat commented as she looked down at herself to see that her hands were somewhat dirty. Yes, we also need to take the opportunity to clean our clothes and stuff, Issei added with a bored expression. Tiamat looked at him with slightly widened eyes. Can't you materialize clothes with your magic? My magic reserves are almost nil. A depressive aura surrounded Issei after saying those words. Tiamat looked out of the cave somewhat surprised by the revelation. Oh, I understand. That might be a problem if you want to become stronger. Issei looked at Tiamat quizzically at what she mentioned. The dragoness just looked at him seriously. If your magic reserves are almost nil, you can only rely on melee combat or with bladed weapons. Honestly, I have no idea what the undeveloped lizard can do, nor do I care to know. Well, if you really want to become stronger, you should improve your fitness and technique. Ddraig grumbled under his breath, due to the fact that it had been a long time since he had been called that way and for a moment he had thought she had forgotten. Issei directed a smile at him as he clenched his fist. I've already been practicing my physical condition. Though lately I've been a bit stuck with my progress, he added the last somewhat embarrassed. Tiamat moved a little closer to Issei and began to touch the muscles in his arms, getting the young man to blush a little. I can see you've been training hard, but there's no use increasing your power if you lack technique. Tiamat stopped touching him and rested her knees on the ground very close to him. Being the Sekiryude, sooner or later you will become powerful. But that also means you will face powerful opponents, and believe me, they will indeed have good technique and combat experience that will crush you instantly. Issei lowered his head, dejected by the revelation. So, how can I improve my technique and power at the same time? I've already asked the president, but she doesn't know how to help me. She only told me that I should improve my physical condition even more to have special training. Tiamat gave a small derisive snort. That girl is just like you. She has no experience whatsoever in really dangerous combat. Although, I must say she's right about one thing. I can see that your physical condition is not good, but not bad either. You have to keep improving that aspect, and there will come a time when your body will be able to withstand the power of the sacred gear much better. But it is not convenient that you only exercise. You should also enter into friendly combats against other people who can teach you new techniques. Tiamat pointed to herself with a proud smile. Like me. Issei blinked in shock. Does that mean, after the bath, I'll teach you a thing or two? Tiamat interrupted him with a small smile as she nodded. Follow me. I know just a place. Tiamat got up from the ground, being followed by Issei, who was gathering all his things to wash them. As Issei gathered his things, he gave Tiamat a curious look. Or rather, at what she looked like. The dragoness stood at the edge of the cave, so the wind made her hair wave in a majestic way. She always had that serious expression that didn't ruin her beauty, along with her beautiful face and knockout body. Why are you looking at me so much? Tiamat asked with a raised eyebrow. Issei just looked away, embarrassed by the previous thoughts. I was just wondering how someone as young as you could fall in love with Ddraig. I mean, Ddraig was physically 40 years old at the time, and you're much younger than that. Tiamat looked down and folded her arms seriously. I don't know why it happened, I just fell in love with him. I guess there's no such thing as age difference when it comes to love. Tiamat turned around and started to walk away, being followed by Issei. When I fell in love with him, I had barely turned 20,021 years old. Now, it's been a little over 1,000 years since then. Although it was a long time ago, my physical appearance is still 25 years old, just like back then. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye. Issei looked at the large lake that loomed in front of him with stars in his eyes. The first time he had come to these parts, he had heard the movement of the water, but he had not imagined something so big. Many relatives were lounging in the trees, bathing, or just playing with each other, creating a friendly atmosphere. The small layer of steam rising above the crystal clear water gave a hint that the lake was at a slightly warm temperature, ideal for relaxing with a nice bath at normal temperature. Tiamat put her hands on her hips with a small smile. This place is perfect. Whenever I'm looking to relax, take a bath, or both, I always come here. Issei leaned both of his fists forward in excitement, indicating that he agreed with Tiamat. It's a gigantic hot spring. This is amazing. As unbelievable as it seemed, for the first time, Issei didn't imagine a bunch of naked girls in the water, waiting for him to go in with them. His excitement at the whole thing is genuine, without any malicious ideas behind it. Ddraig thought seriously, then put a rather silly grin on his face. You're growing up, partner. Well then, Tiamat walked over to the water and dipped her hand in, then closed her eyes in satisfaction after feeling the temperature. We'd better not waste any more time. Huh. Issei blinked several times in confusion. Quickly, his confused expression began to change to a nervous one. Wait a second, we haven't split up yet. For a large glow surrounded Tiamat, causing Issei to look away as he realized that his clothes had begun to disappear. A large, unbelievable blush appeared on her face as Tiamat continued to touch the water with a calm look in her eyes. You can't do that if I'm in front of you, Issei exclaimed as he looked away in great embarrassment. What's wrong with that? A loud splash was heard, giving Issei permission to take another look at Tiamat, who was already deep in the water and half of her s were covered by the thick steam, sparing the protagonist's nostrils. Dragons always bathe naked in front of other dragons. It's a sign of trust we have among the species. We're not as delicate as humans on that subject. Tiamat replied with a smirk. Have you already forgotten that I am a human? Shouted Issei as he looked away and pointed at himself as an idiot. Tiamat raised her index finger with an amused look on her face. You are human, but now you are a demon, Tiamat declared with an air of grace in his words. She was actually having fun with this situation. How long had it been since she had been amused by something so trivial? Come to think of it, had she ever? Issei glared at Tiamat while blatantly pointing at her. That's right, I'm a demon. A FC King demon, not a dragon. And that has nothing to do with it really. I was raised on human principles, and it's completely normal for me to act and think like a human. Right after those words, a large amount of water completely washed over Issei, causing him to spit out a small stream of water. Stop making excuses and come at once. Tiamat gave him a mischievous grin. Unless you want to get wet again, but with slightly colder water. A small shiver ran down Issei's back. He didn't think twice, and began to take off his clothes with a big blush on his face. Tiamat was just staring at him, not taking her eyes off him. Issei hadn't noticed due to his great discomfort that the dragoness wandered a little with her gaze between his torso and neck, though it was only for a short second. Finally, Issei only needed to remove her chasers. Can you turn around? I'd like to keep my human dignity unpunished for a little while longer, Issei declared as he looked sideways at her with a big blush on his face. Tiamat just rolled her eyes. Fine. Tiamat looked straight ahead as she wondered a couple of things. Why do humans feel so ashamed when it comes to showing their sexual organ to others? Maybe it's to defend their dignity. Tiamat placed a hand on her chin as she thought seriously. But what kind of dignity should they have if their dignity is valued when it comes to protecting their sexual organs? Compared to the dignity of dragons, it's pretty ridiculous obviously. That doesn't mean you should walk around naked all the time, because that would be disrespectful. Why the FCK am I even thinking this? Tiamat finally thought, rolling her eyes. The dragoness looked to her side as she caught the movement of the water, only to realize that Issei had already gotten in for a swim, several feet away from her. Enjoying it? Tiamat asked with a small smile as she saw that Issei had a very calm expression on his face, being that a few seconds ago he looked like a talking tomato. That's great, was Issei's simple reply as he stretched his arms back and rested them on the rocks. Tiamat mimicked his movement, making her S even more visible and pronounced than they already were. The amused air around Tiamat changed to her usual serious atmosphere, causing Issei to become a little serious as well. Regarding your training, I don't know if I'll be able to help you, Tiamat replied while looking at the sky seriously. Why? Issei asked with some disappointment behind his words. Tiamat lowered her gaze and looked at him seriously. Because today is the last day you're here, and we're not sure what time your mistress. Tiamat replied with a hint of venom in her last word. Issei caught Tiamat's tone, but decided to leave it for later. You're right, today is the last day. Issei looked at the whole place around him with some regret. He really had liked it. But until they find me it might take a little longer. The president told me that my pieces didn't link to my soul as they should have. and as a result, she can't track me with the power of her pieces. Tiamat hummed at Issei's last words. She had never heard that demonic pieces could fail, even in a small way. But it was also true that she had barely been involved with such knowledge for obvious reasons. Anyway, it would be best not to waste time. Tiamat stood up, causing Issei to look away. At the very least, I'd like to prove a couple of things to you before you leave. Issei blinked once, confused by the tone of Tiamat's last words. He was sure they sounded somewhat discouraged. 3 days with someone must not be a long time for someone who was alone for a millennium. Issei thought with some pity, but decided not to mention anything about it, as he didn't know how the dragoness might react. Line jumping. Do you have any questions before we begin? Tiamat asked with a raised eyebrow. Issei rubbed his hair nervously. Do you still hate demons? Issei's question startled Tiamat a little, causing the dragoness to look at him with both eyebrows raised in a piercing manner. Out of fear, Issei quickly waved his hands in defense. You shouldn't answer me if you don't want to. I was only wondering because you seemed really angry earlier when you mentioned my president. I hate demons. Issei looked at the dragoness with great surprise, her cold, piercing gaze causing Issei to pucker her lips at the answer. They are a foul, treacherous, crawling, impertinent, obstinate, and meddlesome species. I hate the 3 factions, but I hate the demons even more for what they are. I would never trust one of them. Issei lowered his head in sorrow after hearing those words, something that did not go unnoticed by Tiamat. But, you're special, Tiamat exclaimed as she pointed at him seriously, causing Issei to look up in great surprise. Special? Issei wondered, not understanding the true meaning of the word. Issei was staring very hard at Tiamat, waiting for her answer. She's referring to my power, mate. Thanks to it, you were unaffected by demonic corruption, and that makes you someone special, Ddraig explained proudly after emphasizing his power, while Issei's eyes sparkled after finding the realization. Oh, that's right. I had completely forgotten about it, he stated somewhat apologetically for having forgotten something so important. The power of a celestial dragon can prevent demonic corruption. That explains a lot, Tiamat thought with an air of mystery about him that Issei could not detect, but his companion could. By the way, Ddraig, have you been well these days? You're talking a lot less than usual, Issei asked, rather intrigued as he looked down at his gauntlet. It's better if I don't talk. Tiamat's cold and sinister aura made Issei find an answer immediately. I can't stand that grating, whining voice of the underdeveloped lizard. The dragoness's tone made Issei turn a little pale. Anyway, the aura broke completely and everything returned to normal, causing Issei to give an inward sigh. Let's get it over with. Attack me. After those words, Tiamat placed both hands in her pockets as she watched him piercingly. I won't do anything at first. I just want to know how strong you are. Are you sure? Asked Issei worriedly, causing Tiamat to frown slightly. All right. It's not like I'm underestimating you, he quickly replied nervously, then turned serious and entered a combat stance. I'm no fool. I know she's much stronger than me, so I shouldn't worry about her. Is that a fighting stance? Wondered Tiamat with a bored expression on her face as she saw Issei's ridiculous pose. I'm beginning to doubt her mistress's competence regarding training and sparring. Though it's also true that she's a mere brat, I shouldn't have expected too much. Issei's gauntlet glowed brightly, covering her figure almost completely, and she lashed out at full speed at Tiamat. The dragoness just stood there with her hands in her pocket as she received a hard right to her cheek that turned her head slightly. Issei didn't stop there. The gauntlet was getting a strong glow for every right and left that she was hitting as fast as she could across the dragon's body. After about 15 consecutive blows, the aura finally stopped appearing, indicating that the boost had reached its limit. Tiamat didn't overlook this and finally made a move as he grabbed both of Issei's arms, stopping his attack in its tracks, leaving the chestnut completely shocked after seeing that he didn't even have a scratch on him. That's all your power. Sensing that his question was a provocation, Issei gritted his teeth hard and tried to free himself from the grip, failing miserably. Therefore, he resorted to Plan B. Issei gave her a hard kick to her crotch that took her by surprise, causing her to let go of the chestnut's hands. Issei quickly jumped backwards to get a little away, while Tiamat looked at him with a surprised look on her face. If I had been a man, that might have hurt a little, Tiamat said as she looked down at his crotch, causing Issei to roll his eyes. But that didn't stop him from wasting Tiamat's inattention. This is my chance, Issei thought as he charged his fist with a great amount of force to punch her in the abdomen. This sensation, the feeling, the direction, it's an incredible punch. Issei had a small flashback of when he sent Raynare flying with a punch. It's even better than that time. Issei connected his fist with fate, generating a small blizzard around the blow. Tiamat's hair blended seamlessly with the gusts of wind, indicating that it had been a really strong blow. Even if that blow could have hit a high-class demon, that meant it had certainly done a bit of damage. It would have tickled me if you had chosen the right place to send that blow. Tiamat's face right now really scary. Issei's eyes were as wide as saucers, in complete shock, still with his head down. I didn't move her even an inch. Who the hell is she really? To take on a really strong opponent, Issei broke away from Tiamat as he reacted to her words, then tried to deliver a strong punch to her face which Tiamat caught without any difficulty. You also need to be really strong. But Tiamat used Issei's hand as a support to bring his whole body to his back in less than a second, as he took a step forward and bent his knee. If the two of you are equally powerful, Tiamat pulled Issei's arm, causing the young man's entire body to pass over hers and slam hard into the ground, causing him to vomit some in progress. The one with the greater technique and experience will be the winner. Issei froze when she saw how Tiamat's foot was practically already over her head, but passed within a couple of centimeters of her skin. In a small fraction of a second, he thought she had missed, but realized she hadn't when he felt every fiber of his skin being blown away by a staggering blizzard that produced Tiamat's kick, sending him flying into the wall. Issei quickly got up with a bit of difficulty as he wiped the trickle from his mouth. A small smile broke out on his face. "She's extraordinary," he thought as he stared at her. In the opposite case, Issei watched very carefully as Tiamat raised her index finger. If your opponent is much stronger than you and is just as good at their respective techniques and combat experience, you're simply finished. Issei let a bead of sweat drop nervously at Tiamat's rather cold sincerity. If the opposite is the case, you'll tear him to shreds. A small mysterious smile would creep across Tiamat's face, causing her to look at her very intently. But, if you are both equally powerful and you have the clearer concepts, then you could wear yourself out far less than necessary to defeat him. You might even have a chance to defeat a stronger opponent with a good strategy, as long as the guy is not smarter and more strategic than you about battles. "Wear me down less?" Issei asked with some intrigue. Tiamat positioned her hands on her waist earnestly. "I'll give you an example. Suppose I am now using 100% of my power. But, if I use my experience and knowledge and techniques." Tiamat gave a sly little smile as she extended her palm towards Issei, causing the protagonist to look at her with great surprise. "I would only need to use 50% to be able to defeat you. Even less, but in that case it wouldn't be a battle to save energy anymore. I'd just be toying with you to make it last a little longer for the thrill of real combat." "I see," Issei exclaimed as he raised his arms in great excitement. "Actually, I'm not even using my 1%, but I can't tell him that or he'll be quite disappointed." Tiamat thought with a bit of grace in her words. Tiamat sharpened her gaze, causing Issei to visibly tense. Tiamat's outstretched palm turned into a provocation as she invited him to face her. "Come and attack whenever you want. I'll be sure to show you the difference in technique that exists between us." He didn't have to tell her twice. Issei quickly rushed towards the beautiful woman and attempted to lunge at her. Tiamat's eyes glowed a light blue color as she watched Issei's fists come at her in a very clear way. Right, Tiamat tilted her body to the side, dodging it completely. Her light blue eyes quickly darted to Issei's other arm, which was starting to prepare a strike. Left, Tiamat dodged it again smoothly with blistering speed, leaving Issei genuinely surprised. Tiamat's eyes would quickly dart to the right. Right, he dodged the blow again with no trouble. Repeat, thought the dragoness, and this time without even needing to see Issei's next blow to dodge her left jab even faster than the previous time. His punches are super basic and easy to dodge, plus he doesn't know how to use a feint. Tiamat thought as she closed her eyes and continued to dodge it without any trouble. Although it was super easy for Tiamat, Issei was totally shocked by the display of power she was being subjected to. She continued to dodge everything at a speed that was becoming a blur to his eyes. Adding the factor that she was using her maximum speed and power in her punches, it was resulting in accelerated exhaustion. Now, he could understand much better the word exhaustion and why he should avoid it. Time to put the pressure on him, Tiamat thought as she opened her eyes with a menacing air. She dodged one of his blows with her usual normality, then looked at the left side of Issei's torso, indicating where her blow was going to land. Quickly, he began to prepare his fist to strike. Issei's eyes immediately caught Tiamat's intent, causing him to place his gauntlet in the trajectory to defend and counterattack. To the left, Tiamat's eyes narrowed with a flash of cunning. By the right, Issei's eyes widened in shock and he began to writhe in pain as he felt how Tiamat's left jab had sunk into the right side of his stomach. Tiamat took a couple of steps back as he waited for Issei to recover from the blow. That's called a feint. Remember it well. It's very basic, but it could give you the trump card in a battle. But only use it when you're sure your opponent is overwhelmed by your moves. Also, you must exert incredible mental pressure, not only with your fake attack, but also with a sharp gaze that is projecting where the impact is going to hit, as if you are really going to strike there. Tiamat's gaze hardened slightly, causing Issei to get a small shiver down his spine. We'll also have to work on your variety of strikes. You suck. Issei clutched his chest tightly as an arrow engraved with apestes pierced his chest. A heavy footstep from Tiamat would bring Issei back to reality. Why do you have that look on your face? We're not done yet. Issei swallowed deeply as he got into a fighting stance again. This time, I'll make sure I don't fall for one of his tricks again. By the looks of it, he'll be more attentive to feints, though that won't entirely save him. Feinting is just one of the many varieties I can use during a fight, not counting my magic power. Tiamat thought calculatingly, then stepped into a combat stance. If you won't come, then I will. Issei gritted his teeth in shock as Tiamat began to run towards him with a menacing stance. Without much time to think, he attempted to answer her blow with another blow. Don't try to defend against a blow with another blow if you're not sure. Tiamat grabbed his forearm without any difficulty and deflected the blow into nothingness, while delivering a large palm strike to Issei's stomach. Even though it was open-handed, the blow was a bit devastating, making Issei vomit saliva. Tiamat didn't end up lashing out like the previous times, passing her fist inches away from his face and making small cuts on Issei's skin thanks to the strong blizzard, besides almost flying away. She didn't stop there and quickly moved and turned her back to Issei at a high speed, then grabbed him from behind and grabbed him hard by the neck with both her hands, then spun around at high speed for a couple of turns until she finally released him and sent him flying, crashing hard into the cave wall. I guess this is it, Tiamat thought aloud as she watched Issei remain sprawled on the ground. But she was surprised when a large red glow came from the gauntlet, indicating that she had achieved another multiplier. He could still go further, thought the dragoness with slightly widened eyes as she watched Issei struggle to his feet. It's not that he's evolving during combat. That means he must at least have a pretty clear motivation to continue fighting. And to progress, that's a very important thing. Issei finally stood up and shouted loudly as he ran towards Tiamat full of slits. Tiamat's eyes narrowed in disappointment. However, that motivation will not serve to make him strong in a short time. For that, you need another kind of motivation that I cannot teach you. Tiamat ducked and tilted her head slightly to the side, dodging Issei's punch that passed by the side of her face. A tiny smile appeared on her face as she delivered a hard punch to his stomach that lifted him slightly off the ground, generating a small blizzard from the impact. Tiamat slowly withdrew her arm and used her body to support the unconscious Issei. The dragoness gave him a small smile and tightened her grip on his back to enclose him in a warm embrace. But, even if I can't teach it to you, I know you'll learn it eventually. And that's because you have the mentality of someone strong. Line jump. President, do you have any idea why we were called here? Asked Kiba as he looked at the huge structure where the Gremorys lived. That's right, they were currently in hell. Rias snorted in annoyance. I already told my brother about all the problems I have with Hayato, so I don't think he'll call me to talk about my Sekyuite. Rias shook his head with some amusement. He was so happy when I mentioned my new acquisition to him. But his smile quickly faded when I told him that my control over him is practically nil. Aquino delivered one of his typical chuckles. Don't worry, President. Hayato is very grateful to you. I'm sure he'll abide by all his orders without a second thought. Speaking of Issei, Asia added, weren't we supposed to look for him today? Rias gave a tired sigh. That's right. I was planning to do it now, but this unplanned meeting just came up. And best of all, we have a meeting today and another one tomorrow morning. Rias commented with clear sarcasm in his last words. I think you can survive another day without any problem. Koneko stated nonchalantly as she waited for the maids to open the door. As expected, the doors opened. The entire Rias retinue, plus the redhead herself, bowed in a big bow to show the Gremory patriarch some well-deserved respect. Hello, father. Forgive my insolence, but I would like to know why I was called so. Rias raised her gaze, going completely blank as she realized that the man standing in front of her was not her father. When Rias shut up so abruptly, the others raised their heads, only to get the same shocked expression from Rias. Hey ha ha ha. The laughter rang out in an eerie way. Father, huh, I like the sound of that. But just call me that when you're in bed with me, Rias. Razor. Line jump. He was warm, his whole body. The sound of burning wood could be heard in the background. Probably a campfire. It was all dark, probably because he hadn't fully woken up yet and hadn't opened his eyes. Oh, God was all Issei could think as he felt a very comforting caress felt on his cheek. It felt great, and whoever it was, she didn't want him to stop. That hand, it was extremely soft and caressed him with great affection. Not even his mother had ever caressed him like that, although that woman was not a good example really. He felt how his body was positioned, the space he was in. He was sitting. He could feel how his two legs were slightly curled up with two other legs. He could feel how his back was resting in great comfort on an extremely soft surface. He could also feel how another hand was holding his waist, hugging him lovingly and making their bodies stay closer to each other. He could feel how his head was lying on two huge mounds, soft, round, firm but soft at the same time. His head felt like it was on the best pillow on the planet. She could also feel someone resting their chin on top of her head, indicating how relaxed she was, just like him. Issei opened his eyes slowly. Everything was completely white, and the discomfort he expected to have after his worst battle so far, mysteriously, did not present itself. For sure, that person had taken good care of him all those hours he was unconscious. Finally, Issei's eyes adjusted to the light and the first thing he could see were piercing, contented, beautiful and calm light blue eyes that were staring at him very intently. That face, Issei thought unconsciously as he admired it. That face conveyed a great deal of tranquility, trust, concern, affection and gratitude. How is it that they could deceive this woman? A small twinge appeared in his heart when he thought those words. It was probably an answer he could never find, and if he did find it, he would never understand it anyway. Are you all right? I think I was too hard on you for a first time, Tiamat inquired, still holding her previous expression, but her concern and guilt showed through her tone. Issei closed his eyes and smiled genuinely at Tiamat's concern, letting himself get caught up in the moment and hugging her tightly. Tiamat's reaction was much different than usual, as she tightened her embrace around Issei's waist and rested her chin more affectionately on top of the chestnut's head. To tell you the truth, it was kind of hard. But I feel amazing. I don't know how you healed me, but I really appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that. They both closed their eyes, enjoying the caresses and bear hug they were giving each other at the moment. Perhaps the expression of affection was getting a little out of hand. But would they really think about it? Tiamat hadn't felt the warmth and affection of another person in a millennium, whereas Issei hadn't even experienced such a thing in his short life. They felt too good to walk away from each other. They liked the feeling of warmth all over their bodies. They liked having another person show them true affection. They simply wanted to experience the feeling of being loved by another person. But, still, that strange warmth that began to invade both of their bodies, that warmth that finally parked itself in their hearts, was not a simple desire for friendly affection. But they were both too comfortable to realize that at the moment. They just wanted to enjoy the moment, their closeness. What is it that motivates you to become stronger? Tiamat's question broke the extremely comfortable silence that had settled for several minutes. My motivation? I guess my president, Rias Gremory. Tiamat pursed her lips at the answer, not only because she felt a small pang of jealousy that this woman should be her motivation and not her, but also because she was a foul demon. She gave me a second chance in my life. I want to become stronger to protect her, and everyone I consider important to me, like you. A practically imperceptible blush appeared on Tiamat's face as she looked down at Issei's face, who was extremely comfortable and calm, sleeping on both of her s. Issei chuckled slightly under his breath, causing Tiamat to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Though for the moment, it'll have to be the other way around between you and me, since you're much stronger for now. Tiamat looked up with a smile on her face. If Issei had been wide-eyed, he would have said it was that genuine smile that Tiamat gave off once in a while, like the one when she told him she'd be staying with her for a couple of days. I hummed happily. I don't think you'll ever get over me. Wanna bet? Issei asked with a small chuckle at the end. Tiamat hummed happily again. If you ever surpass me, you can ask me for anything you want. All right, Issei declared without any malicious thoughts from behind, causing Ddraig to puff out his chest in pride again. So, what is it that I must promise? He asked with a small teasing tone. Never leave me. Issei's eyes widened with great surprise at hearing Tiamat's statement. She had a completely serious face. In fact, it looked more like a threat than a request. But Issei knew she wasn't like that, because he learned to see her eyes. And her eyes denoted sadness, loneliness, fear. Fear that he would leave her alone, and that everything would go back to being just as cold, quiet, and horrible as before. I promise, Issei said in a rather serious tone and without even a millisecond's hesitation. This made Tiamat's chest warm in a way she had never felt before. Now, nor ever. A myriad of mixed emotions erupted inside her chest and stomach because of Issei. But, somehow he found a method to show those feelings. She gave him a huge, toothy grin, showing her beautiful fangs. She had her eyelids closed, but the rims of her eyes were a little wet from her tears, which never fell. Thank you. If Issei was already very surprised by Tiamat's smile, he was more so now to hear her tone so cheerful and truly grateful. Line jump. Brother. Rias slapped the table loudly in great frustration. You've got to be kidding me. Rias looked at his parents with the same expression. And you guys are okay with this? Rias' entourage only remained silent out of respect, though that didn't mean they agreed with what was going on. Calm down, Rias. I haven't finished my statement yet. The younger red-haired man replied with a serious air about him. At this, Rias could only continue to listen. I agree to bring the wedding forward and celebrate it in a month's time. But only on 2 conditions. Razor's stupid grin was completely wiped off after listening. What are those conditions, Sirzech? Relax, Razor. It's something very simple, commented the now introduced Sirzech. My sister has a chance to play a rating game against you. And the second is that anyone who is interested in breaking into the wedding and taking Rias as fiancé may do so, though said subject must beat you in a one-on-one before they can take my sister's hand. A clipped silence came over the room for a few seconds. Razor was completely serious in that silence. But out of nowhere, the silence was broken by Razor's small chuckle, which then turned into a laugh. All right, I accept those conditions, Razor exclaimed, completely sure of his victory, on both the first as well as the second condition. Rias and his entourage looked at each other very seriously as they saw that they had a chance to free themselves from Razor. Sirzech stood up from his chair, making everyone look at him intently. I think that's it for today. It's already very late, so get a good night's rest. Tomorrow we'll agree on a date and time for the rating game. Everyone nodded, content with the outcome of the meeting. What Razor didn't know was that his ego and pride played a trick on him. Line jump. Hey, don't you think they're taking too long? Tiamat rested her chin on Issei's head after speaking her mind. They were both still in the same position as before. The only thing different were some blankets covering them to get them through the extreme cold of the night. Inwardly, though, they loved that cold, as they snuggled even more with each other, having the sub-zero temperature as an excuse. Maybe they'll come tomorrow, Issei commented in a sleepy voice. Damn, I'm going to be here for 4 days, and I still didn't get any familiars. Why the hell do all the familiars hate me, except the ones that are perverts? Issei rambled aloud, causing Tiamat to stare at him. She knew that those familiars were only attracted to people who had a large sexual appetite, though she preferred not to tell him so as not to embarrass him. A faint smile crept across Issei's face. Come to think of it, it's not all that bad. He continued to ramble unconsciously. It's great to be able to spend another day with you. he unconsciously declared, already collapsing from exhaustion and falling asleep with his head resting on Tiamat's fluffy ass. Tiamat only deigned to watch him for his last words. She watched him and watched him for a long minute. Her light blue eyes glittered with mystery. It was impossible to know what she was thinking now, until finally she came to a conclusion. I think if you stay away from me for more than a day I couldn't bear it, Tiamat stated quietly as she stopped stroking Issei's cheek and positioned her palm on the hand where Issei activated his gauntlet. His light blue eyes glowed with great longing for a short second. Really, I couldn't bear it. Issei's hand glowed a light blue color, while Tiamat's abdomen glowed at the same time with the same intensity and color. Issei slowly opened his eyes. Everything was dark. The day before he had slept like never before, and his contented face was proof of it. All the memories of yesterday made him feel really happy. When he first met Tiamat, he had simply thought of escaping anyway because of the danger and emotional instability she presented. But now that he knew her better, he realized that she is a good woman with a rather strange character, but very nice, no doubt. Without him and her realizing it, the two had become good friends in just 4 days. Surely it was due to the great loneliness that exploded in Tiamat after being a millennium without company, and on Issei's part, well, he had felt quite empathetic towards her, as they had been through very similar things. I never thought I could sleep so well in a cave. Issei tried to stretch her arms out, realizing that one of them was stuck under something. Before he could think what was going on, the familiar smell and the touch he received on his forehead from another forehead caused a small smile to emerge on his face. Slowly, but surely, he began to pull back the blankets covering his face, only to see a large amount of beautiful light blue hair spread out in various directions as he pulled back the blankets. Finally, he managed to pull it back to the side of her face to see how Tiamat had her forehead pressed to his as she slept with a very serious face, but with an aura of tranquility around her. Her long silky hair was strewn all over the makeshift bed, giving the dragoness a rather beautiful appearance. Tiamat frowned slightly as she felt the coldness begin to invade her body, pressing her nose to Issei's. Her arms wrapped around Issei's back, pulling him into a tight, delicate embrace, seeking to snuggle his body against hers as much as possible. As comfortable as Issei felt right now, he had a duty to get up. Hey, wake up. It's morning. Tiamat opened her eyes, meeting Issei's eyes instantly due to their closeness. Are you going to look for your mistress? The dragoness asked, not moving an inch from her position. Issei noticed that her tone seemed somewhat misguided, and he obviously knew why. I promise I'll be back before you know it. Issei's face grew serious. But for now, I must catch up on my studies. Issei looked up with a small smile on his face. Come to think of it, I don't know how I'll be able to dissuade Matsuda and Madohama. What about your parents and others? Tiamat asked with some intrigue. Issei chuckled dryly at her question. My parents must not even have been aware of my absence, since my 2 best friends are on bad terms with them and don't dare come to my house. As for the other people, to be honest with you, apart from my friends at the club, Matsuda and Madohama are the only people who know of my existence. I feel quite honored that I have come across your existence. Issei was a little surprised by Tiamat's words. Usually, that comment could be taken as sarcastic, but the very occasional, very special smile that appeared on Tiamat's face made it very clear to him that she wasn't being sarcastic. Before Issei could respond to the sudden comment, Tiamat raised her face slightly towards the entrance of the cave, causing Issei to follow her gaze. Apparently we have visitors, Tiamat said with her typical apathetic expression. Wow, it's the dragons that tried to kill me last time. Issei would point discriminatingly, making the 3 dragons present a little nervous at the memory of what happened. What are you waiting for? Come on in, Issei declared with a toothy grin, causing the 3 dragons to quickly bow for their hospitality. This is my home, you know, Tiamat commented with a roll of her eyes as she watched Issei invite without asking her first. Line jump. If Razor wins the rating game, the marriage will be in a month and 15 days. Surzech's statement caused everyone assembled to nod seriously, except for Razor, who had a stupid grin on his face. The rating game, Rias queried with a clear impatience in his tone, almost jumping out of his chair. Surzech would flash a delicate smile at his sister, indicating for her to calm down a bit. 2 weeks from now, Kiba, Koneko, Asia and Akino looked at each other with slightly widened eyes. 2 weeks? That's too short a time, they thought in unison. All right, Rias stated, stopping abruptly, leaving everyone present a little surprised by his curt attitude. Wait, Rias, we haven't even. I'm sorry, father, interrupted the girl as the rest of her entourage stood up. But if we only have 2 weeks, I can't waste any more time here, the redhead replied, striding out of the dining room, followed by her entire entourage. Everyone present would just shake their heads at their sister's attitude, while Razor folded his arms with an arrogant smile on his face. She doesn't even have all her pieces. This is going to be really fun, as the whole royal family will be watching me crush that spoiled brat, thought the Phoenix with great confidence of his victory. President, what do you plan to do? Asked Asia seriously as she followed closely behind. First we have to find Hayaudu. In these 2 weeks I will squeeze him as much as possible so that he can become the best pawn of the underworld, Rias said with a clear withering tone, something a bit unbecoming of her. Rias stopped abruptly and turned away with a palpable seriousness on his face. The same goes for us. We'll have to try our best to win the rating game. Rias turned his attention to Asia, making the former nun flustered by his stare. Especially you, Asia. You're new as Hayatu, so you'll have to level up as quickly as possible. Your sacred gear is very important to me, and that's why I revived you. I know you won't disappoint me, Rias stated with a small smile at the end, causing the nun to nod quickly. Do you think Issei will achieve that level you mentioned, President? Koneko asked, no real concern in her words. Ria's gaze would grow serious and a little dark at the question. He is the Sekiryute, one of the most feared weapons in the world. It is the least I can expect from my servant, considering its destructive and fearsome potential. But if he fails, a malicious glint would flash across his eyes. I'll make sure he suffers the same as me for being a complete failure. Line jump. War, wa, wiwira. The male dragon exclaimed with a small smile on his face as they all shared the food at the campfire. He says it's a shame you're leaving. Tiamat opened her lips slightly to take a mouthful into her mouth, exposing her two cute upper fangs. Don't worry, I'll be back fairly quickly, Issei replied with a small smile as he continued to devour the exotic fruits. Wah, 6, ver, said the little dragoness with a big toothy grin. She says when you come back, she wants to play with you, Tiamat commented as she tossed the inedible part of the fruit into the fire. You bet, Issei replied with a toothy grin on his face as he repeated Tiamat's action. Her smile quickly faded as she picked up her backpack that lay next to her. It's about time, he culminated as he glared at Tiamat. Tiamat quickly got up from the ground. Before you go, I would like to tell you something, she stated with her typical expression. Issei would just nod and walk to the entrance of the cave, as they were watched by the three dragons. What did you want to talk about? Issei inquired as he looked at the horizon seriously. Thank you. Issei looked at her, surprised by her simple word. Thank you for opening my eyes. Thank you for showing me that I can still find happiness in life if I look for it. Thank you for being my friend. Tiamat looked up at him, causing a strong wind to blow her beautiful hair. A big grateful smile appeared on Tiamat's face, making her small fangs visible again. Thank you for everything. Issei stood static for a few seconds due to Tiamat's big beaming smile. When he reacted, he brought his right hand to her shoulder with a small comforting smile on his face. I've said it before, but I promise I'll be back as soon as possible. I still owe you dinner, Issei replied with a big toothy grin. Tiamat placed her hand on top of Issei's affectionately, causing him to be slightly surprised by the gesture. Her surprise grew out of all proportion when she saw a light blue glow appear on her right hand at the same time as a glow of the same hue appeared over Tiamat's S. With this, it will be much easier for us to communicate, Tiamat commented with a small smile. What is this? Wondered Issei as he looked at the light blue mark on his hand. Doesn't it look like Tiamat's dragon form? He thought as he looked closely at the mark. With this mark, both of us will be able to communicate all the time, as we will be able to talk to each other through a magic circle whenever we want. This will help us a lot when you want to come and visit me. I would only have to use some magic to create a teleport seal, although I could also teleport to your position if you wish. It will also allow me to sense your emotions, knowing exactly when you are in danger. Issei widened his eyes slightly at what he heard. Tiamat shook her head in amusement. You are the Sekiryute, surely many enemies will want to assassinate you, and I will make sure to prevent it. Issei looked at the mark even more surprised. A single mark can do all that. Exactly. Issei looked at her with great intrigue after her words. That mark is a sign of trust between the two people who wear it. This mark is known as the Seal of the Familiar. A small blizzard passed between the two, while not a word was spoken. The only distinctive thing between the two was Issei's completely shocked expression. Wait a second, Issei finally broke the silence. You're telling me you became my familiar being a dragon, plus you're so much stronger than me? He asked completely in shock, not quite digesting what was happening. Yeah, so what? Tiamat placed both hands on her hips with a raised eyebrow. Issei was even more surprised by her simple answer. Beauty had said that if a dragon becomes a familiar of another dragon, it is considered a dishonor among its kind. That's right, Tiamat replied as she nodded with a small smile on her face. So, why? Because Issei would be surprised beyond belief as Tiamat would wrap her arms around him very gently and slowly, hugging him with great warmth and affection. Because you are my friend, she whispered in his ear. Do I need another reason to do this? No, I don't know what to say, Issei declared as he reciprocated the embrace with the same intensity as Tiamat, causing the woman to unconsciously hug him even tighter. You don't need to say anything, just accept it. It's the least I could do after everything you did for me. Tiamat broke away from the embrace slightly to look into his eyes with great seriousness. I just have to tell you that this mark has one major flaw. Never allow your arm to be cut off, or we will lose the connection. Make sure you always have the gauntlet active throughout the fight to try and make sure nothing bad happens. And don't tell anyone, very few are aware of this weakness, and it would be best to keep it that way, she stated very seriously. Issei nodded seriously, knowing it was a very delicate thing. After those words, Tiamat would tighten the embrace slightly again, causing the two to bump noses. Have a safe journey, Tiamat declared with affection in her words. Thank you was all Issei said as he broke away from the embrace. He quickly turned around and raised his hand in farewell. Tiamat just continued to stare at him for several seconds. Finally, she closed her eyes and gave a smile. It was amazing that Issei managed to get so many radiant and sincere smiles out of her in just one day. Definitely, he was very special to her. Tiamat gave an intrigued look to the 3 dragons who were watching her very attentively. Is something wrong? Tiamat asked, curious. The 3 dragons knelt down in front of her, causing Tiamat to startle a little. We're sorry we interrupted such an important moment when you were cuddling, Dragon Queen. Interrupted. Tiamat wondered aloud. We were just talking. We slept together because it's so cold at night. Don't misunderstand things. Tiamat replied as an imperceptible blush appeared on her face. The 3 dragons looked at each other in confusion. Talking, but they were too close, practically invading each other's personal space, and they were so comfortable with each other close. We hear you two are friends, but it seems a little too close to be just friends. The mother dragoness spoke, causing the other 2 to panic a bit as she practically defied Tiamat's word without realizing it. Tiamat lowered her head, darkening her gaze. At this action, the other 2 dragons were terrified out of their wits and were about to apologize to him. You're right, but I like being with him like this. I don't care what the others think. The 3 dragons were immensely surprised, and not by her words. It was when she raised her face, as she had a huge blush on her cheeks. Line jump. We finally found you, Rias said as she let out a great sigh of exhaustion. How have you been? Issei consulted with a toothy grin as he approached his fellow demons. Fatal. Koneko replied simply, causing Issei to stop in her tracks and look at her in confusion, then turn her gaze to Rias, waiting for an answer. We couldn't look for you yesterday, because I had a meeting at my house. Sorry, Rias replied with a slightly apologetic tone, then turned serious. The problem comes in what was dictated at the meeting. I've never told you before, but I'm engaged to a man I don't love, she said, lowering her head slightly. She commented as she lowered her head slightly. I don't know what my older brother was thinking, but the point is that the wedding has been moved up several months. Issei just lowered his head slightly, not knowing exactly what to say. Is there any way to cancel the wedding? He finally asked, not trying to indulge Rias in vain. Rias' seriousness was completely erased and he would sketch a small smile. There is. Remember the explanation I gave you about the rating games? Issei looked up with a hint of surprise. We'll play a rating game to break your engagement. But you don't have all the pieces yet, the young man clarified as he rubbed his hair in confusion. Rias just nodded with a smile. I may not have all the pieces, but the servants I have are very strong or have impressive skills. That obviously includes you, Issei. The aforementioned smiled at him, seeing that he had quite a bit of confidence placed in him. Rias' smile would falter a bit, making the whole atmosphere a bit more tense. But nothing detracts from the fact that Razor's team is well built, and for that very reason is among the best at the moment. We will have to train very hard these days. Especially you, Issei, since you have great potential, you just need to unleash it. That will be achieved with training, and more training. Rias' seriousness was quite palpable in his last words. I will not let you down, President, Issei exclaimed as he raised his fist in determination. By the way, how much time do we have? He asked, slightly embarrassed for not having asked such a key question from the beginning. Rias raised his hand, framing 2 of his fingers. 2 weeks. I'll make sure you become the best pawn in 2 weeks. Issei nodded vigorously. This was his chance to repay the favor he owed Rias for reviving him, and he intended to make good on it at all costs. Not only because of the favor he owed him, but because he himself knows that the only motivation he has to fight is to keep danger away from his friends, to keep them safe, to make sure nothing bad happens to them. What's the point of fighting if he can't fulfill the only real ambition he has to fight? Line jump. Yes, in the end it was what we had thought. They were delayed by a day because something very important came up. Issei commented quietly, making sure passers-by wouldn't hear him talking to himself as he walked to school after being absent for 3 days. Okay, did you tell him that I'm your familiar? Tiamat asked from the other side of the small celestial magic circle that was being covered by Issei's hand. Not at the moment. I didn't find the time to say it because of everything that happened. Issei replied seriously as he adjusted his suitcase so it wouldn't fall off his shoulder. What exactly happened? The dragoness inquired with a clearly curious tone. I can't tell you now, I'm just getting to the academy. Talk to you later. Issei whispered even lower so as not to be overheard, as there were many students on the small bridge in front of Kuoh Academy. I understand, have a good one. The small magic circle disappeared, causing Issei to remove his hand from his ear with a small smile. Issei stopped in front of the entrance as he looked at the academy with a small smile. Even though it was only 3 days, it's good to be back, he thought as he took a step inside the academy. Oh eyes. The aforementioned looked forward with a small bead of sweat as he watched his 2 friends run towards him. Issei's expression changed again when he saw them closer. What the FCK happened to their faces? Issei questioned as he watched in great excitement as their faces were somewhat swollen and bandaged. Matsuda slowed down in front of him as he rubbed his bald head nervously. Well, it's just that you weren't around yesterday to reign in the Kendo Club girls again. Madohama adjusted his glasses as he looked at him very seriously. Don't change the subject, you know you owe us some explanations. Issei just gave a small sigh as he started to slowly move forward, being followed by his 2 best friends who were watching him very carefully. Line jump. 2 weeks without going to the academy, shouted Issei, practically rising from the couch. That's right, Rias nodded with a smile. We need to focus as much as we can on our training. Issei sat back, giving a big defeated sigh. What will I make up for Matsuda and Madohama this time? He wondered aloud. You don't have to worry about that, Rias replied, causing Issei to look at her curiously. My family owns this school, so my brother already invented a 2-week curricular excursion for the occult club. No one will be suspicious. Issei clapped his fist in his palm as he nodded in compression. I see. I should never have doubted the president's preparations, Issei exclaimed with conviction, causing everyone to look at each other with a bit of amusement due to his words. President, you still won't tell us where we're going to go. Kiba would make his point as he watched her intently, his typical smile etched on his face. It's a big house in the middle of the forest that belongs to my family. It's located outside of Kuoh and a bit away from civilization, so we won't have any kind of trouble using our powers, Rias clarified as he stood up from his seat and looked at them seriously. The limo should be arriving soon, let's go. They all nodded and followed their mistress. Line jump. She wasn't lying when she said it was a big house, Issei thought as he looked at the huge 3-story house that stood in front of him. The structure was completely surrounded by trees and some really tall rock formations that were nearby. They all entered the house and settled into their respective rooms. The house inside was somewhat luxurious, but not to overdo it. Mind you, Issei was sure that the comfort of this place was far above that of his home. After everyone had settled in, Rias called them to the table to explain the different training sessions they would be doing during the week. Asia, I need you to focus on your magical training. You must learn to channel your magic freely. It will make your sacred gear much more effective when you need to heal someone. Rias shot a glance at the protagonist. The same goes for you, Issei. I know you barely possess any magical power, but when you manage to load a good amount of power-ups into your body, I'm sure your magical reserves will also skyrocket, as well as your physical strength, stamina, and other qualities. Issei just nodded in understanding as he continued to listen. In addition to learning how to use your magic, you should also train your physical fitness and stamina as much as possible. Rias frowned slightly with a piercing look. I'm not going to lie to you, this is going to be a hard thing for you. I know you like to train, but I'm also sure you've never done such exhaustive training. Issei sweat coldly as he listened to her without saying a word. Meanwhile, you guys, Rias looked at Koneko, Kiba, and Akino. I don't think I need to tell you where you need to improve. The three just nodded, knowing what they should do. Rias turned his gaze back to Issei with a small smile. If you need help with physical training, don't hesitate to ask Koneko, as she is the one who specializes the most in that area. Issei and Koneko looked at each other without saying a word for a few seconds. I don't think that's necessary, Issei replied with a smile on her face, leaving everyone present surprised. Issei clenched his right fist tightly, causing a light blue dragon mark to appear on it. I'm sure if my familiar helps me with the training, there won't be any problems. Familiar? Everyone asked in confusion. Issei nodded with a goofy grin on his face. That's right. Issei put one foot on the table dramatically. He's incredibly strong, and I know he'll be able to help me with my training. His name is... Koneko would punch him hard in the stomach, causing Issei to writhe in pain. Don't rest your feet on top of the table. It's disrespectful. The white-haired girl glared at him as she looked at him with her typical expression. If you want to train with your familiar, I have no problem with that. But remember, if you need help, don't hesitate to ask me. I just hope it's not an excuse not to train hard, Issei. Asia added with a dangerous look on her face, making Issei immediately nervous. How do you think, Asia? You'll see for yourself, he replied as he rubbed his hair nervously. Will your familiar be able to help you with magic as well? Asked Rias with great intrigue. Yes, she has a great deal of magical power, and I'm sure she could teach me various tricks. Is she a woman? Akino asked with some curiosity. My, she must be quite human-like if you managed to decipher her gender. Actually, it wasn't that hard, Issei clarified as he rubbed his cheek with a small blush as he remembered Tiamat's beautiful face, along with her very feminine anatomy. Can you introduce us to that familiar? Rias consulted with great curiosity, while that Issei ducked his head, chagrined. She hates demons. She won't want to be among you unless it's an emergency. They all looked at each other with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. But you're a demon, Kiba finally spoke, breaking the silence. Issei rubbed his hair, somewhat embarrassed. That has an explanation. She said I was special because of Ddraig's power. That makes me very different from the average demon, according to her. They all looked at each other with slight frowns at his words, but said nothing. Did I say something wrong? Issei asked in confusion as he saw that everyone was more serious than usual. It's nothing, you can start your training now. Rias replied with a small smile, then looked around at everyone. I want everyone to be here before midnight. Yes, everyone replied in unison, leaving Rias and Asia alone at the table to begin their magical training. Issei and Koneko nodded to each other as a gesture of farewell, as they did with Akino. Issei, Kiba put a hand on her shoulder. If you want to have a friendly fight against a swordsman, don't be shy to ask me. Issei turned around, then gave a small bow. Thank you, Prince Charming. I'll keep that in mind. Kiba just sweated his partner's attitude. Having said goodbye to Kiba, Issei was now on his own. Wait a minute, the protagonist thought with a slight blush of embarrassment on his face. How do I call Tiamat if I can't use magic? Issei would position his hand on his chin as he thought with great fervor. I know, he stated aloud as he snapped his fingers. Issei tightly closed his eyes as his mind visualized something. The image of the girl from the ring appeared in Issei's mind, causing him to give a small scream in great fear as he covered his face. I'll never be able to top that movie, he thought with a big sigh at the end. Is something wrong? Issei smiled as he saw that his plan had worked. The small magic circle that appeared in his ear and Tiamat's cute voice heard on the other side was proof of that. I felt for a second you were completely terrified. Just imagine something that scares me. It's the only method I could think of to be able to communicate with you, Issei explained as he rubbed his hair nervously. Do you need something? I would like you to teleport me there. I need help with training. Really? But you left a few hours ago. Though the sentence sounded as if it was a rebuke, Tiamat's tone was clearly excited. Well, it's not just any training. I'll explain everything when I'm there. All right, the dragoness replied, causing a light blue magic circle to appear at Issei's feet, which soon disappeared in a flash. Line jump. So your dear mistress is on the ropes, eh? Tiamat stated seriously as she played with her hair after listening to Issei's entire explanation. The young man nodded. That's exactly why I'm here. With yesterday, it was clear to me that you have a high level and that you could help me improve quickly. That way, I will do my duty to the president. Issei couldn't help but tense up a little as he watched Tiamat study him with her gaze minutely. Agreed. Tiamat got a big smile in response to his words. But you will not succeed in winning with only the conviction of doing the favor you owe your mistress and the feeling of keeping all your friends safe. Issei looked at her with great intrigue at her words. Do you know why I say that? Issei merely shook his head at the lack of an answer. Tiamat folded her arms, giving him a piercing look. You think that's funny, huh? Issei didn't know how to respond to the poorly phrased question. Do you think it's fun to fight, if your goal is to repay your mistress and protect your loved ones? Well, I don't know if I'd call it fun, but as long as I have those goals, I'm sure every fight will be fun. Issei exclaimed with great determination in his words. So, what will you do when it's no longer fun? Issei was a little surprised by Tiamat's question, but quickly answered her with a smile. I'll make it fun. Will it be fun even though you fail to complete either of your two ambitions? Issei was surprised by Tiamat's curt question, which didn't allow him to come up with a coherent answer. Even though those ambitions make your excitement for combat incredible, if you fail once, you will be lost forever. All because you failed to fulfill your mistress's favor, and also failed to protect your loved ones, as the same woman will be condemned for an arranged marriage, not to mention what might happen to your demon friends. After that, will you still find some kind of excitement to keep training? Will you still find fighting fun? Issei lowered his head, not knowing what to answer him. So far, he hadn't considered the option of losing, and had never really thought about how it might affect him if it ever happened. Don't worry. Issei was a little surprised by Tiamat's words. Though I have only tasted your strength for a day, I am sure you have a feeling you have yet to discover, a feeling I know all too well. If you had faced Raynare without the desire for vengeance gnawing at your conscience, then you would have discovered it then and there. Tiamat changed her serious expression to a small, somewhat imposing smile. Now, you only train to take down strong opponents who will go after your loved ones. Tiamat widened her eyes slightly with a glint of excitement in them. Only when you face them, see the full fruits of your training, and end up taking the victory. Only with that single moment. Only when that moment comes. If you find that moment, Tiamat pointed out, causing a great shiver to run through Issei's body. You will be completely fascinated by the true meaning of combat. 300. Issei would exclaim with great exhaustion, sprawling on the floor after completing the push-ups. Tiamat was at his side, watching with great attention that he performed all the exercises correctly. By tomorrow, the amount will increase by 25, and so on and so forth until the rating game arrives. Issei looked up in horror. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking? Issei swallowed hard when he saw Tiamat's completely serious expression. But I've never done so many reps in a single day before. Couldn't that affect my health? Asked Issei as comical tears streamed down his face, adding to the trembling of his entire body. No, Tiamat replied dryly, causing Issei to duck his head in defeat. Remember that you are no longer human. It's practically impossible for your muscles to tear from doing such simple exercises. The only thing that will bother you will be the intense and overwhelming fatigue you will feel on all days. I don't know if I really wanted to hear that answer, Issei replied as a depressive aura came out around him. Tiamat raised an eyebrow at this. Then why ask? Tiamat just shook her head. Whatever. Now, I'd like to have a little confrontation with you, though I'll give you a head start. Tiamat placed his hands in his pockets. I won't attack. If you won't attack me, what's the use then? Issei began to get up with great difficulty. It would be in vain to hurt you. The idea is for you to improve your speed and reaction. With your muscles so fatigued, it's the perfect time to do it. Tiamat replied, resisting the urge to laugh at Issei's condition. Ununderstand. Issei stood upright, though his body would be shaking with great intensity. He could practically feel his muscles screaming at him to stop straining. A few seconds passed, causing Tiamat to look at him strangely as she saw him do nothing. You know you can start now, right? Issei just nodded awkwardly as his face turned purple. I know. But I can't move. Tiamat just gave a small sigh and looked up at the sky. We'll have to shorten the time of this training, or else it won't give us the time to practice magic. At least for today. It will surely come much earlier in the next few days. Tiamat watched with some amusement as Issei had just managed to take the first step. But no matter what the reason is, it's always fun and interesting to have him around. Line jump. Tiamat dodged one blow very easily, only to take the other one as if it was nothing. It didn't really hurt her at all, so she wasn't really concentrating on moving. In fact, right now, she was much more focused on watching the sunset. Let's stop this for today. After Tiamat's words, Issei practically fell to the ground from the force of gravity that felt much heavier than normal. Issei was breathing very shakily, while sweating non-stop. Over 2 hours with this I felt like I was going to die, he said with a cracked voice because of his irregular breathing. Now, we will try to release your magic. Issei looked at Tiamat completely pale. Don't worry, she added quickly. Magic does not require a physical training, but a mental one. Issei breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. Tiamat would give him a small smirk. I wouldn't be so sure. Issei looked at her with confusion at her words. You need a great deal of concentration to find your magical reserves. Mental exhaustion could be just as crippling as physical exhaustion. It's even worse, as you tend to faint much more easily. Not only when you seek to master it, but also when your magical reserves are about to be depleted. Tiamat looked at him seriously, indicating that he wasn't joking. That means that if you mismanage your magic reserves, you could pass out in the middle of a fight without being able to do anything about it. Coincidentally, you have incredibly poor magic reserves, you know what I mean. Issei just nodded seriously as he struggled to his feet. If that's the case, then isn't it better not to use my magic? A mysterious gleam flashed across Tiamat's eyes, along with her equally intriguing little smile. I never said that. Even if your magic reserves are poor, it doesn't mean you can't create good magical attacks. In fact, when you learn how to release your magic reserves, I'd like to teach you a good attack. Before Issei could ask which attack it was, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, may I say something, Tiamat? It's really important. Ddraig's voice echoed from the gauntlet, causing Issei to look at him with surprise and Tiamat with seriousness. The dragoness merely stood in silence for a few seconds, pondering her answer. Finally she nodded, giving her permission to Ddraig. Enhancers not only increase your physical strength, agility, speed and endurance. They also increase your magic reserves in the period of time the enhancers are active. The problem is that your magic reserves are very low, and boosters would only be effective if they are built up non-stop. Although your training is helping you to be able to unleash more and more power without fainting, there will come a point where you will have to focus more on your sacred gear to keep evolving. Could you help him with that, Tiamat? Issei looked very carefully at Tiamat after Ddraig's speech. She lowered her head, placing a hand on her chin. Impossible. Issei looked at Tiamat with great astonishment at her response. May I remind you that the sacred gear were created in the last millennium, and I was locked within myself during that period. Tiamat looked up with some embarrassment. In short, I have no idea how the sacred gear works. Her gaze would return to her gaze again. But thanks to you, Issei has a small percentage of our kind in his soul. I can teach him some techniques of our kind along with the rigorous training that any supernatural being must go through if they are to become strong. I agree, Ddraig replied instantly. He has yet to undergo arduous training before he begins to care about the potential of his sacred gear. Therefore, we shouldn't worry about it for the time being. Was there something else you wanted, underdeveloped lizard? Asked Tiamat seriously, though the amused air around her broke that seriousness. No. After those words, Ddraig could be heard grumbling some bad words under his breath for a few seconds. Tiamat sat down in front of Issei, causing the brown-haired man to get a little confused. We'll start right here. Training inside the cave would be counterproductive. It's a bit noisy outside my house, so it makes the work a bit more complicated, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. It will take you a couple of days longer to awaken your magic, but you'll get more used to the mental exhaustion, and you'll know more accurately when you're close to your limit. Issei just nodded and settled in as she did. Now, close your eyes and clasp your hands together, leaving a small gap in the middle. Tiamat watched carefully as Issei followed every step. Look for the magical power within your body. Try to visualize it as much as you can between your hands. Don't get distracted at any time, or you'll have to start from scratch. After his explanation, Tiamat was completely silent, studying Issei with her eyes. And so the seconds passed, and so the minutes passed. The only noises that could be heard were those of nature. After an hour, Tiamat watched intently as a small purple dot appeared between Issei's hands. Right after that, the purple dot disappeared and Issei began to stagger sideways with great fatigue. Finally, he passed out. Tiamat let Issei fall over her shoulder, then hugged him warmly. You did well for your first time, Tiamat said in a soothing voice, pulling Issei's body closer to hers, making the embrace much more passionate. Sorry to interrupt the moment, Tiamat opened her eyes with a small start. It never occurred to her that Ddraig shouldn't necessarily sleep when Issei did. But there's something I need to talk to you about. In private. Make it quick. Tiamat's tone was clearly displeased. When you said Issei was special, what exactly did you mean? Tiamat was a little surprised by the question. My doubts were fully confirmed when you mentioned that you had no idea about sacred gear, coupled with the fact that no one but Albion and I knew about these effects. So why did you say that Issei is special, if you didn't know that demonic corruption didn't affect him? Tiamat rested her chin on Issei's head, thinking of an answer. Because he's been through things similar to mine, even worse, and yet he was able to live on without any problems. It's true that he still has after effects that I don't know if they'll ever heal, but he's not hindered by them. He goes on with his life. So, I asked myself, if he has lived through something worse and managed to overcome it, why can't I? I know that dragons feel much more than humans because they have a much bigger emotional trigger than humans do. But still, Issei served as an example for me. Even if things don't go my way, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. A small smile appeared on Tiamat's face. If you were the second chance in my life, I could say that Issei is the third. But unlike the other two, he knew how to understand and support me at all times, even though he only met me 4 days ago. And thanks to him, I also realized that I acted wrong many times. Not only for me, but also for others. Ddraig was visibly surprised by that last comment. Tiamat gave a small sigh. I can never forget how I felt when you rejected me, so I will never forgive you, but I realize now that I acted like a deranged madwoman these 1,000 years. I'm sorry. An awkward silence fell between the two of them for a few seconds. I do not accept your apology. Tiamat was shocked by the response. You have killed many of my bearers, just because of your madness. In my case, I will never be able to forgive you either. But I am not Issei. Tiamat widened her eyes at the last words. I would like to stay as far away from you as possible, but Issei is my bearer. He's the one who decides who will be part of his circle, and from his attitude and thoughts, I'm sure you're at the top of that list right now. A small blush appeared on Tiamat's face after Ddraig's words. Still, that doesn't answer the question I asked you earlier. Tiamat sunk her face into Issei's neck tenderly in an attempt to cover her blush. Everyone thinks he's special just because he's the bearer of Ddraig. But to me, Issei is special in other ways. He made all sorts of emotions I didn't feel a millennium ago come rushing back in big holes. Happiness, joy, fun, sympathy. As far as I'm concerned, he's not special because he has a heavenly dragon. He's special because he has all those qualities I mentioned a moment ago. Tiamat would tighten her embrace a little more, making Issei smile in his sleep. He is my dragon of light. Ddraig was completely shocked by her last words. Light dragon, it's an ambiguous term that was used when dragons were in their heyday. Ddraig thought with great surprise. This term referred to dragons that descended from the sun to bring peace to the broken hearts of other dragons. Obviously, these are just stories. Ddraig widened his eyes beyond belief. But for her to say that. So, are you telling me that he's special to you because he manages to make you feel great? Tiamat further covered her face in Issei's neck, covering her growing blush. That's how it is, was Tiamat's simple answer, leaving Ddraig dubious. Why do I feel this way? He thought the dragon, because of how her heart was beating more and more passionately, adding to the fact that the myriad of beautiful emotions were churning the pit of her stomach. I'm just saying how he makes me feel. Is there something weird about that? Okay, I get your point, Ddraig said seriously, ending the conversation. I don't think she feels anything more for my partner. If so, she'd be acting crazy, just like before. Ddraig was silent for a few seconds, only to frown completely. Although, he made me see that I did wrong many times. I'm sorry. Tiamat's words struck Ddraig's mind again. She's definitely not the same as before. And all of that is thanks to Issei. The dragon thought seriously. Besides, they're always so close. It's really weird. Finally, Ddraig shrugged with a bored look on his face. I guess time will tell. Line jump. After several minutes, Issei finally woke up with a huge headache. Quickly, he tried to put a hand to his head to ease the pain. As he raised his hand, he was suddenly impeded by Tiamat's head, which was resting on his shoulder. Seeing this, a small pained smile broke out on Issei's face, causing him to switch targets. The brown-haired man placed his hand on top of Tiamat's head and caressed it affectionately. This reminds me of when I woke up in the morning, Issei thought as she watched as Tiamat slept peacefully, sitting on top of his legs. I always saw dragons as a fearsome, imposing, and terrifying being. But it never crossed my mind that they could also be beautiful. Tiamat was woken up by Issei's voice. Wake up already, Issei asked with a smile as he continued stroking her hair. Obviously, he hadn't realized that the last words he had said were out loud. Tiamat was only looking at him penetratingly for a few seconds, making Issei a little nervous. I said something wrong. Issei wondered out loud. Tiamat quickly denied. Not at all. I was just thinking that you did a good job today, she clarified, getting up and holding out her hand for Issei to get him up. Thank you, Issei exclaimed with a toothy smile on her face. He glanced at the clock suddenly, and his eyes widened. Shit, I have to go back now, or they'll kill me. Tiamat lowered her head a bit, causing Issei to look at her in confusion. Can't you stay? Issei was surprised by Tiamat's sudden question. Issei placed a hand on Tiamat's shoulder comfortingly, making the dragon look into his eyes. I'm sorry, but I cannot, he responded pitifully. But don't worry, we'll see each other first thing tomorrow morning. Tiamat's typical expression changed to a small smile. Okay, she positioned her hand on top of Issei's comforting grip before creating the magic circle. Finally, Issei disappeared with a huge toothy grin, leaving Tiamat all alone. The woman stayed for a couple of seconds touching her shoulder to then look inside her cave. Her home was completely empty and dark, as it always was. But those 4 days were really exciting. And for some reason, what she liked the most in those 4 days was the night. Specifically, sleeping with Issei at night. Unfortunately, tonight and the ones that follow cannot be like that. And that was something that bothered him a lot. Tiamat hugged herself. Why is your body so warm and comfortable? She wondered herself, raising an eyebrow in the process. She started to enter the cave slowly. With each passing second, her face was getting more and more flushed. Am I really beautiful? Tiamat thought as she remembered Issei's words. Line jump. It's taking time. Rias gave a tired sigh, seeing that Issei was the only one who hadn't arrived. There is still time, President, Tiba declared, looking at the clock that indicated how long it was until 10:30. If he doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, I'll kill him, Koneko commented, looking at the food on the table with great appetite. Everyone heard the noise of the door, causing them to turn their heads. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Sorry I'm late. I fell asleep for a few minutes, Issei clarified with a smile on her face. His body was completely sweaty, as were his clothes. He was leaning against the door frame because he could barely stand up. The first to change her surprised look was Rias, who gave her a smile. From what I see, I don't need to worry about your training, Issei just replied with a smile, making everyone else nod in approval, indicating that they agreed with his mistress. Line jump. How do you feel today? Tiamat asked with her arms crossed, watching as Issei was stretching her muscles to begin. Fine. Issei blinked in surprise as he realized that he felt no pain at all. Quickly, he began to touch every muscle in his body in great surprise. Actually, too good. It's like I didn't do anything yesterday. You see it? Issei looked at Tiamat with intrigue. That's one of the many differences between a human body and a demon body. A somewhat terrifying smile appeared on Tiamat's face, causing Issei to have a chill throughout his body. That means we can intensify the training more and more, without worrying about your health. Before Issei could rebuke, Tiamat reached out her hand. Just at the same time a magic circle appeared on the spot. She reached her hand into the magic circle, and from it began to pull out a sword that was made entirely of ice. A large amount of cryogenic steam was emitted around her, giving her a menacing aura, though her appearance was quite normal. To start today, I'd like you to learn how to dodge thrusts. At least the most basic ones. Tiamat threw the sword and caught it multiple times. To be honest, I'm not good with swords, but at least it will help you a little. Issei just swallowed nervously when Tiamat looked at him with an imposing shine in his eyes. I know you do all this to help me, but your workouts are brutal, Issei thought, breaking into a cold sweat as Tiamat slowly approached him. Line jump. Issei dodged a downward thrust with great difficulty, leaping back. He could see how the edge of the sword grazed his nose, practically freezing his nostrils. What the hell is up with that sword? It barely grazed me, Issei thought with his eyes widening as he couldn't see how a simple touch had frozen almost all of his nose. I don't have time to think about it. He tried to stop panting from exhaustion while he dried his face. His legs were shaking like jelly. It's been 3 hours without a break. It moves so fast that if I react a thousandth late, I feel like I could snap in two. Issei tensed as Tiamat put her right foot in front, charging a sword attack from him. A second later, Issei lost sight of her for a moment, causing a small blizzard to kick up Tiamat's previous position. Issei gritted his teeth when the dragon appeared in front of him practically out of nowhere, as she had been doing for these 3 hours. Issei felt a strong tug on both of his legs. Shit, my legs aren't responding. Issei closed his eyes tightly when he saw how the sword was going to cut off his head. Just when he was an inch from his neck, the attack stopped suddenly, creating a small blizzard that nearly knocked Issei to the ground. The brunette opened one of his eyes in confusion as he noticed that his head was still attached to his body. I guess that's your limit. Issei felt how Tiamat placed his hand delicately on his nose, healing the wound and thawing it. Tomorrow I'll go a little faster. He cleared the dragon, pulling away as he began to play with his sword, flinging it and catching it with one finger. Before you take a break, I'd like you to do one more thing. Issei looked at her with special attention. I would like you to do 3 thrusts with my sword. She stopped playing, taking it by the handle and looking at him with her typical seriousness. 3 thrusts. Issei wondered out loud. Well, at least it's something simple. Issei shrugged with a smile. Tiamat only smirked at her words. So Tiamat threw the sword at Issei's feet, causing the brown-haired man to yell in surprise when a crater was created by the weight of the sword. Let it be 4 instead of 3. Issei stood up with a bit of difficulty and looked at the crater where he was standing with his eyes rolling. I should have imagined it. Line jump. Leave it for today, Tiamat ordered, arriving with some fruits to eat. Issei released the sword as delicately as possible so he wouldn't create another crater on the spot. Damn, he said he with great exhaustion. I could barely lift it twice. I didn't expect you to make it the first time, Tiamat answered, sitting down in front of Issei to share the food. The protagonist just rolled his eyes at his comment. Then we will do the same as yesterday, but adding 25 to each exercise, she stated matter-of-factly, eating her fruit calmly. Also with the legs, Issei asked nervously. They still haven't fully recovered. Tiamat only nodded. When I say everyone, it's everyone. The dragoness gave him a somewhat imposing look, causing Issei to freak out a bit. Finally, her gaze softened and she gave a small sigh. I know I'm too hard on you, but I'm only hard because I want to make sure you get strong. Tiamat looked down with some sadness. I don't want to have to worry when you're not with me. She looked up from her suddenly, a tender look on her face. I'm not saying you should spend all your time with me. She quickly added. The problem is your position. You are the wielder of the Welsh dragon, and I am sure you will run into many powerful enemies. Tiamat's eyes widened a bit as Issei beamed at her and grabbed her free hand lovingly. I understand perfectly. You don't need to explain it to me. Issei squeezed Tiamat's hand a bit, causing a small discharge of emotions to hit the dragon's chest. Omitting all of the above, it's nice to know that there is someone who cares so much for me. Tiamat got a little carried away by her emotions, giving Issei a sweet smile. She returned his handshake, showing how fond she was of him. Time skip. 9 days had passed. Issei spent almost all of his time with Tiamat, although they only focused on training, so they rarely struck up a conversation. There were a few days when Issei couldn't finish certain exercises, but considering the constant sum of numbers in his repetitions, it was somewhat understandable. On the last day, Issei had managed to perform 4 thrusts with the ice sword, and he also managed to perform all the exercises successfully after 2 days without being able to finish them. Considering that 11 days ago he started with 300 of each, it's quite an achievement that he can complete 550 in just a few days. Regarding his magical power, he hadn't managed to get too far. Now, the 12th day of training began. Therefore, there were 2 days left for the rating game. Issei had completed the first series of trainings, so he was already on the small break from him, eating something along with Tiamat. Phew, Issei gave a big snort, patting his stomach. It's impressive that simple fruits can be so delicious. Tiamat just nodded, agreeing. Which exercise will you start with when your break is over? The dragoness asked, opening her mouth wide to take a bite of the fruit, denoting her cute little fangs. Issei put a hand to his chin as he thought carefully. I was planning to start with some squats. Whoa, their conversation was interrupted when they saw how the dragons they had met before were approaching them. How long, friend? Issei replied, giving the smaller dragon a small smile. The little dragon just nodded with a smile. Guar, waver, 6, var. She says that she comes to fulfill her promise. She wants to play with you. Tiamat served as translator while he continued to eat without paying much attention. Where? The little dragon touched Issei's face with her paw, making Issei look at her confused. You are stained. To play, you must remove the stain by staining another person who has not passed it on to you. Tiamat translated simply. Issei quickly fixed her gaze on the dragon Pope, causing him to jump a little at her gaze. The brown-haired man made a quick leap towards him, which was dodged without much trouble by the dragon. Issei smiled defiantly, seeing that he was faster than he thought at first. At this time, Tiamat found the game interesting. More than anything, because of Issei's look. Remember that in an hour you must resume your training. Issei just nodded, without taking his eyes off the dragon, who was starting to feel a little nervous because of his intensity. Issei made another sudden jump again, being dodged again by the dragon. In less than a second, they began a huge chase around the entire cave and a part of the forest. I guess you didn't need the rest, Tiamat thought with an amused smile on his face, seeing how Issei tried to reach the dragon without success. The other 2 dragons were laughing at their interaction. Blind jump. Tiamat's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saw that a small purple orb had spawned in Issei's hand. Issei opened his eyes when he felt something strange between her hands, giving a cry of surprise when she saw the small orb. Suddenly, most of his breath disappeared as he felt a great deal of his energy drain away. Tiamat quickly grabbed his shoulders. That's almost all your magical reserves. Try putting half of it back inside you to take that feeling away, Tiamat stated calmly. Issei just nodded, closing his eyes again with great concentration. After that, the small 6-centimeter orb became a 3-centimeter one, causing Issei to snap his eyes open when he felt the energy return to his body. So this is magic, said Issei with great seriousness in his gaze. Tiamat watched him closely. Aren't you happy? After 12 days, you can finally wake her up. Issei looked down in disappointment. I don't know. It's really small. I doubt I could do anything interesting with it. Don't worry. Issei looked up from him in a bit of surprise, seeing Tiamat's smile. Tomorrow I would like to teach you a deadly technique that requires very little magic power. With your current magic, you would be able to throw one of them. Tiamat narrowed her eyes boldly. But, with your buffs, you'd be able to get through 5 or 6 without feeling mentally exhausted. Issei could feel how a small chill ran through his entire body. Not only because of the new technique that he would learn, but also because of the fact that he would use his sacred gear. That's right, Issei hadn't used his sacred gear at any time during his training, so he had no idea how many augmentations he could perform right now. I can't wait until tomorrow, he thought with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Line jump. Activate your sacred gear. Issei just nodded. A small flash of red encircled his arm, revealing the gauntlet. Issei looked closely at Tiamat, waiting for the next instructions. Release all augments. Boost. The word echoed through the gauntlet for 2 long minutes, with a slightly slow continuity. Finally, the counter stopped when it reached 35. 15 more than last time, Tiamat nodded to herself. It's pretty good. Issei nodded in agreement and amazement. In her first month she had managed to improve her limit by 20. But now, she barely spent 12 days training with Tiamat and the limit had almost doubled. Listen and observe carefully. Tiamat raised one of her arms with her open palm, pointing to a mountain in the distance. Aim towards your target with the hand that you will launch the attack. After that, concentrate a small amount of magic in the palm of your hand. But think that you will fight a dragon attack. The underdeveloped lizard will do the rest of the work. Issei just nodded and imitated Tiamat's movements. After a second, a small red orb appeared in her hand, emitting a small sonic sound that was almost inaudible. Issei looked at the orb with some disappointment. That amount is fine. Issei was shocked by Tiamat's words. I don't think you need more magical power to finish off your next opponents. Remember that your reserves are very limited. Issei looked at the small red orb again suspiciously. But, trust me, Issei observed the small smile that Tiamat was giving him, causing her doubts to dissipate almost instantly. Now let it go. Issei looked at the mountain that lay in front of him and took a deep breath, easing her thoughts to release the attack. Really, she didn't expect him to do too much. Dragon shot. Ddraig's voice echoed through the place, being followed by the small orb that transformed into a huge and strong lightning that was fired against the mountain, completely destroying its top. Issei could only close and open his mouth at what she had just witnessed. He couldn't find the words. Tiamat deigned to watch silently with great amusement as he was acting. I told you it would be a good attack. Can I do 5 more attacks? Issei finally spoke, with little stars in his eyes. Tiamat crossed her arms and nodded. Though, with just one of those attacks you would be able to defeat a mid-class devil without much difficulty. You just have to make sure you hit it. Issei looked at the gauntlet with great admiration. Tomorrow will be the last day of training, so I would like to change the routine just for that day. Issei watched Tiamat with bated breath. What will we do? Tiamat placed both hands on her hips, giving him a commanding smile. We will have a match, one-on-one. You will use your sacred gear and do your best to defeat me, as if I were your enemy. Issei gritted his teeth a bit at the statement. He didn't have a good experience fighting her. Your power may have increased considerably, but if you don't test it once during a match prior to the rating game, it won't do much good. Issei just looked at her seriously, without saying a word. Even though every fiber of her body was screaming that she was going to suffer a lot, something inside of him was making him emotional. He didn't know what that something was, but he liked it. Line jump. Tiamat was dodging all the punches and kicks with great ease and technique. Damn, I can't get a hit, Issei thought, gritting his teeth in anger. In one of the many blows that he tried to hit her, Tiamat ducked to avoid a punch that grazed his light blue hair. Not a second later, Tiamat had plunged her fist into Issei's stomach, causing the protagonist to vomit a little, adding to the fact that he was thrown backwards by the blow. Since they were fighting outside, this time there was no wall to stop him from sliding, so he only stopped a couple of meters behind. Issei was breathing heavily as he wiped them from his mouth. After these 6 hours without her moving a muscle, she has given me the first blow. I can't believe that with just one blow she can do me so much damage. Issei thought with great admiration. Without a doubt, my teacher is someone really strong. Issei stopped breathing heavily, outlining a small mysterious smile on his face. With that in mind, Issei raised his gauntlet towards Tiamat, causing the dragoness to look a little surprised. I think I'll be able to use everything in one attack. A large red ball that covered the entire palm of his hand suddenly appeared, causing Tiamat to widen his eyes. Dragon shot. This time, the sonic sound and the amount of power released was 6 times higher than before, causing the ground to crack from the mere pressure exerted by the attack. The huge mass of red color was rapidly heading towards Tiamat, who was watching the attack with a much calmer look than at first. In less than 2 seconds, he was practically inches from his face. A desperate measure is never a good option. Tiamat deflected the attack into the sky with a flick of his hand, causing the attack to angle out, then vanished into the air with a huge, deafening explosion that sent an incredible blizzard out of the place. Issei could only watch helplessly as Tiamat had deflected the attack without getting annoyed one bit. Finally, his physical and mental exhaustion took over completely, and he fell unconscious. Tiamat approached him with a worried look on his face. It was too sudden a move. Ddraig spoke, causing Tiamat to look down at the now non-existent gauntlet. I didn't have time to tell him it was a bad idea. Tiamat closed her eyes seriously. It was my fault I didn't tell him that a sudden large drain on magic reserves can make you pass out for a few minutes, or render you completely immobile for a few seconds. Tiamat loaded Issei on her back to take him to the cave. Can I ask you a question? Tiamat remained silent as he walked into the cave, giving her consent. Do you think he can win against Razor? Tiamat stopped short after hearing the question, lowering her head in serious thought. I don't believe it, Tiamat answered, closing her eyes in regret. Although he has become very strong in 2 weeks, I think he needs more time to face a demon that belongs to the high class. His physical strength, stamina, and speed are far below what is recommended for this class of matchups, and I don't think he can just beat him using his dragon shot. His enemy would have to be very stupid to take the hit, since it's not that hard to dodge when the attack is so weak, since the shot is too thin and takes a few seconds to hit, depending on the distance. To be honest, I think the same thing. I'm worried about him. Tiamat looked up at the sky with a glint of concern in his eyes. I don't care if he loses or not, since in this case, the result is irrelevant when it comes to his safety. What worries me is how much that defeat could affect him. Ddraig gave a great tired sigh, understanding what Tiamat meant. You only have this chance to return the favor to the bratty demon. The lights in the gym came on, causing Issei to startle a little, while Koneko seemed unsurprised. Come out, Gremories. We know you're here. The command from the female voice made Issei and Koneko come out from their hiding place, seeing how 4 girls were waiting for them. Issei just looked at them with some surprise, not knowing what exactly to say. 3 are pawns. The one in front is a rook. Koneko's simple, cold comment made Issei glare at her. Issei bumped her fists with a defiant smile on her face. In that case, leave the rook to me and you take care of the pawns, Koneko. Koneko looked at him with an expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" causing Issei to look at her in confusion. "You don't have much combat experience, so I don't think you'll be able to withstand the blows well, and we're talking about a rook. Basically, your forte is stamina and/or physical strength." Issei blinked in confusion, not understanding why Koneko didn't want him to fight her. "I already know that very well, that's exactly why I want to fight her." Koneko continued to look at him like he was an idiot, making Issei start to get nervous. "How much longer do you intend to keep talking?" the woman in front asked, with a hint of irritation in her words. Issei and Koneko looked at her with some surprise. "If you guys don't come to us," the woman gave them a slightly creepy smile. "Then we will come to you." The four women rushed towards the stage at top speed. Koneko got into a defensive stance when she saw the three pawns rushing against her. No, Koneko thought, knowing that the rook's target was Issei. Issei gritted her teeth as the woman began to raise her staff to deliver a heavy blow. The chestnut prepared to defend himself. He prepared, embraced himself. How slow, Issei thought with widened eyes as he activated the gauntlet to block and grabbed the staff with almost no difficulty, then lured her towards him and delivered a hard blow to her abdomen that separated her feet from the ground. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, spitting out a large amount of. Issei took a step back, surprised at himself as he watched the woman writhe on her knees in pain. Koneko and the other three women looked on in shock. At what point did she acquire such strength and reflexes? Thought the Nekomata in genuine amazement. The woman looked at him with great pent-up rage as she struggled up from the ground with great difficulty. Tiamat was much faster and stronger, Issei thought as a small smile began to form on his face. Boost! The woman lashed out at Issei again with her staff without paying attention to the speaking voice. With the newfound strength, Issei deflected the attack with all her might using the gauntlet, sending the woman's staff flying away as it couldn't withstand such force exerted against it. It didn't take more than a second for her to be surprised by the fact that her weapon went flying, as Issei gave her a strong punch in the face that deformed her face a little, and then gave her a strong kick in the chest that sent her flying against the other side of the gymnasium. When she hit the wall, she kicked up some dust and spat spit, falling to the floor with a thud and falling completely unconscious. By now, the three razor pawns were staring at Issei with some terror, feeling a cold sweat break out all over their faces. Koneko didn't waste the distraction and proceeded to deliver a heavy blow to the neck of one of the girls, which was heard as a loud pop. The two remaining women turned to look at Koneko, gritting their teeth tightly. Issei isn't the only one who hits hard, were Kaneko's simple words, giving the two girls an expressionless look. Rook, Shui, Pawn, Kira of House Razor have been defeated. Issei watched with some surprise as the two down girls disappeared from the gym via a green light. Issei, go. Kaneko's simple words caused Issei to glare at her. I'll take them both. He nodded without complaint, rushing out of the place, while multiple boosts could be heard, due to his emotions being somewhat run wild for obvious reasons. After Issei exited the building, he took a couple of steps until he saw a large light project over his head. Knowing that indicated trouble, the Brown quickly defended his head with the gauntlet, while another boost was heard in the process. The magical attack hit his gauntlet with great force, sinking his feet into the ground a little. Issei gritted his teeth in surprise when he saw that the fire attack was cracking his gauntlet. Finally, the attack stopped as the gauntlet shattered into 1,000 pieces, resetting Issei's hit count, causing him to fall to the ground from the sudden loss of strength. Oh, you managed to withstand my attack. That's pretty incredible stuff for a low-class demon. The wavy purple-haired woman spoke, looking at Issei with a bit of surprise. The young man wasted no time and leapt to his feet, activating his gauntlet again. This time, the boost ran even faster than the previous time, due to the somewhat desperate feeling that emerged from him because of that woman. She's not like the others. I'd better be very careful, or one of those attacks could really hurt me, he thought, gritting his teeth tightly as he reached his 10th boost with great speed. And the woman hummed to herself. In that case, a considerably larger fireball appeared on her staff. I'll use a slightly stronger attack. The woman's eyes widened in a sinister manner, causing Issei to quickly get on guard. Not a good option to block it, Issei thought sharply, preparing to pounce when she launched the attack. Just as she pointed the staff in his direction, a large electric yellow magic circle appeared in the green sky, causing the woman to widen her eyes in shock and change the direction of the attack at the last second, sending it skyward. A huge bolt of lightning descended from the magic circle in the direction of the woman, which slammed hard into the large firebomb, causing both attacks to cancel each other out in a nice explosion. Phew. Issei recognized that voice instantly, causing a huge grin to break out on his face as a familiar figure appeared flying in front of him. Akino, I think it's time for me to have some fun, commented the aforementioned, licking her finger in a sadistic and lewd manner. Issei, quickly go where Kiba is. Issei grabbed his ear at the sound of Ria's voice. He recently locked 3 razor pawns in the trap, but the circle of containment was too obvious. It's more than certain they'll head in his direction and break through the barrier or wait for him outside for an ambush. Issei just nodded seriously and ran off towards Kiba's position, leaving Akino and Koneko alone. Line jump. 2 razor pawns have been eliminated. Issei looked up with some surprise. That means Koneko made it, the chestnut thought with a smile. Those thoughts were interrupted when he bumped into someone. Oh, it's you. Issei declared with a grin when he saw that it was Kiba. Where are the enemies? His smile was replaced with seriousness after that question. Kiba pointed behind his back. I already took care of them. Issei looked behind him to see how 3 women were lying on the ground, disappearing in a flash after a second. That's impressive, Issei exclaimed with a smile, then looked at the trees seriously. But this isn't over yet. Get out of there, we already know you're here. After a few seconds, a large curtain of dust rose on the sight, revealing a brown woman who had a pair of bandages in her hair. I am Razor's horse, and by my loyalty to him I swear I will crush you. Though her words were threatening, her innocent tone took away from her seriousness. Kiba took a couple of steps forward, pointing his sword at the woman. I'll take care of her, Issei. The aforementioned merely nodded. Issei stood behind Kiba, watching his movements. It's all different now, Issei thought, blinking in surprise. Before, Kiba's movements seemed pretty fast to me, he said to himself, watching the sparks fly every time Kiba clashed swords with his opponent. Now he's not slow, but not fast either. It's normal. Issei looked down at his gauntlet as he heard another surge. Maybe it's due to the augmentations and training. He wondered, surprised at himself. They're outnumbered. Issei watched as a woman smaller than him appeared, bearing a rather large resemblance to Razor. We'll crush you first, and then we'll take care of the knight. Who are you? Issei pointed at her brazenly. My name is Ravel Phoenix. I am Razor's younger sister and his bishop. The woman replied in a fine and proud manner, denoting her noble background. After Ravel introduced herself, Razor's remaining pieces surrounded him, causing Kiba to glance back with a frown. Issei, on the other hand, was thinking of other things. Wait a minute. Issei placed his hand on his chin as he thought carefully. All of Razor's pieces are women, so he must be some sort of harem king, and he has his younger sister among those women. Issei stood completely still, causing all the women to look at him strangely. Slowly, his face began to turn violet. Your brother is sick. Issei pointed indiscriminately at him, making Ravel blush to understand what he was referring to. We must maintain the purity of our species, Ravel shouted, making Issei look at her as if she were insane. Ravel quickly regained her composure. Whatever. A low-class demon should not and cannot meddle in matters that do not concern him, especially if he is a reincarnated demon who understands nothing about our kind. Finally, the chestnut decided to forget everything that had just happened, or else he would be distracted from the fight. Isabella, finish him off, the blonde ordered, causing a chestnut woman with half of her face covered by a metal mask to step forward. I am Lord Razor's rook. By my loyalty to him, I swear that. Yes, yes, yes. Issei waved his hand in boredom, making the women a little angry. I'm getting tired of your ridiculous presentations. Issei's eyes would flash, raising his gauntlet against the woman as he pointed at her. Let us begin at once. The woman gritted her teeth. You will pay for your insolence. She lunged at Issei. The protagonist waited for her until the last second, feeling he had all the time in the world to dodge her. But it was not in his plans to do so. The woman tried to punch Issei in the face, but Issei stopped her in her tracks in one swift movement, using his left hand. That is, the one without the gauntlet. With his bare hand, shouted Ravel with great surprise. I don't keep track of how many augmentations I go, but it must be more than 20, so my strength, stamina, and speed must be more than double when the first battle began. Issei clenched his gauntlet tightly, making a menacing metallic noise. The chestnut watched this in terror and tried to quickly wriggle out of his grip to no avail, as Issei had a pretty good hold on her. She's a bit stronger than the last one, so 2 hits should do it. Issei punched her hard in the abdomen, causing the woman's eyes to widen as wide as they could go. Issei's entire fist sank into her stomach, forcing her to vomit up a large amount of, staining Issei's face a bit in the process. The heavy blow generated a small blizzard around her, causing everyone, even Kiba, to look on in shock. Just as Issei prepared to strike the second blow, the woman collapsed in her grip, causing the brown-haired man to look at her in disbelief. A second later, the woman disappeared in a flash of green. Issei looked down at his gauntlet in shock. Silence had been palpable on the Phoenix side. In one fell swoop, Ravel thought rather alarmed. There is no other choice, the blonde shouted, causing them all to glare at her. Let's all attack together. The women quickly nodded and rushed at Issei, while Ravel and the other bishop hung back, preparing magical attacks. Issei watched as the women quickly ran towards him, with absolute coordination. Even so, they were still slow. Issei ducked his head to dodge a blow, then swung his body to the side to dodge another one that went for his chest, then leaned to the other side to dodge another blow that went in the opposite direction, and finally finished with a great leap, dodging all the women and causing them to slam into each other. Issei spread his wings so that he could fly, watching from above with some grace. Your coordination is really good, but it's no use if your opponent is much stronger than you. That's what Tiamat explained to me, and I see she was quite right. 2 considerably large magical attacks impacted against Issei's back without him being able to defend himself. We got him, Ravel exclaimed with a huge grin on her face as she watched the dust cloud begin to dissipate. Both women widened their eyes in shock when they saw that Issei's shirt was torn, but he only had small scratches all along his back. Damn, I let my guard down, thought the young man with a frown as he felt pinpricks along the entire length of his back. Her face slowly turned purple. If Tiamat had seen this, she would have surely increased my training hours even more. Issei tried to look at his back, seeing that it was no big deal. Good thing the power-ups are already taking effect, or else that attack would have been devastating. He thought seriously. The tower and the queen of the house of Rias have been eliminated. Both Kiba and Issei widened their eyes in shock at what they heard. Issei clenched his fists tightly as he watched as all the gathered women were studying him warily with their eyes. The protagonist gave Kiba a quick glance, causing him to nod as he continued his fight, though the other woman was already visibly exhausted. Issei tilted his gauntlet towards them, causing them all to visibly twitch. A small red orb generated at the tip of his gauntlet, causing the women to look at each other in confusion. Dragon shot. The small orb transformed into a large red bolt of lightning that shot out at the women, causing their eyes to widen in palpable disbelief. Still, Issei was a bit far away, so it gave them enough time to dodge it. Kiba saw this, and quickly separated his opponent from him with a loud clash of swords that sent her flying, then created another sword and thrust it into her stomach with one throw. The blonde wasted no time and buried his sword in the ground, causing a large number of blades to start flying out of the ground at a considerable height. The women turned to escape, but they were all caught and cut by the swords that came out of nowhere, falling to the ground. They all opened their eyes in horror as the sonic attack was already inches away from their faces. A huge explosion echoed through the scene, causing everyone to take cover from the massive amount of debris the attack produced. A complete curtain covered the battlefield, making it impossible to see where the attacks were coming from. The two bishops stood together back to back, waiting for an attack. A quick flash crossed in front of one of the bishops, widening her eyes in surprise, only to have a large stream of spurt out all over her torso, courtesy of Kiba. The dust began to dissipate, making Ravel able to see Kiba. "Now, who's outnumbered?" Kiba asked with a condescending smirk, making the blonde even angrier. Issei clenched his right fist with a big victorious smile on his face. Issei's eyes flickered in shock as he could see a huge fireball instantly impact Kiba, causing a huge scream to be heard along with the huge explosion. Kiba was thrown out of the dust by the sheer magnitude of the explosion, having bruises and burns all over his body, plus his shirt and half of his trousers had been completely destroyed. Kiba rolled a couple of meters on the ground, until he finally fell completely unconscious, causing a green glow to cover him and disappear from the scene. "Ravel, go with Razor. He's taking on the Gremory brat." Issei raised his gaze, gritting his teeth tightly at the sight of Razor's queen. "I'll take care of this kid." Ravel nodded. "Thank you, Yubaluna." She took off running towards the direction of the rooftops. "Wait," Issei would yell, starting to fly in his direction. He slammed on the brakes as another, smaller fireball passed within an inch of his face. "I am your rival, boy," Yubaluna declared with a mischievous grin on her face. Issei took some distance, gritting his teeth tightly. "I must end this quickly." Issei tilted his gauntlet towards Yubaluna. "With a normal one I won't make it through their attack. You must be careful with the amount of magic power you use. If you use a large amount of magic reserves all at once, you will cause your mind to overload. As if you go into an uncontrollable dizzy spell, and you might even faint, like what happened to you just now." Issei recalled Tiamat's words, causing a small smile to appear on his face. In that case, Issei gave a large sigh as the small orb grew twice as large. "It'll be 20%. Yubaluna just watched the attack with a small smug smile on her face. "Really, you think that'll rival my firebomb?" The queen pointed her staff at him, creating a huge fireball. "You've got to be kidding me." The woman threw the attack, with the idea of completely crushing Issei. Dragon shot. Her eyes widened in shock as the small orb transformed into a large attack. Both magical powers collided in the middle, fighting for power for a short second as the dragon shot overtook it with great ease. When Yubaluna thought to dodge the attack, it was already in front of her. IRGGHHH. A great scream was heard at the same time as the explosion hit, causing Issei to cover his eyes a bit from the huge blizzard that the attack raised. Yubaluna stepped out of the curtain of dust, plummeting down with her clothes almost completely shredded. A small blush shot across Issei's face at the sight of her ass, but she quickly regained her composure as she knew why she was here. Issei slapped his cheeks hard. This is not the time to be thinking about S. He took off in the direction of the school's rooftop, seeing some explosions could be seen from the distance. Line jump. "It's a shame it must end this way, Rias, my love," Razor commented, preparing a massive fire attack that looked like a tiny sun for its size. Rias had her clothes somewhat shredded, causing one of her S to be exposed, showing that they had been fighting for a while now. "Damn, what can we do against his regeneration?" Rias thought in despair, gritting his teeth tightly. He didn't have much time to think of an idea as the large fireball headed in his direction. Although the attack was really big, its speed was completely abnormal, so it was already only a meter away from the two women. Issei stepped right in the middle of the attack, stopping the huge fireball in its tracks with his gauntlet. The chestnut clenched his teeth tightly as he felt the heat and force of the attack pushing him to his limit very quickly. The attack began to drag him down, causing him to widen his eyes beyond belief. Boost, 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 BOOSTOOO. That last surge indicated that he had reached his limit. Although he had managed to stop the attack's advance, his gauntlet was beginning to crack, causing him to become visibly worried. "Promise to tower," he shouted with elation, causing the tower symbol to appear on his body in a red magic circle. The gauntlet instantly stopped cracking. But even so, it still wasn't enough. Issei clenched his teeth tightly in great pain as he rested his bare hand on the attack. He took a step forward, causing the massive fireball to begin to recoil. Oh, Razor said to himself, quite impressed by what he was seeing. A great glint flashed across Issei's eyes as he raised his gaze. The large fireball shot up into the sky after Issei's shout, causing it to crash into the barrier and generate a huge explosion. Issei fell to his knees, breathing heavily as he grabbed his burned arm in considerable pain. They easily became second-degree burns. Asia quickly rushed to his aid, beginning to heal him. Good job, the nun commented, causing Issei to give her a pained smile. Issei, are you all right? She asked Rias, approaching him. Issei was unable to answer, as Razor's leisurely clapping drew everyone's attention. Impressive, I would never have thought a low-class reincarnated demon could stop my best attack. Razor exclaimed, a cocky grin on his face. You've got some pretty interesting pieces, Rias. Razor narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint in them. Don't you think it would be really bad if something happened to them? Rias just glared at him with great hatred, causing Razor to shake his head in disappointment. First, you dare to interfere in the most important matters of maintaining purity in the demons, adding the factor of wanting to damage a great pact between two families belonging to the 72 pillars for your own well-being. And now, you are willing to throw away such valuable pieces for reproach, knowing that your defeat is imminent. Razor bowed his shoulders, a smile on his face. You are a hopelessly spoiled brat. Razor gave him a lustful look, making Rias feel disgusted. But I'll take care of controlling you when you're my wife. How can you say that, UFC cur? Issei shouted, rising from the spot, now fully healed. The president should be able to marry whoever she wants, and for that very reason she acts that way. Razor gave him a somewhat surprised look, until he finally burst out laughing. It doesn't matter what that girl wants or doesn't want. Razor's face instantly grew serene. The demons are going through very hard times since the last war. There are very few pure demons left, and we need to increase that number so that our species doesn't end up disappearing. She is not the only one who will have to submit to arranged marriages, so will her younger brother and many other pure demons, regardless of their social class. Razor raised both his hands to emphasize his words as a smile appeared on his face. It is for survival. Therefore, it is inconceivable that this brat would behave this way. Issei lowered his gaze, taking in everything he had heard. He stayed like that for a couple of seconds, until, what does it matter to me? Razor looked at him in astonishment. She's the one who gave me a second chance, so it doesn't matter what you say. I don't care if the demons will be extinct in a day or hundreds of years. If she's happy, it means I'll have accomplished my job as a servant. Issei waved his hand disapprovingly, clenching it tightly at the end. Razor looked at him seriously for several seconds, without saying a word. Brat, you're just as much of an idiot as she is, Razor replied, folding his arms as he looked at him with a big smug grin on his face. First, for thinking that the extinction of a species is worth the happiness of your mistress. And second, for thinking you can defeat me. Razor spread his arms wide, being a target everywhere. Go ahead, try any attack to make you realize the difference between us. Razor gave a quick glance behind his back, signaling Ravel to get the hell out of the place if he didn't want to come to any harm. Issei looked at him with great seriousness for a few seconds. Aren't you going to dodge it? Of course not, I won't need to lift a finger, Razor exclaimed, mocking him. A small smile appeared on Issei's face upon hearing his response. Then the chestnut bowed his gauntlet towards Razor, causing an orb considerably larger than the previous one to appear in his palm. I'll take your word for it. Razor merely nodded, his smug grin widening even further as he saw the small magical attack he was about to launch. You've got to be kidding me. I'm sure his physical condition is his real strength. Otherwise, I can't understand how she manages to defeat my queen. Issei gave a big sigh, feeling like a dizziness was starting to bother his entire body. I've already used 30%. The best thing, I'll use 60% in case things don't go as planned. Are you sure about this, partner? Ddraig questioned with clear concern in his words. Issei smiled at his friend's concern. Don't worry, he said he wouldn't move. And if he tries to, this attack is much bigger than the previous ones. He won't have any escape. Issei gave a small sigh, then widened his eyes to the max. Dragon shot. A great sonic wave burst from the gauntlet, completely obliterating everything in its path. It's dangerous. Razor widened his eyes slightly as he saw the attack, creating a magical orange circle that acted as a barrier. The attack hit the barrier hard, causing Razor to grit his teeth as he used all his strength to maintain the magic circle. After a few seconds, a small crack appeared in the barrier. What? Shouted Razor in great surprise as the entire barrier began to crack, until it finally shattered into 1,000 pieces. Razor screamed with great force as he was engulfed by the dragon shot, causing only his figure to begin to release a large amount of. After that, Issei threw Rias and Asia to the ground along with him. A second later, a huge explosion rose up all over the place, causing the roof of the school to be completely destroyed. President, Asia, shouted Issei with great concern, not seeing how they were doing due to the huge curtain of dust. We're fine, Issei, Rias would reply, struggling to his feet as he rubbed his butt in pain from the fall. You blew up half of Kuoh Academy with just one attack. You're awesome, Asia would add, getting up from the ground in the same pain as Rias. When the dust finally began to dissipate, they could see that they were at the entrance of the academy, though the first floor and the others were already history. FCK. The three widened their eyes in shock at the sound of the voice, slowly beginning to turn around. That hurt like hell. Now I can see how you defeated Ubaluna. Issei quickly stepped in front of the two as he saw that Razor was lying on the ground a few feet away. His entire body was surrounded by flames, with the exception of his face. On it, you could see that he was holding a huge fake smile while a large amount of cold sweat was running down his face. I'll never trust myself that much again, damn it. That really hurts. Razor would think, rather upset, looking at Issei with great attention. How does a low-class scum have so much power? Razor would get up from the ground with great caution, something very rare for him. Issei felt his vision go a little blurry, adding to the fact that everything was moving in a strange way. Razor raised an eyebrow as Issei staggered to the side. A sinister smile appeared on his face after processing what he had seen. Of course, a low-class reincarnated devil wouldn't be able to stand up after making such a powerful attack. Razor straightened his gaze instantly, making everyone tense up more than they already were. I won't trust myself. I'll finish you off before I regret not doing it. Razor spread wings of fire on his back similar to those of the phoenix, flying at a great speed towards where Issei was. The protagonist observed with great patience how the fist covered in fire slowly approached his face, dodging it by the hair and receiving a small burn on his cheek. A small rumble was heard in the place, added to a huge blizzard. After a second, Razor spat out a large amount of, due to Issei landing a strong blow to his abdomen. Razor's eyes widened in rage and he wasted no time, kneeing him hard in the stomach that completely unbalanced Issei. Issei took a couple of steps back as his eyes trembled in pain. Razor wiped it from her mouth as she slowly approached him with a seriousness palpable on her face. Issei landed a strong blow to Razor's face, causing him to expel a large amount of. Even so, the pure demon was unfazed by the pain and struck him hard in the face, followed by another and another. Having taken a complete beating, Issei finally fell to the ground, half-conscious. Razor took a few steps towards him while looking at him seriously. He stood in front of Issei, looking down at him with great superiority. Issei, get up and use another dragon shot. Rias's scream made Razor look down at her. This boy can't even move anymore, he thought the blonde while he looked at him in disgust. Even so, he gave his all to defend his master from him. From what I understand, he was only reincarnated a month and a half ago. Razor recalled the great magic attack. And he could already do attacks like that. A small mysterious gleam graced his eyes. I don't like to admit it, but his power and high fidelity will come in handy when the time is right. Besides, if I keep having fun with him until I kill him, I'd be in pretty big trouble with Surzech, and that wouldn't do me any good. Razor slowly shifted his gaze from him to Rias, making the woman jump from her murderous aura. If the Sekiryude is on the side of the devils, why eliminate it? It doesn't make any sense. Razor raised his hand aiming to damage Rias, starting to create a huge ball of fire. Then he better end this stupidity right now. A huge explosion would shake the screen, leaving everything covered in dust. Surzech, that he was watching the combat, he would smile with a mysterious aura around him. That's right, Razor. If we manage to get the Sekiryude under our control, all the plans we have in the future will come to fruition. Surzech rested his hand on his chin, making his mysterious smile grow even more. If everything goes according to plan, I'll have to let the fallen angels know after the wedding, which unfortunately won't work out for you, Razor. I'm sorry for you, but if I can make Issei fall in love with my sister, everything will be entirely on my hands. Reigns, I will only need the small collaboration of my dear sister, who will surely agree to it. Rating game finale. Winner, House Phoenix. Even being semi-conscious, Issei could hear the voice that announced the end of the fight. He could only think of one thing before passing out. For some strange reason, he thought of her first, since Rias was in a much more compromising position. He didn't know why, but in that single, small moment he had only been able to think of her. In her hair, in her smile, in her eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Tiamat. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.